It was a cold, rainy 10th of October in Konoha. It had been raining for 3 days straight. In the Konoha orphanage, a young boy with blonde hair, a pair of blue eyes, and with 3 whisker marks on each cheek could be seen crying in his room. Why does everyone hate me? The young boy thought, sobbing. This was Naruto Uzumaki, the demon or demon child, as the villagers called him. He was chosen by the Yondaime Hokage, Namake's Minato, to be the jailer of the Kyubi no Kitsune, also known as the nine-tailed demon fox. This was the reason everyone hated him, for they couldn't tell the difference between a glass of water and the water inside of it. As the boy was sobbing, a knock on his door could be heard. "Come in," said the young boy. The door opened to reveal a man in his 60s wearing a white robe with a hat that had kanji for fire in it. It was none other than one of the only people who cared about Naruto, his dear Jiji Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Hello, Naruto-kun. How are you today?" Hiruzen greeted the boy who ran up and hugged him. "Jiji, you came," Naruto would exclaim as he expected Mother Nono, the only person who cared for him in the orphanage, to enter his room. "Of course I came, Naruto-kun. It is your birthday after all," the old man told Naruto with a smile. "Say, how about we go for some ramen?" the Sandaime Hokage asked his surrogate grandson. "Well, I'll have to ask Mother Nono if that isn't a problem. Also, what is ramen?" the boy asked, never hearing of such a word. "Oh, you'll see, my boy, and I bet you'll love it," Hiruzen finished as they walked out of the room. The two of them were walking towards the exit when they were met by Nono Yakushi. "Sandaime-sama, it's an honor to have you here. And what does little Naruto want?" she exclaimed happily, a smile on her face. "Well, the professor was about to talk when he was interrupted by Naruto. "Mother Nono, do you mind if I go out with Jiji?" Naruto asked his mother figure. "Of course I don't. You don't need to ask me when you want to go out with Hokage-sama Naruto," she'd say, her smile not fading. "Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go, Jiji," Naruto said, dragging Hiruzen toward the door. "Have fun, you two," Nono said before the two were out of the building. As they walked out, though, Hiruzen noticed something. The rain suddenly stopped. Maybe it was a coincidence? For now, it didn't matter. He was to think about it later. When they were on their way to the Ichiraku Ramen, the villagers noticed Naruto, and they were all glaring at him daggers, which was making Naruto uncomfortable. Noticing this, Hiruzen let out some killer intent, and the glares were not only gone, but some villagers were struggling for breath. With Naruto comfortable again, he asked his Jiji. Jiji, why does everyone look at me like that?" he'd say with sadness in his eyes. Seeing Naruto sad always broke the old Kage, wishing he could just strangle everyone who dared to wrong Naruto, but he just couldn't. His face keeping the same, old and wise expression, he answered partially truthfully. "They're just stupid people, Naruto-kun. Don't pay attention to them." The answer didn't satisfy Naruto, but if Jiji didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't bother him. Silence followed the rest of the way. Every time the villagers would glare at Naruto, Sarutobi would just release some Ki and they'd stop. A few minutes later, they arrived at the ramen stand. Hiruzen and Naruto walked through the curtain to be greeted by a man in his mid to late 30s. Naruto hid behind Hiruzen, thinking this person would also glare at him or call him demon or stuff like that. But instead, "Sandaime-sama, it's an honor to see you here," the man said behind the counter before calling for someone. Come, we have guests." Hiruzen greeted the ramen cook and motioned for Naruto to sit down next to him. "Oh, and who is this esteemed gentleman here?" Tucci smiled at the boy, something only Mother Nono and his Jiji have ever done to him. Naruto seemed to calm down a bit after that. "Tucci, meet Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun, meet Tucci. He's a close friend, so you don't have anything to worry about," Hiruzen told the boy with a smile on his smile. "Oh, well, it's good to meet you, old man." As Ayam arrived, she immediately recognized the Hokage, but also thought Naruto looked like someone. "Homage-sama," she said with a bow. "And who is this?" "I'm Naruto Uzumaki Databayo," the boy exclaimed with a bright smile and a thumbs up. Ayam whispered to her father. "To-san, doesn't he look like Dash?" "Not now, Ayam," Tucci whispered back. "Cough anyways. What will you order, Naruto-kun?" the elderly Hokage asked his surrogate grandson. Well, I don't, really know. I've never had it. Same as you, I guess, Gigi. The blonde told Hiruzen. All right then. 2 bowls of miso ramen for us, Tucci. Saratobi turned to him with a smile. You got it. As Tucci left to get the ramen, Naruto turned back to the old Hokage. Gigi, what does it mean to be a shinobi? His Gigi was caught off guard by the question, but his face stayed serious. Well, Naruto-kun, a shinobi is someone who endures no matter what gets thrown at him. Someone who gets up no matter how many times he falls down. Despite all the evil and hatred that can push you down, if you keep getting up and enduring, then you are a real shinobi. Hiruzen said proudly, Naruto looking at him with a curious look at first, then a serious one. Now Gigi, what does it mean to be Hokage? Well, being Hokadash. Actually, I know. The boy's words shocked the old man. His serious face turned into one of shock for a second, before becoming serious again. Then tell me, Naruto, what does being a Hokage mean? A Hokage is someone who is ready to give his life for the village. A Hokage is the person who leads the village through darkness and light. A Hokage is someone who all shinobi follow. A Hokage can send shinobi in missions when he knows they won't come back. It is obviously not a job for the faint of heart, the young blonde said almost sagely. Meanwhile, Hiruzen's EUs were almost popping out of their sockets due to the shock that he got. A 5-year-old was already thinking like a Kage. This only brought him to think of one young man, but a shinobi no less, Uchiha Itachi. No one except for him had shown this much knowledge and wisdom, something thought he got from his father, but not even Minato showed this much wisdom as a child. Hiruzen was sure to search some things later. Why yes, my boy. But how did you know all of that? The professor asked his surrogate grandson. Well, hearing your explanation of shinobi made me realize that. Naruto responded truthfully. Say Naruto, how about we go to one of my favorite spots after eating here? Naruto looked at the sandaime for a second and nodded. Sure, I just hope Mother Nono won't get worried. Before Hiruzen could respond, Tucci came with 2 bowls of miso ramen for the 2 of them. Naruto was the one to get the first bite, and he instantly fell in love with it. Oh my god, Ji, this is so good, the young boy exclaimed as he munched on his plate in mere seconds. I told you you'd like it, Naruto-kun. The old man responded with a smile. More Tucci-san, Naruto said as he put his bowl to the side. After his 10th bowl, Naruto laid happily back in his chair, a huge smile on his face. How was it, Naruto-kun? How was it? It was amazing. I've never eaten food this good in my life, Gigi. Naruto was jumping in his seat by now from happiness. The boy had never tried anything other than the bad food the orphanage chefs always made for him. Even though Mother Nono berated them once, they kept giving the poor boy bad food. As Hiruzen paid, the 2 walked out, and without a warning, Hiruzen grabbed Naruto's shoulder and disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto, being unprepared, almost tripped when they arrived at the Hokage monument, but luckily the Hokage was there to catch him. As the 2 of them sat down on top of the Yondaime Hokage's head, Naruto was the first one to speak. It's beautiful, Naruto said peacefully. Yes, the sunset is really dash, Hiruzen said before he was cut off. No, I mean the village. Sure, the sunset is amazing, but looking at the village like this, it just gives me peace. Naruto smiled at his Gigi, but before Saratobi could talk, Naruto spoke up again. Gigi, I have a request. Can you train me to become a strong shinobi like you? My dream is to protect Konoha and its people despite everything they have done to me. This is my home, and I will protect it no matter what. The god of shinobi was taken back again by Naruto's words, but his face remained calm and collected. Naruto, the will of fire burns brightly within you. I know that you'll become a strong shinobi. I just hope this old bag of bones can be alive to see you at that point and support you. The shinobi, as old as time, thought before speaking up. Well, Naruto, I can't train you, dash. He noticed the frown developing on the young boy's face. Myself. But I do know someone who can train you. But it's getting late. We should go back to the orphanage, dash. Can I have my own house? Naruto said before looking away and embarrassed. I mean, I love it at the orphanage and everything. But can you buy me an apartment? If I want to become a shinobi, I gotta know how to live by myself. Hiruzen thought about it for a second before deciding. All right then. Meet me at my office tomorrow at 7 a.m. sharp, where I'll debrief you on your training and your apartment. Now let's go back. You'll sleep at the orphanage tonight as well, got it? Yes, sir. Naruto exclaimed excitedly and stood up quickly, ready to get today over as soon as possible. Before we leave though, Naruto, do you know how to read? Hiruzen asked his surrogate grandson. Yes, I've learned at the orphanage with Mother Nono's help. Good then. Take this as a gift. I would have given you this later, or maybe someone else would, but I realized that you're ready to read this. A student of mine wrote this. Hiruzen finished as he took out a book from his back. It was called The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. Naruto took the book and read the title, never having heard of it. Thanks, Gigi. I'll make sure to read this whenever I can. Naruto told him happily. Hiruzen smiled at him before grabbing the boy's shoulders and performing a shunshin to the orphanage. When Hiruzen briefed Nono of Naruto wanting to move away, she didn't take it nicely, but still thought it was the best thing for him. Naruto was in his room reading when Hiruzen said goodbye to him and left. The next day, Naruto woke up at 6 a.m., doing his morning rituals before going to eat breakfast. It wasn't much of a breakfast as it was leftovers from yesterday scrambled onto one plate, but this was the last time he'd ever eat such a thing. He finished and prepared a backpack with his things, few pairs of clothes, books, and so on before being greeted by his mother Nono, who hugged him tightly. Naruto, promise me you'll be a good boy. Sleep at appropriate times and eat healthy food. Make friends and don't forget to brush your teeth every day, young man, she said, chuckling in the end. Naruto, who was also hugging her tightly, responded. I will, Mother Nono. Don't you worry about a thing, Databeo. But where are you going? The boy asked curiously. Well, I have a pretty long mission and I am leaving today. So let's enjoy these last few minutes with each other, she said with a smile. For the next 15 minutes they reminisced on the past and everything they've dined together, laughing and frowning throughout the way. But all great things come to an end, as it was now 6:50 a.m. Oh crap, I gotta go or I'll be late, he said before being bonked in the head by the woman. Language, young man, she said angrily, but that anger was gone, and it was replaced with one more very tight hug, after breaking which Naruto ran out, leaving a smiling Nono with a tear dripping down her cheek behind. As he made it to the Hokage's building, he saw Hiruzen walking towards his office, so he just called for him. Gigi. Naruto-kun, you're here, and with 5 minutes to spare too, Sarutobi told him, smiling. Of course, can't be late for my first meeting with the homage, can I? He said, making the Sandame chuckle. Come, follow me, my boy, Hiruzen said as he walked towards his door and was greeted by his secretary, who, when seeing Naruto, immediately glared at him, but was silenced by some ki from the god of shinobi. The two of them entered the office, with the old Kage sitting at his chair and Naruto in a chair in the other side of the desk. So Gigi, what did you find? Well, Naruto, I found you a suitable sensei and an apartment that is decently sized and pretty close to here. Want to meet your sensei first, or do you want to visit the apartment first? The old man questioned the 5-year-old. I can't wait to train, so I want to meet my sensei first, Naruto exclaimed cheerfully. All right then. With a single hand movement, a single A and BU with a Inu, dog, mask and gravity defying white hair appeared in the room. He was reading a weird orange book that Naruto couldn't recognize. You called Hokage-sama? The ENBU said rather lazily. Yes, dog. I'd like you to train little Naruto here for some time. Gigi, are you Sue Dash? Sure, I'll train him. Meet me at Training Ground 7 in 15 minutes sharp, the ENBU captain told the blonde boy. Wait, what do I call Yo Dash? But the white-haired man was already gone. Wait for me at least, Naruto shouted as he ran outside of the office and outside of the Hokage building. As the door closed on its own, Hiruzen thought to himself. Just what did you hide from me, Minato? Wait a second. No way. The professor thought as the realization hit him. As Naruto ran toward Training Ground, the villagers constantly glared at him. Some were even snarling at the boy, but he paid no mind. He was going to get acknowledged sooner or later, and he knew it. When he made it, he was surprised to see anyone there. He waited and waited, and waited. Until finally, 1 hour later, new record, his newest sensei arrived. Sorry I'm late. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long route. The double-masked man said. Naruto deadpanned at the excuse, thinking, geez, can't even come up with a proper excuse. But he got up, almost pretending like his sensei didn't come 1 hour late, and said, So El, what are we gonna do? The Uzumaki asked casually. Well, first we're gonna have to unlock your chakra. It's a weird feeling at first, and you have to seek it. When you meditate, there will be this warm feeling. Don't chase it, just seek it, and it will be yours. Naruto was a bit confused by the young man's words, but he nodded nonetheless. He went near the lake and sat down in the lotus position, starting his meditation. For 2 hours, nothing happened, which started irritating the young boy, but the ANBU was casually reading his little orange book, looking towards Naruto every once in a while. The boy was making little to no progress when he fully relaxed. His shoulders dropped, and he was as loose as a goose. Then he felt it, the warm feeling in his mindscape. But he didn't do anything yet. Instead, he kept staying there, seeking it, and it slowly crept closer and closer until it wasn't moving anymore. It was right next to him, so Naruto extended his arm, and the next feeling shocked him. The blue thing fused with his body, giving Naruto a calm, warm, and relaxing feeling. On the outside world, Dog was freaking out. The chakra radiating from Naruto was huge. The trees started being pushed away from the sheer force of the chakra, like it was some typhoon coming towards them. The water in the area around Naruto affected most though. The grass got soggy all around him, and the water started moving erratically in the small pond. But then the water stopped. But before the white-haired man could even assess the situation, the water started moving again. This time not outward, but it moved toward Naruto and surrounded him in a ball of water, kind of like Gaara's sand shield. The water then made an opening to where Naruto's face was, so he could be clearly seen, and to Dog's relief, the inside wasn't water. Naruto then stopped meditating, feeling something weird, but before he even opened his eyes, all the water fell on him. What happened? The blue-eyed boy asked a flat-on-his-ass Dog, looking in visible shock. I think we just learned your chakra affinity, Dog said, still surprised at what just happened. Not long after, the Sandaime Hokage appeared in his battle gear, Enma in his staff form sitting in Hiruzen's hand. What's wrong? Hiruzen asked Dog, more like ordered him to tell him everything. I think we just discovered his main affinity. Hiruzen was shocked at Dog's statement, but he quickly recovered from it. You mean that was Naruto? Still a bit shocked from it. Why yeah, we just unlocked his chakra, and that was the result. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief before turning to Naruto. All right, Naruto, that's probably enough for today. Want to go see your apartment? Naruto frowned when he heard training was done, but smiled when he heard the word apartment. Of course. Let's dash. Before Naruto finished, he fell unconscious, but was caught by Dog. All ANBU except Dog. Dismissed. Hi. And the ANBU left, leaving the Kage and white-haired man alone, who took his ANBU mask off. I've never felt such chakra in my life. It felt so aggressive, but at the same time, as relaxing as a calm sea. It's confirmed. Naruto, you have a brighter future than I thought. The professor thought. I'll check it out later. For now, send him to his apartment. It's probably Chakra Iksha Dash. Ugh, where am I? Gigi. Dog Sensei. Without your mask. Of course, another mask under it. The boy deadpanned, desperately wanting to see what was under his ANBU mask. Hey there, Naruto. The now revealed Hatake Kakashi said. Naruto-kun, how about? Kakashi here, he said as he glared at Kakashi for his irresponsible actions. Shows you your apartment? Sure, Naruto said rather loudly. All right, hop on then, Kakashi said, motioning for Naruto to hop on his back. Hey, are you sure? Sure. I don't care if anyone glares at us or anything, Kakashi said as Naruto hopped on his back. As the two were walking towards Naruto's apartment, Naruto's stomach growled loudly. He hadn't eaten anything proper all day, and they were just walking across a dango stand. Want to get us something, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Well, I have no money, and what if they kick me out? Kakashi seethed his teeth in anger. How could the villagers do that to a young boy? But luckily, his AMBU mask and his 2 cloth masks really helped. Here, have this Rio and go get us something. All right. As Naruto was walking towards the dango stand, he noticed a young lady with purple hair sitting sadly on a log. He walked up to her and said, "Hey, what's wrong? Leave me alone, kiddo," was all the young lady could say to him, grinding her teeth in anger. Even though she was a regular client, the shop owner hated her and this time didn't even give her anything. "Want me to get you some dango?" The purple-haired woman's eyes lit up. "Dango? Yes, please." She almost started begging the young blonde, who struggled to get her hands off of his foot. He walked in the store, the owner immediately glaring at him. "Can I have 4 dango sticks?" "Sure, kid." The owner put the sticks in a bag and gave it to Naruto, who paid and left. The owner let a sigh of relief when the Ki coming from Kakashi and Anko stopped. Naruto exited and walked up to Anko. "Here, you probably need this more than me. By the way, what's your name?" To say surprised was an understatement. Firstly, this random kid buys her dango, and now he wants her name. But nonetheless, she remained cool. After taking her 2 dango sticks, she told the boy, "Anko kid, nice to meet ya," the revealed Mitarashi Anko told him. The reason Anko was hated so much was due to her sensei being the snake Sennin himself, Orochimaru. When he left, Anko was all alone and the villagers would call her things like snake bitch or whore. And now Naruto was the first person to actually approach her and be kind to her since her childhood days. "All right, Anko-nichan. I'll see you later." Anko was shocked again by the kid. Did he call her Nachan? But Naruto was already gone, heading for the gravity-defying white-haired man. The two shared eye contact, but Anko was the first to break it, taking a bite of her dango. "Of course it's you. Who else would it be? But why does that kid look so familiar, though?" Kakashi gave her a look that said, "We'll talk later," to which Anko only nodded. "Kakashi Ni-san, I got the sticks." Ni-san. He was surprised by Naruto's statement, but remained cool nonetheless. "All right, hop on then." Naruto gave Kakashi a dango stick and they started walking towards the boy's new apartment. When they arrived and Kakashi opened the door, Naruto was baffled. "Wo. It's great, isn't it?" Kakashi asked the boy. "Great? What do you mean great? This is absolutely amazing." "Well then, I'll leave you to it. Meet me tomorrow, same place, same time." Before Naruto could respond, Kakashi was gone. Kakashi appeared near the dango stand again and saw Anko sitting there, waiting for him. "He's a good kid, isn't he?" Anko almost stated. "He is, but by what he has gone through, I'm surprised by how he doesn't have any hatred in him, or if he does, it's hidden deep inside of him, and he probably doesn't even know." Kakashi responded, sitting next to her. "I'm better than you," Anko suddenly said. "Come again?" Kakashi asked, surprised by the statement. Anko smirked. "He called me Nachan." Kakashi was surprised by what Anko just said, but he also smirked. "And he called me Nisan. So we're even." The smirk turned into a legitimate eye smile, making Anko blush a bit. "WWL, I'm still better than you." "No, I am." "I am." "Know me." And the conversation, more like argument, went back and forth, and the two didn't notice an off-duty Hiruzen staring at them with a legitimate smile. "Geez, you guys, get a room or you'll wake the whole village up," the Hokage said, yawning, to which the two immediately blushed and looked the other way to hide their embarrassment. "I'm only joking, but don't be too loud, you know. It is already past 10 p.m. I'll leave you two to it then," the old man said as he started walking off towards the Sarutobi compound. "So, wanna, hang out sometime, I guess?" Anko asked the white-haired man. Did the snake mistress herself stutter and ask me out? "Oh, shut it, you," Anko said as she playfully punched Kakashi in the shoulder. "But yeah, sure. That'll be fun." The two of them exchanged goodbyes and walked to their homes. Hiruzen sighed as he was busy fighting his number one enemy, paperwork, but his mind was elsewhere. The events of yesterday. First, the rain stops as soon as Naruto becomes happy, and then he shows a huge water affinity. He remembered Tobirama-sensei telling him a story before his demise against the Kinkaku force, which he had put aside for years. Unknown location, aftermath of battle. It was the first great ninja war. The Gold and Silver brothers had just attacked the Night-Aim Hokage Tobarama Senju and the Night-Aim Reikage. The white-haired man laid there, barely alive, hoping one of his fellow Konoha shinobi would save him. But then, slowly, he drifted into unconsciousness. A beautiful blonde-haired woman was walking through the battlefield with a grocery bag in hand. A former ninja herself, she had decided to retire to avoid all these issues. But this was the fastest way home, so she had to walk through all the bodies this time. Not paying much attention, she heard something. It was breathing. She rushed over to where it came from and saw that it was a white-haired man with blue armor, in desperate condition. She quickly patched him up there with what few things she had and picked him up so he could rest at her home. When he woke up 2 days later, all he saw was a small wooden hut and a blonde-haired woman washing the dishes. Ugh. Where am I? Huh. Identify yourself. Now. He almost ordered the civilian. My, where are your manners? Shouldn't a man introduce themselves to a lady before asking them for their name? Tobarama blushed but brushed it off and kept his harsh tone. Humph. Tobarama Senju, Konoha's water dragon and Night-Aim Hokage of Konoha. He stared at the floor in irritation. He tried to get up, but the woman didn't allow him. What would there hold your horses, Mr. Long-ass name? You need at least 6 to 7 months before you're back to 100%, and that's me being optimistic. Anyways, I'm Haruka Namikaze. Tobarama scoffed at the nickname, but blushed when her hand pushed against his chest to lower him into the bed. Oh, and you're lucky you made it out alive. You could have died there if I was even a few minutes late. Humph, but you don't understand. I need to lead my shinobi through the war. Tobarama said as he struggled to get up again, but Haruka's hand wasn't budging. Firstly, stepping out of there is a sure death for you. Secondly, I'm sure your shinobi will be just fine. After all, you do have a second-in-command, right? Haruka asked the experienced water-style user. I do. All right, fine. I'll stay here until I recover. But if you think I'm staying in this bed the whole time, you're wrong. His solemn tone spreading across the whole room. Well, I don't. In a few weeks' time, you'll be able to properly move and everything. Maybe some sparring, but it'll take a long time till you're back, yo, 100%. And so Tobarama agreed. Eventually, though, he was starting to like it here. So calm and out of all troubles. Haruka? Wait, what? Stop thinking that, dumbass. You're here just to rest, and rest only. Tobarama thought to himself, but couldn't deny the fact that she was beautiful. The harsh battle-grown man who killed Uchiha Madara's brother Izuna had finally found a soft spot in his heart. Every night, he'd look forward to greeting her in the morning, to eat breakfast with her, to see her come back from her shopping runs. He had actually developed feelings for her, but being the proud shinobi he is, he couldn't openly tell her. That'd be stupid. It had been 2 months in the hut, and Tobarama was already feeling better. He could go outside and train on some dummies, but it would be a long time until he could go back to his comrades. Meanwhile, Haruka had confessed her feelings for him when they were watching a sunset together, which was Haruka's idea. But what surprised her the most was Tobarama's confession. Never in a million years did she expect someone like Tobarama to confess their feelings. But here they were. Now they were actually a couple. And the best part was that both of them loved each other. Haruka in her romantic way, and Tobarama in his proud, stoic way. One day, in the 4th month though, Haruka made a huge announcement. Tobarama-kun. I am pregnant. Must have been about 2 months ago. To say shocked was an understatement. Tobarama was more than shocked. I'll be a father. I'll be a father, Tobarama said after regaining his bearings. He was ecstatic and for maybe the first time since they met, was the one to give the hug, which took Haruka by surprise, but she nonetheless returned it. And I'll be a mother. Please stay here, Tobarama-kun. Tobarama frowned at her plea. He wasn't the one to show any emotion besides anger, but now he had just shown shock, happiness, and just now, sadness. I'm afraid I can't, Haru-chan. I need to lead my village through the war. I promise you, if I make it out alive from the war, I'll give up the hat of Hokage and live with you for the rest of my life. But I'm going to have to leave. When I do leave, you start packing your bags. You'll head for Konoha approximately 1 week after my departure. Don't look back. Got it. And take care of Minato. Haruka let out a few tears at her husband and all but Paper's words. She hugged him tighter. I will Tobi-kun. I will. 6 months later, when the day of Tobarama's departure came, he made sure to leave instructions on what they should do. When the week passed, Haruka and a newborn Minato set out for Konoha, but the journey wasn't going to be easy. In fact, it took the two 5 years to make it to Konoha. But before they entered the village, Haruka kneeled to Minato's level and hugged him. This is where our paths split, Minato. I want you to enter the village and tell the gate guards that you are an orphan and ask permission to talk to the Hokage about your situation. Got it? As young Minato nodded, Haruka hugged him tighter and they both went their separate ways. Konoha. Present day. Hokage office. It all makes sense now, Dash. Very well then. Minato. Kushina. Tobarama-sensei. Haruka-san. I'll make sure Naruto becomes a strong and brave shinobi when he grows up. 12 p.m. Konoha Training Ground 7. Naruto was practicing his chakra control while Kakashi just watched. He was trying to climb up a tree, but his massive reserves were making it difficult. He had been trying all day and managed to make it once, but Kakashi told him he needed to make tree climbing second nature before moving to water walking. So the young boy was there, climbing up and falling down, running up, then falling down, up and down and up and down. It went on like this for a few hours, but Naruto wasn't feeling tired at all. Once though, Naruto managed to stick to a thin branch, proving his partial mastery over the tree climbing exercise. Now came the next part. Kunai dodging. Kakashi took out a bunch of kunai and shouted at Naruto. Oi, that's good and all, but try dodging these, he said lazily. Naruto yelped when he saw the kunai heading for him and relied on instinct to dodge all of them. But what he didn't know was that Kakashi used blunt kunai. That kept going for the rest of the day until Kakashi was sure Naruto had mastered sticking to trees with his chakra. He suddenly stopped throwing the kunai, much to Naruto's relief. All right, I can finally say that you have mastered this exercise. On to the next dash. A huge puff of smoke interrupted the man. When it cleared, it revealed none other than Mitarashi Anko. Speaking of her and Kakashi's little date had gone quite well, and they agreed to meet again whenever they were free. Kakashi had finally found someone similar to him, who could help him with his issues and provide him some emotional support, but he could do the same to her. What now, Anko-chan? Kakashi asked his new girlfriend. It wasn't uncommon for Anko to barge in whenever Kakashi and Naruto trained, so both of them expected it, somewhat. What do you mean, what now? I'm here to see my Gaki dash. She ran towards the short Naruto and smothered him in a hug, before letting go just in time for Naruto to not suffocate. And my Kakashi-kun, she said, hugging the scarecrow as well. Geez, you guys get a room. Naruto told the pair, who immediately blushed and stopped hugging, before Anko got a tick mark and bonked Naruto in the head. Shut it, Gaki. Konoha Streets, afternoon. Naruto was walking towards his home, not minding anything, looking at the sky when he accidentally bumped into a young girl. Ow, watch where you're going, dummy. Oh, sorry, I guess. That's it. Sorry, I guess. Show some manners to a lady. Naruto blushed from embarrassment and quickly extended his hand to help her up. After she got up, though, she stared into Naruto's sky-blue eyes. His eyes were really beautiful, even though her favorite color was purple. His whisker marks made him look cuter, and, realizing what she was thinking, her face went blood red and turned away from embarrassment. So, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to, meet you. Naruto introduced himself, breaking the awkward silence. Ino Yamanaka. Naruto smiled at his fellow child. Well then, Ino, want me to take you somewhere to eat, to compensate for you falling flat on your ass. Ino bonked him. It honestly felt like Anko's bonks, but Anko was holding back. Language. And also, sure, I have a while. The two started walking together, being mostly silent throughout the whole way except introductions. So Naruto, what do you like doing? Naruto looked at her thinking for a second, and then continued. Well, I like ramen, training my but off and hanging out with two certain people. I dislike the 3 minutes you have to wait for the ramen to be made, fangirls, and other stuff. Oh, and I also like gardening. Gardening, you say? Well, my parents own a flower shop. You could swing by once in a while. Naruto smiled. This was the only person except Gigi, Kakashi Nizan, Anko Nichan, Ayam and Tucci who actually talked to him and didn't hate him. When the two made it to Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto took a seat and called for Tucci. Hey old man, I'm here. Tucci walked up to the counter and saw his favorite customer and a young girl sitting together chatting. Oh Naruto, is she your? He poked Naruto with his elbow, winking. Is she? Naruto and Ino became redder than tomatoes and looked on the opposite directions to hide their faces. After having a rather normal dinner, except Ino gawking at Naruto's eating speed and sheer amount of bowls stacking on the counter, Naruto was about to pay Tucci when, it's on the house tonight, since it's your first date and everything you know. Naruto jumped at Tucci through the counter and bonked him hard. Lucky he was on Team Jiraiya with Minato right he. Baka, stop. Ow. Ayam came around and saw what was going on. Humph, serves you right, old man. Ani couldn't help but giggle the whole time. She really had fun with Naruto today. She could definitely be up for this again if he accept. Want me to escort you home, my lady? Naruto interrupted Ino from her thoughts and tipped a fake cowboy hat to her. Why aren't you the charmer? Ino said jokingly. I aim to please. Now shall we go, madam? Ino giggled at Naruto's actions and nodded, and they began to walk towards the Yamanaka flower shop. That was fun, the young boy said. It sure was. Wanna, dash. Sure, I'd be down to go out sometime. But most of the time I'm definitely at home and not. I repeat, not at Training Ground 7. He finished sarcastically and winked at her before they entered quite the predicament. Naruto stretched his fist for a fist bump. B, is that you? Ino wanted a hug, but that was out of the way, so they just very awkwardly shook hands. By then, Naruto. Bye. As Ino walked away, an ANBU wearing a bear mask appeared in front of Naruto and kneeled. Hokage-sama requests your audience now. No need for you to kneel. Bear, is it? Also okay. Tell him I'll be there in 5. I'm afraid it's urgent. Bear, Yamato, finished as he grabbed Naruto's arm and disappeared in a body flicker, appearing in front of Hiruzen's desk. Hokage-sama, Bear said, letting go of Naruto and disappearing again. Oh, I am so learning that from Kakashi, Naruto said, dropping the NII-san. What was so urgent anyways, Gigi? Hiruzen took a deep breath. He had been thinking about this all day, yet he didn't have the words for it. With one hand movement, all the ENBU were gone, and Hiruzen had slapped a suppression seal on the wall, so no one could hear them. You forgot one. Huh. Bookshelf. What do you mean? Chakra source near the bookshelf. Hiruzen ordered his ANBU to check out the bookshelf, and after finding the intruder, he was abruptly met by 4 stabs to the throat. Before his body burnt, though, Hiruzen saw one thing in his mask. Danzu, Hiruzen thought. Anyways, shall we continue, Gigi? Naruto, you just became a bigger pain in Maya's dash. Language. Since when did you care about that? Earlier today. MHM. But anyways though, what? Well, we'll need a blood sample, but I can strongly that I know who your grandfather was. Really? Naruto said as calmly as he could. After all, he'd know a name of a family member. It was none other than Tobirama Senju. Naruto was in shock. His eyes were gaping at Hiruzen, mouth going like a fish. RRR. Really? Naruto was in awe. He wasn't useless anymore. He was Tobirama Senju's freaking grandson Databeo. So, here comes my question. Do you want to keep your Uzumaki name, or do you want to change into Senju? If I keep Uzumaki, I'll remain who I am, but if I change it to Senju, not only will all those damned villagers start kissing my A-dash. A loud, all too familiar sneeze to Naruto was heard by both of them. But more people will start being aware of me. But I'll change it to Senju. I'm already good enough to protect myself, That wasn't cockiness or bragging, it was confidence in Naruto. He hadn't really showed that, which was weird now. Alright, starting tomorrow, you are Naruto Senju. But before that though, you need to sign these papers. Ugh, papers. Do I gotta look forward to this when I take that hat? I'm afraid so, my boy. Naruto's apartment. Midnight. Naruto was sound asleep when his eyes suddenly shot open. He wasn't in his house, though. He was in a sewer? Huh? Where am I? Follow my voice. A booming voice was heard, which Naruto did the logical and followed it, leading to a large area with a huge cage in it. As Naruto got closer to it, 9 orange tails began swinging wildly and 2 red, slitted eyes opened. Naruto fell flat on his ass from fear. KKKQB, didn't the Yondiame K kill you? I am a sentient being made of purely chakra, and chakra cannot be killed, only sealed, inside of newborn babies or object designed to hold in bijou. I wonder how that dumb Okapis Gyuki felt in his little casket. He grinned to himself. Does that mean that dash? Yes, brat. Your father sealed me inside of you. Didn't the Yondaime seal? Why no way? You are Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Senju, son of the Yondaime Hokage and the Red Death of Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki, and the grandson of Nidaime Hokage Tokurama Senju. I don't know what to say. There is nothing you should say, but it was nice meeting you, brat, the fox said, about to kick the brat and go back to sleep. Wait, what's your name? I mean, every being has a name, doesn't it? Huh. The QB was surprised that a human had asked for his name, but kept his usual face nonetheless. Humph. My name's Kurama, brat, but don't think we're free dash. Wanna be friends? What? I mean, since we're stuck together against the big world, then might as well work together, you know. Humph. I'll think about it. Kurama finished before kicking Naruto out, who didn't notice the smile gracing his lips. He might be the one, too, San. A few hours later, Naruto stretched as he slowly got off his bed, then completing his morning rituals and made a sandwich. But when he remembered, oh crap, it's the first day of the academy. Naruto put the sandwich in his mouth and jumped off of his window, landing on the streets gracefully. He ran as fast as he could, which was low Jinin speed, which was pretty fast for him, and in a few minutes made it to the Yamanaka flower shop. Seeing Ino wave at her parents, he smiled and waited for her to properly say goodbye to her parents. Ready? The young boy asked the Yamanaka. Ready as I'll ever be, was the simple response. 6 years later, Konoha Shinobi Academy. The class was currently listening to one of Yumino Irika's boring lessons. At least that's what the now 12 Naruto thought. He was sat next to Ino and Shikamaru, who he had come to become close friends with. By now, Naruto had become quite the young man, relieving some stress off of Sasuke by having half of the girls after him. He and Ino were official, and they couldn't be happier than ever. The class was surprised at first, but thinking about it, they were perfect for each other. Out of all girls, only Hinata wasn't saddened at all. She had actually developed feelings for another boy, Sasuke Uchiha. He had once saved her from bullies, but one day he changed. After the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke had become a broody, emo teen, but Hinata hadn't stopped. She kept believing that Sasuke would change again for the better, but he was still yet to change. Naruto now had long blonde hair with 2 bangs, each hanging on each side of his face, resembling a very certain Yondaime Hokage. He wore black umbu pants, with black umbu sandals, a black long-sleeve shirt, and a red and black jacket that went to his calves, resembling the 4th Hokage jacket. As for strength, Naruto had even humiliated Mizuki a couple of times when they had to spar, but when he had go spar against Irika, he'd always hold back. Kakashi had helped him reach mid-Chunin level if he really tried, but Naruto would conceal his true strength. Right now, our favorite hero was clutching his head and groaning at how boring the lesson was. Shikamaru was sleeping, and Ino was trying to calm her boyfriend down. Ag, I can't take this anymore. I mean, teach us something useful. Naruto basically shouted from his seat. The whole class then erupted into noise, some agreeing with Naruto, some, especially Sakura, disagreeing with him. Irika had enough, so he used his classic big head no jutsu, and the class calmed down instantly. What would you find useful, Naruto? Irika asked, thinking he got the young boy in a tough spot. Naruto intertwined his hands and put them behind his head before speaking. You know? Bloodlines, strongest clans, stealth for once, information gathering dash. Alright, that's enough now, Irika said, hoping the students wouldn't overwhelm him. He is sorta right, you know. The one person Naruto never expected to agree with just agreed with him. Uchiha Sasuke, last loyal Uchiha of Konoha, and the civilian council's favorite shinobi in Konoha. WLA. It's academy curriculum to teach this, and we can't change it. Irika stuttered because if the two most popular boys in the class agreed with something, so did the fangirls, who didn't even know what the two were agreeing on, but if their Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun said something, then it must be true. Seeing Naruto's fangirls' reactions and hearing things like, "That's right, Naruto-kun," and "You're so smart, Naruto-kun," Ino was about to snap. Her eyebrow was twitching and her fist was clenched tightly, until a warm hand got placed over hers, and she suddenly calmed down. "Don't listen to them, Ino-chan. I'm already taken," Naruto said as he smiled at her, but couldn't possibly smile longer as Ino jumped in and kissed him. It wasn't something new for the two, but it felt embarrassing in public, so Naruto blushed a dark shade of red, which was seen by everyone in the class. Shikamaru fake-gagged at his friend's antics and yawned. "Geez, guys, get a room." Seeing the darker shade of red on Naruto's face and Ino's blush from his words, he chuckled before turning his attention to Irika. "Yeah, right." As if. He placed his head down again and continued sleeping. "All right, everyone calm down now." No one calmed down. "Guys, calm down." Still no one. Irika finally snapped. He used his big head no jutsu again and shouted as loud as he could. "Will you all just shut up?" Irika shouted as loud as he could. The class immediately calmed down and paid their attention to Irika's boring lesson. A few inches later. "All right, class. As you all know, the Chunin exams are coming up." These 12 words were Naruto's wake-up call as his head shot up at dangerously high speeds, and he stared intently into Irika's soul, which made him sorta uncomfortable. "Anyways, as I was saying, the Chunin exams are coming where you all will participate in. There'll be a written test, accuracy test for your Shuriken Jutsu, a spar against me or Mizuki, and then the Jutsu test, the Henge, the Kawarimi, and a Bunshin Jutsu." No one picked up on his last words except Naruto, who got a brilliant idea. "Thank you, Kakashi Nizan and Anko-nichan." He got his typical foxy grin and laid back on his chair with his intertwined hands behind his head, surprising Irika. He has always failed the Bunshin no Jutsu. Just what are you thinking, Naruto?" After finishing his thought, though, Naruto gave him a wink that said, "You don't know what's coming. If you pass all of these, you will be promoted to Chunin and come back to the academy the next day to be assigned your teams." Irika finished. Seeing no hands up, he was about to continue with the lesson, but realized what the time was. "Welp, that's all for today, everyone. The exams will be in 2 weeks exactly. You better be here then." Everyone nodded and left, everyone with their own way. Sasuke casually walked out, being followed by half of the girls. Shino casually left alone. Shikamaru lazily walked put. Choji was eating his chips. Sakura was busy chasing Sasuke with hearts in her eyes. Kiba was heading off with Akamaru. Hinata shyly left. That left Naruto, Ino, and his fangirls. He grabbed Ino's arm, and as the fangirls, in order to not raise suspicion with Irika and Mizuki, who just entered the class to discuss with Irika, disappeared just in time with a leaf shunshin. The fangirls were surprised at how both Naruto-kun and Ino Pig disappeared without a trace. The two Chunin of the class didn't notice as the crowd of girls didn't allow the leaves or the couple disappearing to be seen. Yamanaka Flower Shop. Right after Naruto and Ino disappeared. "Bye, Whiskers," Ino said as they hugged, and she ran towards her shop. "Bye, Ino-chan," Naruto said as he shunshined towards Training Ground 7. Training Ground 7. 5 hours later. Naruto was laying on his back to the ground as Anko and Kakashi stood over him. "What's wrong, Gaki? Can't take any more." Naruto noticed the two coming closer and closer as he smiled. "Now," Naruto shouted as suddenly 2 clones slapped chakra suppression seals on the unsuspecting Kakashi and Anko, while also tackling them and tying them to a wooden post. "What's wrong, Anko-nichan? Can't take any more." Naruto copied Anko as he stuck his tongue out playfully. "Fair play, kid. Now get us out." "Why?" Naruto asked. "What do you mean? What?" Anko started getting angry. "Mama Anko-chan. He beat us fair and square. We were cocky, and he got us. Simple. Her boyfriend tried to calm her down, making a point. Fine, but still let us out. Oh, fine, Naruto said as he made two shadow clones to untie the Tokubetsu Jonin and Jonin. They got up, and Anko bonked Naruto hard. Damn brat. Ow. What was that for? For being a brat. Anko responded rather calmly, considering she was about to blow up half of Konoha a minute earlier. Alright, you two calm down. How about we go get Rain Dash? Not paying. Both Anko and Naruto said in unison and bumped fists, seeing Kakashi's eyebrow twitch. Ichiraku ramen, 10 minutes later. Itada Kamasu, all three said in unison as they slurped on the noodles. Somehow Kakashi was done before even Naruto and had taken his mask off and on in a speed even a Sharingan couldn't trace. How does he eat that fast? Tucci and Ayam asked, to which Naruto and Anko simply shrugged. They kept eating in silence until Naruto spoke up. Hey Nizan. Yes. Kakashi turned his head to look at his little brother figure. Who do you think will be my Jinin sensei? Kakashi was slightly taken aback, but then remembered. In 2 weeks were the Jinin exams. What makes you so sure you'll pass? Oh please. Hitting a few targets with shuriken? Some easy questions? Beating Mizuki, Kawarimi, and Henge. Huffed. It'll be more like the Jinin initiation test set by my Jonin sensei will be the real test. Kakashi took Naruto's words carefully. He had a very good excuse for being confident, and it was backed up, so it wasn't really being overconfident. Just confident in your abilities. Well, who do you got in mind? Well, there's always you, Gigi's son, Asuma, is it? I've heard he's good, but by what Shika's told me he'll most likely teach him. If Gigi makes another Inoshikacho, then they'll definitely be led by Asuma. Oh no. Does Gai Sensei still have a team? He does. What? Thank Inari-sama. Already seen enough of him and his youthful power. Don't be too loud or the bastard will be summoned. Anko told Naruto, who chuckled. Also, who's Inari-sama? Kakashi asked, ignoring the rest. Well, Inari-sama's the god of foxes, rice, tea, and some other stuff. Expected it you to ask like every heretic. Kakashi grew a tick mark, his eyebrow twitched, and he was radiating ki, which made Tucci and Ayam sweat. Did you just call me a heretic? Well, yes. I'm a believer of Inari-sama, so it makes sense for me to consider you a heretic, or a heathen, or dash. Alright, that's enough. Anko calmed the situation this time. Infidels. Naruto finished. Kakashi had enough. He grabbed Naruto's right arm and yeeted him into oblivion. But unfortunately for him, Naruto used the Kawarimi and swapped spots with a log and jumped on top of Kakashi's back. Yon, that tired me. Can you carry me home, Kakashi Nizan? Naruto pretended. Both of the adults knew he was doing so, but he was just too cute for him to say no. You'll be the death of me. 2 weeks later, Naruto's house. Naruto rushed out of bed as he noticed the time. It was 2 hours before the Jinin exam, and he didn't want to be late for that. He did his morning rituals and made 2 clones to make him breakfast. Just a sandwich with 2 eggs on the side. As Naruto got out of the bathroom, breakfast was ready and his clones dispelled. Not bothering to run, he just did a shunshin towards Ino's flower shop, and the 2 casually walked to the academy. So, you exited? Naruto asked Ino, who was walking cheerfully beside him. Of course. If we pass dash. When we pass. Naruto corrected his girlfriend before letting her continue. When we pass, we'll become actual shinobi. Aren't you excited? They'll be boring. Except for kicking Mizuki's ass. I know you can beat him, but how do you know you'll not fight Irika-sensei? Naruto chuckled. What did you do? Ino more like ordered Naruto to tell her. Oh, I didn't do anything, nor will I. But Mizuki hates me and also loves to embarrass me because of, you know. Ino nodded in understanding as they kept going towards the Konoha Shinobi Academy. As they reached the academy, they noticed that it was pretty early. The only people in the classroom were Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and some other students, but they didn't matter as much as the 3 clan heirs in the class. Naruto took a seat next to Sasuke, with Ino next to him. A few minutes passed, with Naruto and Sasuke talking about things like possible senseis, possible teams, etc. So, who do you think will be your sensei? HN. As long as they can make me stronger, I don't care. MHM. You'll probably get Kakashi Nizan. If so, then I'm afraid you should have gotten a pillow. Why? You'll see. HN. I swear to Kami Dope. HN. It's Inari-sama, you heathen. HN. Since when do you speak Uchiha? HN. Since that time I removed that stick from your ass. HN. Touché. Alright, will someone tell me what you're saying? Ino exclaimed, rather loudly, making Naruto and Sasuke's ears ring. Geez, alright. We're talking on possible sensei for our teams. I know that. But what was all that HN business? HN. Don't you dare tell her Dope. I can't. The native speaker to my left doesn't allow me. Fine. Ino pouted and crossed her arms before Naruto grabbed her waist and pulled her closer, making her hug him. As the minutes passed, Sakura burst through the door, looking for her Sasuke-kun. Noticing Naruto and Ino sitting next to him, she ran to them and shouted. Ino pig. Naruto. Move. Now. HN. I swear to God Dope. Sakura, shut up before I gut you with a pencil. Naruto spoke with a rather cold voice, getting the Uchiha's interest. He had only seen Naruto's goofy side and him a bit serious when against Mizuki, but that was it. This extremely cold tone made the whole class temperature drop a few degrees. Hearing his threat, Sakura froze. They were never close, but this was a new low. Do I need to repeat myself? Naruto said, breaking the sudden silence. And no. Oh, you know what? I'll sit with Hinata. As she left, Sasuke could only say two letters with more meaning than everyone except him and Naruto could ever think. HN. Thank Kami-sama. HN. He's not here, so I'll take credit. HN. Touché. HN. Two touchés from the almighty Uchiha himself? I am honored. Both of you. Stop. Now. Ino ordered, having enough of the two saying just HN to her at least. Why yes, ma'am. The two boys said in unison. As they stopped, Iruka walked into the class, and everyone stopped chatting, much to the Chunin's surprise who didn't know what had happened. Flashback. As the class was being as loud as usual, Naruto walked in front of it, blackboard behind him. Alright, you guys. If you don't shut up when Iruka comes here, I'll clobber all of you. Uft. What will you do? Kiba shouted from his seat, making Naruto release some ki, which made him choke on his spit and start sweating. Even the others, including Hinata and Sasuke, two of the top 3 students, who shared the podium with Naruto, started sweating and breathing heavily. Hi. All of the class said in unison. Back to now. Alright, well, today's the last day of the academy for some of you. The unlucky ones, I'm afraid, will come again next year. To think some of you will fail this exam. Naruto facepalmed. What do you now of exams, Naruto? Sakura shouted, forgetting he fears. Before Konoha was found, kids our age and even younger were sent into war and would most probably die. By the time shinobi during Hashirama Senju's time would be today Kage level by about Iruka Sensei's level. How do you guys think the Valley of the End was created? 2 shinobi fighting for hours and hours without stopping. By the time Tobirama Senju was in his 20s, created the infamous Hiraishin used by the Yondaime Hokage. Now take a current Jonin of Konoha. Let's take Kakashi Hatake, since he's known as the strongest Jonin. He has relatively low chakra reserves and is at best an S-rank shinobi, and he's 13 years older than me, which makes him 26 today. That was around the age Hashirama Senju became Hokage. You get my point. Everyone was stunned. How was the one who never concentrated on Iruka's lessons showing more knowledge than the man himself? Anyways, yeah, we know. Written test, weapons test, taijutsu, then the 3 stupidly easy jutsu. Let's just get on with it so we can wait approximately 3 hours for Kakashi to come here and pick Sasuke, probably me and someone else, preferably Ino up. Why yeah? Let's continue. As Iruka and Mizuki handed out the papers, Naruto read the questions on his and knew it wasn't a real test. Kai. Naruto whispered, breaking Mizuki's genjutsu on the paper before continuing the test intended for the class. After finishing, Naruto wrote on the back of the paper, "Nice try, dickhead sensei," and handed it to Mizuki, who seethed his teeth after reading it. All right, class, let's head out for the weapons test, Irika told the class. They headed out, and everyone took their turn. Rookie 9, so the only interesting ones. Akimichi Chuji, 4 out of 10. Aburame Shino, 7 out of 10. Haruno Sakura, 1 out of 10. Hyuga Hinata, 8 out of 10. Inazuka Kiba, 5 out of 10. Nara Shikamaru, 6 out of 10, too lazy to jump up and get the others. Uchiha Sasuke, 9 out of 10. Yamanaka Ino, 6 out of 10. Uzumaki Naruto, 10 out of 10. When Naruto's turn came, he noticed the blunt kunai and shuriken Mizuki gave him, but he didn't care. He just channeled some wind chakra into them, and not only did he hit every target bullseye, but the wind chakra made them go through the targets and stick to the walls or go through a few trees before stopping. To say shocked was an understatement. Naruto's fangirls were either drooling over him or fighting with Sasuke's fangirls because they said Naruto cheated. Hinata nodded to her friend, although not too close friend in acknowledgement. Kiba's mouth was opened, Shino nodded, Ino smirked. Sakura was fighting Naruto's fangirls with passion. Shika gave him a thumbs up, same as Choji. That left only one person left. Uchiha Sasuke, who didn't have the reaction people prepared for. Instead, he bumped fists with his blonde friend and grinned at him. HN, does that mean good job in Uchiha? HN, Tucha. The rest went on with Naruto, not really caring. But then came the Taijutsu exam. Naruto's friend group along with Sakura managed to pass, with Sasuke dealing the most damage to Irika. Then came Naruto's turn. Irika let me spar with him. You got quite a beating from that Uchiha. No, I'm sure I can dash. Hearing Naruto crack his knuckles reminiscent of a certain Senju heiress made him shiver before stepping back. SS Sure Mizuki. He went towards one of his assistants who was about to witness one of the harshest beatings in Konoha Academy history. Excluding Tsunade Senju, she was always too brutal. Poor Jiraiya the Toad Sage was always behind her tantrums. Prepare the medics, Irika whispered. For Mizuki or dash? Of course for Mizuki, idiot. That kid's already Chunin level and can handle any of us here with ease. And he's probably holding back, Irika whisper shouted. The scar-faced Chunin walked over to the two and raised his arm. Ready? Seeing both of them nod, he started dropping his arm. Hajime, Irika said as he jumped back to avoid injury. Mizuki did what Mizuki would always do and go in for a punch, instantly die to his cockiness, which was easily dodged by Naruto, who ducked, grabbed his arm, twisted it behind his back, and leaned closer to him. In this situation, you have one of two choices when facing an enemy. Either get captured or break your own arm and escape. Which will it be? Naruto said, twisting his arm further, cracking it, and releasing a scream from Mizuki. Are you all tuckered out? You better not be, 'cause I'm just getting started. Hearing him, everyone paled. What was he gonna do worse than that? Naruto let go of Mizuki's cracked arm and kicked at his back, rather harshly, sending him skidding face first across the dirt, literally eating dirt. The white-haired man got up and charged in straight-up anger at Naruto, sending a kick his way, which was easily dodged. Using the kick's sloppiness, Naruto got under Mizuki's defense and punched him with strength to rival most Jonin dead on the nose, breaking Mizuki's nose and sending him backwards. Shinobi Rulebook, unspecified rule. A shinobi must never show weakness. And you did by attacking blindly due to your anger. In a real mission, you'd be dead by now, and I could have killed you if my punch was directed around the aorta, largest artery, which starts by going around back of the heart and then splitting off throughout the body. Are you lecturing me, DM Dash? Before finishing, his already dirt-filled mouth met Naruto's boot as it hit him dead on the jaw, cracking it. Hey now, no need for that. I need my reputation around these guys. Mizuki got up, ignoring all the pain, and shot straight to Naruto and swung at him with his only available arm, which Naruto easily blocked with his palm and used that hold on Mizuki's fist to break his wrist. Mizuki finally gave in to the pain as tears started to show. Shinobi Rulebook, rule number 25. A shinobi must never show tears. You'd be dead about 6 times by now if we were actual enemies. You're more like a toe, and a broken one at that. Everyone winced at the diss. Gonna need ice for that. Kiba chuckled. Really, Kiba? Out of all of Mizuki's injuries, that's what needs ice. Sakura sarcastically responded. Well, it was the most brutal hit yet. Everyone laughed at that. Even Irika chuckled. They're laughing at me. Even Irika, how dare you? Mizuki screamed at the top of his lungs as he charged at an unsuspecting Irika. Inly he put down by Naruto, who did a shunshin above him and tackled him to the ground, holding his arm. Kinda like how Kakashi held Boruto during the whatever exams I can't really remember. Mama Mizuki-san, I'm your opponent, Naruto said as he broke Mizuki's other arm, letting out a scream of agony from the Chunin. Give up, Naruto whispered to his ear. And no, I can't give up. Beaten by the demon of all people. What started as a whisper ended up as a shout, leading to Naruto punching at Mizuki's lower back as hard as he could, probably cracking a few vertebrae hell if not breaking some, sending Mizuki into unconsciousness and probably permanent paralysis. Enough out of you. Medics, Kon pick this pile of goo up, Naruto said before wiping his sleeves from inexistent dust. Mizuki wanted to fight him so badly, and yet didn't land a single hit, and even ended up probably paralyzed, so he's out of the story. No Mizuki filler this time, sorry. Everyone was looking in shock at the beating, but nonetheless clapped for the soon-to-be genin. Ahem. Everyone stopped. That's the taijutsu exercise, everyone. Time to move on to the final exercise. Everyone who passed, follow me. The rest of you, it would be appreciated if you all left. We'll see you again. Everyone who passed followed him towards the academy class where they sat at their old positions, and Irika started going through everyone's names. When Ino's turn came, Naruto wished her luck and told her to wait outside, same as Sasuke left. Uzumaki Naruto, it's your turn. All right. Naruto followed Irika towards the classroom where the ninjutsu test was to happen. All right, first the Kawarimi no dash. Jutsu. Irika started in his seat, but was standing up by the time he finished his sentence. Done, Naruto said from Irika's spot, impressing his assistants and him too. I mean with a log, but that counts, I guess. Now the hinge no jutsu. You can turn into any of us here. Naruto didn't take Irika's advice though, as in a puff of smoke, Naidame Hokage, Senju Tobirama appeared before them. What are you looking at, Pipsqueak? Naruto said, getting even Tobirama's angry voice perfectly. And in Naidame-sama. Irika shook his head, as in another puff of smoke Naruto appeared. I've never seen a better hinge in my life, let alone one of Naidame-sama himself. It was absolutely perfect, as far as I remember him at least. And by what Irika saw, you weren't just an illusion, but you actually transformed into a tangible copy. Amazing, an elder assistant said. Now a Bunshin Jutsu dash. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Now Naruto, a B-rank jutsu as a student is not posse dash. Irika couldn't finish as 30 shadow clones of Naruto appeared in the room. Darling, you have no idea what's possible. And plus, how do you think I'm so strong? I can make hundreds of these guys, and since I get their memories when they dispel, I can learn with rather ease. Well, Naruto, not only did you pass the exam, but you aced every test. Something no one apart from Uchiha Itachi and the Yondaime Hokage achieved. Yup, got it, Naruto boringly said as he dispelled his clones, picked up a headband, and strapped it to his forehead. Before leaving, Naruto threw a cup of instant ramen to Irika and a hydro flask filled with boiling water. Enjoy your lunch, Irika-sensei, Naruto said, leaving. As Naruto made it downstairs, headband on, he met up with all of his friends and Sakura, and they went on to eat barbecue shop owned by Chuji's family. After paying for their food, each went their separate ways. And remember guys, come tomorrow to the academy to get assigned your teams, Naruto shouted before they went out of hearing range. As Naruto woke up, he casually rolled out of bed, falling on the floor face first. As he stood up, he checked his weights on his arms and feet, which racked to a total of 150 kilograms. As he completed his morning rituals, Naruto casually ate a sandwich and checked the time. Noticing he was early, he slowly stood up, and instead of doing a shunshin to Ino's flower shop, Naruto walked at a rather slow pace, making it just in time for Ino to berate him for being late. Why were you late, Narabaka? Ino said as she bonked Naruto as hard as she could. Ow, sorry Ino-chan, but I got lost on the road of life. Feeling a shiver go down his spine, Naruto thought something. I just made someone really happy. With Kakashi. A loud sneeze was heard as our favorite scarecrow was at the Konoha Memorial. Uncharacteristically of him, he jumped up in joy and punched towards the air. I got one. Suck on that guy. Back to Naruto. The blonde couple entered the academy class, noticing every seat apart from the two next to Sasuke's seat were occupied, and Irika was going through some list. Team 2 will be, oh hello guys. Why are you late? Irika tried to remain calm, but everyone noticed his eyebrow twitching after being interrupted again. Sorry we're late, sensei. We got lost on the road of life. Naruto finished for Ino as he felt another shiver down his spine. Hope you're happy, Nisan. Naruto growled to himself. Irika took Naruto's excuse with a bit of surprise, but after all the whole village knew of his and Kakashi's older-younger brother relationship. All right, we'll take your seats and listen in. Oi Sasuke team, you got your pillow today? HN, yes dope. HN, well good, he'll be at least 3 hours late. Guys, what are you talking about? What pillow? Oh, I made Sasuke get a pillow today cause I know a certain someone likes to be at least 3 hours late. Irika read silently through the teams before he came across one. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Yamanaka Ino, Jounin Sensei Kaka Dash. How do you know Naruto? Naruto only snickered. Flashback. Hokage residence, 1 day ago. Alright, and now that Kakashi is here, you three's teams will be these. Team 7 will be Kakashi's team and an assault team. It'll include Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. Hokage-sama, I request permission to talk freely. Sure thing, Kakashi. Well, I think that instead of the Haruno girl, you should place Yamanaka Ino OB my team. The Haruno can be placed into Kurenai's team due to the fact that she has shown fantastic chakra control and could benefit from Kurenai's teachings in Genjutsu. As for the whole Ino Shikacho thing, I don't think it's necessary this generation. There have already been 15 generations before, and well, I doubt it's necessary. There's also the fact that with Ino in the team, Team 7 will work just perfectly. I'm saying that because Ino's not into all that fangirl business since she's been with Naruto for about 7 years now, and both have trained together under and against me every once in a while, and they have shown fantastic teamwork, and they also seem close with the Uchiha kid. I understand your reasons, Kakashi, but what about the other teams? If we do what you said, then Asuma's team remains with 2 members, and Kurenai gets an extra member. Hiruzen explained. Well, I'm not done, Hokage-sama. Since the Hyuga clan is very proficient in taijutsu, I was thinking that the Hyuga heiress should be placed into Asuma's team, since Kurenai's more into the tracking business. If that happens, then we will have 3 perfectly all-round teams. My team will have 2 strike experts, while one of them is also a sensor type, and the other is a mostly support type, but with good prowess in what the 2 boys specialize in due to her time with Naruto. Asuma's team will have a powerhouse, that being the Akimichi heir, a sensor type, the Hyuga girl, and a support type, that being the Nara heir. Kurenai's team will have 2 tracking types, one of them also being a strike type, and a Genjutsu plus decent strike type, meaning all teams will be able to combat any situation if they're stuck alone somehow. Hiruzen pondered over Kakashi's thorough explanation, giving only a few nods of understanding and a sign of saying go on. He thought for a few more seconds before deciding. Very well then. Kakashi's team will include the 3 he mentioned, Kurenai's team the Inuzuka and Aburame boys, and the Haruno girl, while Asuma's team will include the Nara, the Hyuga, and the Olimikai. Everyone only nodded, being impressed and agreeing with Kakashi. Meanwhile, a tiny spider in the corner of the room disappeared in a puff of smoke. Back to now. Shadow clones really are handy, yeah? Naruto said as he finished the explanation before walking to the middle chair and sitting down, giving Sasuke a nod and a fist bump. A few minutes later, Naruto was napping on his desk, as was Sasuke. Ino, who didn't have a pillow, tried snuggling next to Naruto, but was met with a light shove from the sleeping boy. We already know Team 7, so moving on. Team 8 will comprise Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Haruno Sakura. Come on. Really? I get the stupid mutt and the weird kid. Naruto and Sasuke woke up to Sakura's banshee ways. Oi, Sakura, don't say things like that about Akamaru. I was talking about Kiba. The class was filled with sounds of uhu and burn, while Naruto only gave Sakura a bored glare. After that, Sasuke went back to sleep and Naruto started working on something. Later, Watcha working on their Naruto. Irika asked as Naruto hadn't gone to sleep again. Oh, just some ceiling stuff, Irika-sensei. Way out of your league. Naruto snickered as Irika's eyebrow twitched again. Okay, but for what? You'll see. Naruto grinned, which was never a good sign. He took his freshly made seal and slapped it above the doorway. Irika was surprised. What did you do? You gotta wait about 2 hours 41 minutes and 20 seconds. Irika was surprised to say the least. Naruto was constantly counting until the second Kakashi arrived. 2 hours 41 minutes after Naruto placed the seal. 20 seconds. Look alive, guys. Naruto shook both his new teammates awake as he was still counting. Finally, HN, what she said. Is it time already, kid? He's 7 seconds away. Just as long as I stay. Are you waiting? Shut up, Kurama. Don't need your songs now. Fine. The QB no Kitsune huffed as he went back to sleep. Shortly after, a white-haired man opened the door, which triggered a set of tripwires which then dumped a tiny but of blood into Naruto's storage blood seal on top of the doorway. The seal lit up, and a second later a bucket of water was dumped over Kakashi's head, the bucket itself also falling over the scarecrow's head. Kakashi took the bucket out of his head to see Naruto snickering, Ino giggling, Irika trying his best to hold his laugh, and Sasuke smiling. Something's up. The kid hasn't smiled since the massacre. My first impression of you. I hate you all, including you, Irika. Meet me at the rooftop in 5 minutes sharp. Before Ino could grab Naruto, he disappeared, leaving her and Sasuke to run up the stairs. Rooftop. So, when do you think I should tell him, Kakashi? Naruto asked his newest sensei. Depends on which one. The furball, maybe in a year's time if a life or death situation doesn't happen between that span. About those two, on the other hand, don't. Kakashi simply answered. What, why? Sasuke's basically my best friend dash. I said don't. As for the third one, maybe in 2 years, or when you 3 promote to Chunin, or if we have a mission in Wave anytime soon, whichever comes first. All right. As Naruto finished, Ino and Sasuke burst through the door, panting from rushing up the stairs. Why did you not take us? Ino walked up to Naruto's face and ordered him to talk in between pants. Well, dash. He wanted one of my books. Kakashi answered for Naruto. Ino not getting what Kakashi said, but Sasuke, on the other hand, facepalmed behind Ino. Anyways, all 3 of you go take your seats and introduce yourself. Name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dream. How about you start, sensei? The QB Jinchuriki asked. While Kakashi could sense the gallons of sarcasm in Naruto's sentence, he nodded and continued. Kakashi Hatake, you're too young to know what I like, and I dislike a few things. My hobbies are none of your business, and well, I don't really have a dream, to be honest. If getting Jiraiya's autograph isn't his dream, then I have no idea what is. Hehehe. Speaking of dreams, here, Naruto tossed a weird green book to Kakashi. And in no way. How did you get it? This isn't even out yet. I have my ways. Enjoy it, while it lasts. Kakashi got a shiver remembering just who Naruto was talking about, the same person that literally lived with him. Anyways, how about you start, Miss Flowers or my life? Kakashi said, pointing at Ino, who would have killed him if it wasn't for Naruto leaking some of his warm chakra to her, soothing her. I'm Ino Yamanaka. I'm 13 years old and I like whiskers, gardening, and training. I hate fangirls and slackers. My dream's to help Naruto in his journey. Alright, you next, Emo. Sasuke's eyebrow twitched at the nickname, but nonetheless continued. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I hate a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan and kill a certain someone. Restore your whole clan? You horny child. Naruto remarked, snickering at Sasuke's tick mark, but was interrupted when Ino bonked him. All right, calm down everyone. You next, Whiskers. Kakashi jabbed at Naruto by using Ino's nickname for him. All it did was partially frustrate the Jinchuriki, who had learned to hide his emotions. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm 13. I like Ino-chan, ramen, and training my ass, but off. I dislike fangirls, the 3-minute waiting time for the ramen to be made, and people who can't differentiate between a glass and the water in it. My dreams. Well, I used to want to become Hokage to be acknowledged, but there are other ways of achieving it. I guess you could say my dream is to be acknowledged in Konoha. Sasuke and Ino were surprised by Naruto's last dislike and were shocked by his final statement. What do you may a dash? But Ino was cut off by Kakashi. Meet me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Oh, and I wouldn't eat anything if I were you. You'll just puke it out anyway dash. You can come at 10, you can eat, and we'll do the bell test, the secret to which I won't reveal today, and let these two to find out. Is that it, Kakashi? 'Cause I gotta go somewhere to meet someone. Kakashi shook his head and rubbed his temples. Why did they even give me Naruto? He knows everything about me. What do you mean come at 10 and eat? That's disobeying our sensei. We can't break the rules. Also, what's a bell test? Ino asked his boyfriend all at once. Geez, slow down, Ino-chan. Firstly, he'll come 2 hours late like always. As for eating, those who disobey orders are punished, but when the order doesn't make sense and is just plain wrong, you can do what's actually right. Even though the Hokage is basically a military dictator, the shinobi has the right to do what's actually right for the village. The don't eat thing is just one of the Scarecrow's tests. As for the bell test, Kakashi will explain tomorrow. Now see what Naruto said as both he and Kakashi disappeared by using the Shunshin body flicker. Pervert. Get him. Were the noises heard from the hot springs as a white-haired man was currently being beaten until he was a liquid by the women in the bathhouse. Meanwhile, Naruto waited for them to finish and grabbed the tall man by his collar, dragging him outside. What was that for, Gaki? You never learned, do you? Did they even teach stealth in the academy back in the day? Not like they teach it today, or anything. I was gathering material. Sure, using your perverseness for people like Kakashi and Ebisu to enjoy themselves. I gave him the copy, by the way. Good. That's my finest work. The man snickered. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Memorial, Nania Thai was what was heard throughout all of Konoha, the sound coming from our favorite Cyclops. How dare he? Back to Naruto. Looks like he started reading it, Ero Senin. Oh, it's good to see you, Gaki. You too. Aw dash, Jiraiya awed since it was the first time Naruto said something like the is what I'd say if I was actually happy to see you, OW. A bump was already forming in his head as Jiraiya had punched him, and with good strength. Brat, I'm your damn godfather. Don't you disrespect me like that. Anyways, why'd you come all the way here anyways? Don't you have to train for the test? Naruto gave him the look before Jiraiya chuckled. Oh please, I just gotta make Sasuke and Ino find out that we just need to work together to pass. We all are pretty damn good individually. We just need to get through Kakashi's thick head that we're the best team he'll ever have. Jiraiya looked at Naruto suspiciously, almost as if he knew Naruto was about to say something. Databeo. Jiraiya face-faulted. Hard. He got back up shaking his head. One weird kid. Oi Arobaka. I'm not weird. It's not my fault. You know who had a verbal tick. Fine. Blame your genes. That'll get you out of the situation. So, where are you going now? I don't know. I might go meet Sarutobi Gigi today, maybe. Or maybe I'll do something else today. Maybe one final prank before I get promoted to Genin. He snickered, already getting something in his mind. Brat. Listen here. He started whispering to Jiraiya, who snickered. Konoha Torture and Investigation Department. Let me go? It wasn't my fault. It was the filthy demon's fault. Were Mizuki's pleads as he was tied to a seat in a dark room. Chakra suppression seal, slapped where the sun don't shine. Knock, knock, knock. Mizuki's natural response would be come in, but this situation wasn't natural at all. Without him saying anything, the door opened, only to reveal the silhouette of back-length black-haired, a sound of licking lips was heard. You, the figure said, its voice seemingly way too familiar. Who are you? Mizuki shouted. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Now I don't think it's your place to order anyone around here, Mizuki. He shivered. Oh, low dash. SHHHHHH. It'll all be over soon, cuckoo. Let me introduce you to a close friend of mine. He shivered again. If the person was friends with Orochimaru, then they couldn't have been any good. How? Many times. I am not your friend. The booming low voice rang out across the room, sending shivers down Mizuki's spine. Cuckoo. Your temper is as short as ever, Madara-kun. Madara? WIH how? SHHHH. Just look into his eyes. As Madara walked up to him, his red eyes and Orochimaru's slitted ones being the only things visible in the dark. Look into my eyes, traitor. Before Mizuki could say anything, he was caught in a jinjutsu and fainted before a sound of clapping was heard and Orochimaru being gone from the room. Fantastic job, kid. How did you even do that? Jiraiya asked before Madara turned back into Naruto. I utilized the darkness to cover my hands. It was just an easy jinjutsu. Megan, Narakumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Nice. Anyways, we're done here. Weigh it. He landed a solid punch into Mizuki's face. Now we're done. You are one mean kid. So I'm told. And then the two left the TNI cause it really wasn't their job to work there. Naruto went home to study his Fuinjutsu while Jiraiya went to peep again. Naruto's house, midnight. Before Naruto went to sleep, he went to the Forest of Death and made roughly 200 clones. Alright, half of you will work on removing the hand signs of water style, water wall to as small amount as possible, and the other 100 do the same, but for the water dragon jutsu. Yes, sir. And they all mock saluted the original. Disobedient clones. Naruto sighed and went to sleep. The next morning, training ground 7, 10:40 a.m. Ugh, where is he? Ino shouted at basically no one. Who knows? He could at the academy, at the hospital, his house, Jonin lounge. He could be anywhere to be honest. Even Dash. Right behind you. Kakashi appeared right behind Ino, giving her a jump scare, and her natural reaction was to slap him, leaving a red mark in the shape of Ino's hand on Kakashi's face. Ow, anyways, the bell best. You're gonna pull out 2 bells, and you're gonna say something like, only 2 of you will pass, but that's BS because all Chunin teams are 3-man teams, meaning you'll either promote all of us or send us all back to the academy, which you won't because I know the secret. And it's Dash. Alright now, you don't want to spoil the fun for your friends here, don't you? I'm still gonna tell them. It's just a matter of when. Is that so? Yes. Come here then, Kakashi said as he tried to jump Naruto, who just replaced himself with Ino, who got caught by Kakashi. Don't. It's a goofy goober. Everyone face-faulted. Naruto started air guitaring before he was hit by Ino right across his head. Oh, come on. I was just about to hit the best part. Shut up. Now let's scatter before he dash. You mean stay together? Naruto implied, getting a raised eyebrow from Sasuke, then a nod of realization, to which Naruto cracked a small smile at, before they all scattered. They've already passed, since Naruto knows the purpose of the test, and so does Sasuke by what I saw. Talented brats. Forest of Training Ground 7. With Naruto, Ino, and Sasuke. So, did you guys get it? Yes, dope. Yup. No need to explain. Fantastic. Now on with the plan. The 3 sat there as they discussed their course of action, to which they all agreed with. 1 hour later. Damn you, Jiraiya. Kakashi thought while reading the new book. He didn't mind reading it or anything. In fact, he loved reading about his times with Anko, but it just felt weird to have it be published in a while. As Kakashi finished his train of thought, a bunch of shuriken were seen flying for him, but they totally missed. Kakashi smiled. He knew that was ninja wire, but he was going to go easy on them. But it didn't mean that he was just going to let them win. The ninja wire that Sasuke threw tied him, and he appeared as he couldn't move. What happened next, though, actually surprised him. Katon, Gakakyu no Jutsu. As he heard that, his mind raced. None of them except Sasuke knew fire style, then that meant he was cut off by himself, as he had to do a kawarimi with a nearby log before coming out of the bushes he ended up in, only to be met with a massive amount of water heading for him. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Damn, was all he could think when the water washed him away. As he ended up on an open or inside the forest, he thought to himself, what about Ino though? Don't tell me they forgot her about her. If only he had talked less. A massive log swung down towards his back, which he could barely block, but ended up still being thrown backwards. The Hatake ended up out of sight, or so he thought. Naruto and Sasuke came out of the bushes and both said, the ending to Ika Ika tactics is new. Kakashi shouted as he closed his eye and his ears, leaving him vulnerable to the two's attack. Naruto went in for an axe kick to the head, while Sasuke went for punch to his gut, and Kakashi took both. As he opened his eyes, he saw Naruto and Sasuke holding the bells. Well, you still have to decide who gets sent to the academy, since all of you are here in front of me. I'll go, Naruto said. I can always take it another time. Plus, as long as you guys become Chunin, I don't care. Kakashi smiled. You all pass. Congratulations, all of you. The point of the test was indeed teamwork, which Naruto knew of and Sasuke found. I thought they forgot Ino for a sec, but you came at me with an impressive tactic. Spoilers. And what Naruto did also shows that you all value the team over yourselves. The two boys' fist bumped before Ino pulled Naruto in a bone-crushing hug. Ino, I'll let G go, suffocating. Naruto was barely able to say as Ino broke the hug and laughed sheepishly, much to Naruto's relief. Well then, from now on, we are officially Team 7. Naruto groaned as he and his team were painting another house. He knew D ranks were boring, but come on, these are bloody chores. How could they get stronger and prepare for the next Chunin exams if they were going to do chores 24/7? And done, Kakashi said. Before his team appeared in front of him, Naruto had an angry look, Ino a bored look, and Sasuke an indifferent look, but his frustration could be seen for miles. How many more of these cancerous chores before we get an actual mission? Naruto shouted at Kakashi, who simply shrugged. No. Let's go give our report and ask Irika. Kakashi simply responded in his usual bored and lazy tone. The four Konoha shinobi started walking towards the office. So, Whiskers, what do you think will be our first C rank? Asked a curious Ino. I don't know. Probably we'll have to escort someone or wipe out a camp PF bandits. Not too difficult, if I'm dead honest. It doesn't really sound that bad. Ino replied. Why did we have to do those D ranks, and why do we have to do them? Before Naruto could respond, Kakashi butted in. Well, D ranks are created to build teamwork and communication between teams. Not every team has the courtesy of the shinobi in it to know each other properly. After completing a certain amount of missions, teams are able to go on C ranks, which can go in one of many ways. He said, but before he could continue, Naruto interrupted him. He means that C ranks can remain C ranks, or depending in the situation can become as far as A rank, but it wouldn't be a surprise for a C rank to become an S rank mission. Naruto said. This grabbed Sasuke's attention. HN, A rank to S rank missions you say? HN, yup. Interesting. Ino and Kakashi were shocked. Sasuke said something that wasn't HN. Impossible. Alright, you Sasuke imposter. Take that mask off and show us who you are. Ino commanded. Ino-chan, it's the actual Sasuke you know. I can sense chakra better than even Kakashi here. Kakashi-sensei to you, brat. Is that so? Naruto stopped before tapping the ground, creating a Morse code. Ika, you Anko. Reveal to world. Kakashi managed to pick up as he shook his head in defeat and kept walking. Anyways, Sasuke, how has your training been going? HN, I hate this man. It's going well, Kakashi. TCH, it's Kakashi-sensei to you team. Shut up, dope. Both of you stop. Kakashi and Ino said in unison as the two boys stopped arguing. They kept walking a but in silence before they made it to the building. All right, guys. We're here, Kakashi said as he knocked on the door. Come in. was what was heard from the other side of the door. Kakashi opened the door and greeted the Hokage with a bow, as did Sasuke and Ino when they walked in, but Naruto simply waved. Yo Gigi was the only thing Naruto said before he was met by one of Ino's brutal punches. Ow, what was that for? How can you address Sandaime-sama that way? It's okay, Ino-san. I let him call me that. We're like family, the third said to defuse the situation, to which Ino simply laughed sheepishly and rubbed the back of her head. Oh, well sorry I guess. She apologized for making a scene. Geez, those two are like Tsuna and Jiraiya, only actually a couple. I hope that doesn't mean dash. The old man mentally shook his head at the horrible thought he was having. But he didn't fully hide it. His eyebrows slightly twitched, which went unnoticed by everyone but Kakashi. I hope he's not thinking what I'm thinking. I'm gonna have to talk to him later, Kakashi said as he and Hiruzen shared a look that confirmed Kakashi's thoughts, and that also signified that they'd meet later. Gigi, how many more D ranks until we get a C rank? Naruto asked. Well, you have completed 28 D ranks, and you need 50 D ranks to get a C dash. Say no more. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto interrupted Irika as 88 clones appeared in the office and outside. Assign us 22 D ranks, please. All right. Irika questioned, but seeing Hiruzen nod, he handed them 22 D ranks. Couldn't you have done that ages ago? I could, but the purpose of D ranks is teamwork, and now that I'm satisfied with how close we are as a team, I decided to finish them all by myself. Meet me here in 3 hours. HN. Sure. Do you want me to wear cat ears too, boss? HN. Preferably. HN. Touché, dope. Touché. Will you guys stop? Ino shouted at the two, before Kakashi joined in. HN. Seagull's frozen popcorn battle of Ypres. All three of them burst out laughing before Ino sulked out. Then the three fist bumped. Naruto was the first to leave, looking for Ino. He searched all over town, before finally finding her at the last place he wanted to check, Minato Namikaze's head on the Hokage Mountain. Hello. Naruto simply greeted her. Hello there, Ino said without turning, as she was enjoying the silence of the moment. So, about earlier, we didn't mean to offend you or anything. We were just messing with you. Ino responded by simply holding his hand. If you weren't so cute, I'd be berating you and kicking your ass, Whiskers. Aw, thanks, Ino-chan. TCH, don't thank me. Thank your stupid genes. I wonder who your parents were. Naruto couldn't react, especially in this situation. He only needed to show empathy and the same emotions as her. Getting one good look at her facial expression in 1 second, he responded simply. Me too. He hated what he just said with a burning passion, but it couldn't be helped. A secret was a secret. She leaned her head on his shoulder as Naruto sat down next to her. Remember the time you first brought me here, and how this instantly became the place we'd spend most of our time in? Of course I do, Ino-chan. Just like it was yesterday. He responded simply, holding her hand. He frowned when he felt the sheer insecurity Ino had just from their hand-to-hand contact. He looked at her in the eyes, deep blue staring into light blue. What's wrong, Ino-chan? Naruto asked, still making eye contact. And nothing? Why would you ask that? Just tell me what's wrong. I can feel the nervousness and negativity coming from you. Ino sighed. She didn't want to worry her Whiskers, but at the same time knew she couldn't lie to him. It was almost as if he could sense negative emotions. Maybe. Hello? Outside world to Ino-chan's brain. Anybody in the base? Over. And I lost my train of thought. She simply thought before turning back to Naruto and sighing. Sigh, I don't know, Whiskers. Before it was my dream to become a shinobi, to protect Konoha, the next generation, and you. But now it's as if all that confidence left me, and I just don't know anymore. I feel like I'm not strong, Ina dash. She was pulled into a hug by Naruto, and almost like a burst of chakra, she felt better. Little did she know that Naruto had infused some of his chakra with someone else's and channeled some of it into Ino. It's okay, Ino-chan. It's okay. I felt that way too, and I understand you. But you need to believe in yourself, otherwise not only will you be a burden, you can easily get yourself killed out there. The shinobi world isn't all fun and games. and the only way to make it is by enduring, keeping your head up, and only looking forward. Ino nodded as she didn't break Naruto's hug. After all, she was enjoying it, his warmth just calming her down. All right, I'll do my best, Whiskers. I'll make sure you achieve your true goals, no matter what they are. Naruto. Aw. Ed before they stayed there until Naruto's clones started dispelling. 3 hours later. 21 and 22. Irika said while counting the scrolls. You're ready for a C rank, I guess. Irika said before giving Kakashi a scroll, but it was caught by Naruto, whose eyes widened as he read the contents. What's wrong, Naruto? Irika asked for everyone there. It's nothing, Naruto said as he closed the scroll and chucked it to Kakashi, who realized why Naruto's eyes widened when he read the scroll. They were heading to Wave Country, the closest chunk of land to Uzushiogakure, the home of the Uzumaki clan. Soon after reading it and exchanging brief eye contact with Naruto, which didn't go unnoticed by the god of shinobi, Kakashi nodded as they accepted the mission. All right, bring him in, Irika, Hiruzen said before exchanging eye contact with Kakashi for less than a second, but it felt like they exchanged thousands of words. Hiruzen blinked in realization before the sudden stench of alcohol filled the room. Even the 4 A and BU that were supposed to be, well, A and BU, were covering their noses. A certain A and BU with a bare mask having a tiny ironwort branch in his mask that grew from seemingly nowhere to cover the dreadful stench that hit the room. Kakashi winced, due to his advanced sense of smell. So you're telling me that all these kids are going to protect me? Blondie, Emo, and Uggle Dash. Before he could finish, he felt the pinch of sharp metal in his throat. This little Blondie can easily slit your throat right here. You'll die. We'll fail the mission, but we won't go to prison. Tazuna gulped as Naruto went closer to his ear. And if this was an actual C rank, would you be bitching about Jinin escorting you? I don't think so. Not only that, but the two kids over there are clan heads and Chunin level, while the scarecrow over there is an S-rank shinobi and I'm Jonin level. Naruto whispered, before Anko's influence showed as he licked his lips next to Tazuna's ear, making Hiruzen, Irika, and Kakashi shiver. Not another one, the three thought. Tazuna nodded nervously as a drop of sweat dripped from his forehead. Anyways, Kakashi said, trying to change the subject. Team, meet me at the Konoha gates tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pack everything necessary for a 2-week trip. Hi, all three said before Naruto made their exit cool by body flickering out of the office. Tazuna-san, Irika, you are both dismissed. Irika, you may escort Tazuna-san to where he is sleeping tonight. As the two left, Hiruzen moved his hand slightly, which was a sign for the 4E and BU to leave, as Hiruzen placed a sound suppression seal on the room. You sure it's a good idea, Kakashi? Well, I promised him when the team graduated, and he's also Jonin level as far as I've tested. Though nowhere near the likes of me, Guy, and Asuma. He could beat Kurenai since she specializes in Jinjutsu, and he has a massive being of sentient chakra in him to restart his chakra flow. What about his Fuinjutsu? Far as we know, the Uzumaki clan might have rigged the place with seals when Uzushiogakure was destroyed. He's way out of my league, maybe even close to Jiraiya-sama's level. Hiruzen sighed. This wasn't going to be easy to get away with unless Naruto had flawless timing. Fine, but can you send a shadow clone with him or something? I want him safe at all times just in case. After all, we did make a vow when those two died. He said as the room temperature dropped several degrees at the mention of Namake's Minato and the Red Death of Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina. Kakashi even shivered, remembering why she was known like that. Indeed, I'll make sure to send a shadow clone or two, just in case. Thank you, Kakashi. After all, I'm very old, my last days are probably coming, and I don't want Kushina to kill me while I'm already dead because Naruto had a stupid idea to go to Uzushiogakure. Kakashi chuckled. Well, I'm sure that we'll be back safe. Naruto can more than handle himself. Very well, Kakashi. If there's nothing you want to tell me anymore, you're dismissed. Hi, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said before leaving the office and walking towards Naruto's house. Naruto's house. Naruto was sitting down on his bed, his back against the wall, while he was eating a red apple. Keep that in mind. Red apple. Sitting on a chair next to the bed was Kakashi, who seemed not as laid back as usual. He had even put away his Ika Ika Takatisa book. He was glad Jiraiya-sama had made another volume. But on him, an Anko. Not like anyone knew. He was looking at Naruto seriously. Are you sure, Otudo? Are you sure that he might be around Wave? I'm not 100% sure, but most probably yes. I've heard he's been barely making a living these days and is looking to do anyone's dirty work. Whoever pays him more. And one of those people that fit the description is a man named Gato, one of the richest people in the world. Apparently, he has blockaded Wave as well, and judging by the fact that our friendly companion Tazuna is a bridge builder, then dash. Kakashi got hit with a shock of realization. He interrupted Naruto and finished his sentence for him. Gato has hired Zabuza to kill Tazuna, so the bridge isn't built, Kakashi said as he put two and two together. Exactly. This mission might be interesting after all. Also, who knows how much money will be at the end of this. If we also get to run into Gato, then I'll sleep well for 2 years, Naruto said, which made Kakashi chuckle. Hey brat, this is fine living, back in the day dash. Yeah, I get it. Anyways, I know you can more than handle yourself, but can Ino and Sasuke? Sasuke hasn't even unlocked his Sharingan yet dash. Which is why this mission will help with that. Who knows what twisted stuff Zabuza is gonna do. You're right. Well, if you think they're ready, then we aren't canceling the mission. I don't think so. I know so, Nisan. Very well. Anything else you want to talk about? Naruto placed a sound suppression seal in the room, which was Kakashi's cue to become Yinbyu serious. Yuzushio. The Scarecrow/Cyclops combination side. I knew you'd want to talk about this. Hokage-sama told me to send a few shadow clones with you on your trip to ensure your safety. Wino dash. He couldn't finish as Naruto had appeared in front of him with high Jonin speed and pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. The boy was already 5 feet 3 inches, but nowhere near Kakashi's height, which was 5 feet 11 inches. The Konoha Jonin was surprised from the sudden sign of affection from his little brother, but accepted the hug and hugged him back nonetheless. Thank you, Inai-san. This means so much to me, Naruto said as tears threatened to fall, but were wiped by Kakashi. I know, Naruto, which is why I'm letting you go there in the first place. If it was anyone else, even Guy, I wouldn't advise heading there, but I know you need answers and that you're ready to go. Now, try getting some sleep. We've got quite a journey tomorrow, he said before breaking the hug, ruffling Naruto's hair and disappearing in a body flicker. Naruto smiled before heading to sleep. Naruto's mindscape. You think you're ready, Naruto? Kurama said as he was laying down on the grass. Yes, Naruto had changed his mindscape into a nice field of grass, a river that went through both sides of the gate, sunlight which Kurama hadn't seen in decades, a large lake, and an ocean, representing Naruto and Kurama's chakra respectively. I know I am Kurama. I've been training like crazy these last few weeks, and you know that better than anyone else. Well, if you say so. True, getting some sleep though, tomorrow's gonna be fun. All right, he said before disappearing, signifying he exited the mindscape and went to sleep. Next day, 7 a.m. Naruto was casually sitting under a tree, talking to Izumo and Kotetsu. The eternal guards. They were having a discussion on apples. Red apples are better, and that's final, Naruto said to the 2 Chunin, who looked annoyed. Brat, yellow/green apples are better. Both said in unison, 2 different colors though. Huh? Yellow apples are better, Izumo told his best friend. No, green apples are better, Kotetsu responded back, with a burning passion in his eyes. Naruto took this opportunity and snuck away, before heading to a very familiar Tokubetsu Jonin that liked to keep Senbon in his mouth. It was none other than Gunma Shiranui, a member of the Hokage elite bodyguards. Yo, was the simple greeting Naruto gave Gunma of all people. Hey there, kid. You sure started a heated argument, didn't you? The Tokubetsu Jonin simply responded. He had grown to like Naruto in the past few years. Well, he was just a mini Kakashi sometimes, which was a pain in the ass, but it was better than the brat he was years ago, before he met Kakashi and Anko. Well, gotta find a way to start the day right. TCH, you little rascal. Anyways, first mission outside of the village today? Yup, I'd be less excited, but it'll probably become a B rank, if not A rank. But you didn't hear it from me. Gama was surprised. How do you know, kid? Well, it's logic. We're heading to Wave Country, which is under a blockade by some dude named Gato. Apparently, he's extremely rich, but not the point. Anyways, the guy was nervous that he was going to get a team of Chunin to escort him, and also because I've heard of a rumor. Gama raised an eyebrow. What rumor, kid? Naruto smirked, which was never a good sign. Tell me, how much is the demon of the mist Zabuza's bounty? Gama wasn't surprised anymore, but shocked. Sure, the kid could handle himself, and he had seen it with his own eyes, but challenging a swordsman of the mist? That's suicide for most. But he did open his bingo book. Here it says 8.000.000 Rio kid. Naruto's eyes turned into bills as he rubbed his hands greedily. I'll be sleeping well in a week or two, he said while still rubbing his hands, creeping the devil out of Gunma, who shivered. Do you really think you can dash? He thinks he can what? Another voice was heard as Kakashi made it to the gates, actually early for once. It's about that thing we talked last night, Naruto simply said. We talked about many things last night as far as I remember. Naruto started tapping the ground with his heel, seemingly for no reason, but it was actually Morse code. Demon, mist, money, sleep well, were the words Kakashi scrambled, which then made sense. Ed in realization. Exactly. They kept discussing about various topics, from the upcoming mission to the next Chunin exams. 30 minutes later, Gama was already gone as he needed to get on with bodyguard duty. Kotetsu and Izumo were sleeping. Again, after waking up 1 hour ago. How do they do it? Kakashi and Naruto were discussing as Ino showed up on the horizon. Hey guys, I'm not late, am I? Actually, you're not. You were just in time. And team will be late in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 dash. Sasuke appeared right in front of him. Not late, he said simply. Damn it, just on time like always. Damn Uchiha shenanigans. Now we wait for Tazuna-san, Kakashi said in his typical bored tone. Later, Tazuna was walking towards them casually, but sped up when he saw Naruto's annoying glare pierce into his soul. As he arrived, he wiped some sweat off of his forehead. Sorry I'm late, he exclaimed seeing Naruto, keeping his eyes on him before continuing his discussion with Sasuke. The two were actually getting along and were having a normal conversation like normal humans. Impossible. About time. Everyone ready? Kakashi asked his team, who all nodded. Seeing this, they set out for Wave Country. So, Sasuke, Naruto said in a rather loud tone. So, Naruto, Sasuke responded with the same volume. How were those Chunin you beat up the other day? Naruto asked, grabbing the attention of Kakashi, Ino, and Tazuna, but seeing Naruto give him a sign with his hand, the Jonin realized what they were doing. They were planning to put Tazuna at ease of any threats, but scare him shitless of the two boys of Team 7. Naruto, how many times they were Jonin? Not Chunin. I could handle way more Chunin than that. Sasuke responded, making Tazuna sweat a bit and look at Kakashi, to which he responded by simply nodding. What about you, Naruto? How are those A and BU that tried to pick on you? Hospital. Tazuna was shocked. He went next to Kakashi and whispered, What kind of kids are these? Tazuna-san, the term you're looking for is Chunin. In the shinobi world, there is no such thing as kids. You can be 12, 24, 50, or even in your 60s. As long as you wear your village's headband, you are considered a ninja and can only be addressed by your ninja rank. Kakashi responded. Oh, and, to answer your question, the kind that take everything seriously. The five kept on walking before Naruto and Sasuke noticed a puddle on the side of the road. Everyone stop, Naruto said, before tapping the ground in Morse code, which Kakashi recognized as 2 chakra signatures. Chunin level. Both have very similar chakra. It of course took a while to send, and also to decrypt, which took about 2 minutes in total. Kakashi nodded. I need to pee. I'll be in the trees to our left. Naruto shouted the last part, louder than he would, which grabbed Ino's attention. Something was fishy here. Something else that caught her attention was that he went to the trees to their right, and not their left. Let's just keep going, He can catch you dash. He was suddenly surrounded in chains, before being slashed to pieces by it. From the puddle, two shinobi appeared, the demon brothers, Gozu and Meizu. Sasuke smiled. Ino, stand back. Guard the mission objective, Sasuke said as Ino nodded and stayed near Tazuna. Gozu, go find the other brat in the trees over there. He said he'd be on their left, so he should be there, Meizu ordered. Sure thing, brother, Gozu said before heading for the trees. 2 down, 3 to go dash. He was met with Sasuke's foot smashing against his face. You think Naruto's that easy to defeat? Your brother probably can't find his way around the forest right now. Meizu smirked before lunging towards Sasuke and engaging him in taijutsu, trying to get him with his poison claws, but failing miserably. Sasuke kept dodging before they suddenly heard a war cry. Oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh. A sudden cry was heard before a massive wall of water washed Meizu towards the forest, smashing him into a tree and breaking his back in the process. Naruto then appeared in front of him and sliced his head clean off, before sealing it in a stasis seal. Ino just stared shocked as Meizu's blood was splattered on Naruto. He had just killed someone, in cold blood. Was Naruto, her whiskers, a monster? Meanwhile, Gozu quickly rushed towards his brother, only to notice a headless Meizu and everyone gone. Before he himself lost his head after Sasuke and Naruto rushed at him in opposite directions with kunai held in their hands, which met the demon brother's neck, slashing through it like a hot knife through butter. Naruto proceeded to seal Gozu's head as well before wiping the blood off of his face. Tazuna was on the floor shivering, while Ino was shaking as she looked at Naruto, who was covered in blood. W whiskers so much B blood dash. Oh, must have gone through an artery or something dash. He didn't finish as Ino puked over the floor. He quickly rushed to her as he helped his girlfriend. It's okay, Ino-chan. Sooner or later you'd see someone dying. She hugged him as tears were dripping down her cheeks. It's not the bodies, it's the fact that UK killed them in sea cold blood. Oh. He understood what she meant. He killed the demon brothers without a single thought. Ended their lives, boom, just like that. Well, we should set up camp. It's getting late. Naruto, Ino, get some firewood. Sasuke, help me with the sleeping bags. And so everyone went to do their respective duty. It was close to 2 a.m. as our favorite blonde-haired shinobi was sitting by a campfire admiring the stars, while his good old brother figure and Jonin sensei was keeping watch. Suddenly the man walked towards the fire and sat down. Can't sleep? Asked Kakashi with a somewhat worried tone. Nope. I'm busy thinking what will happen there, you know. It won't let me sleep. It's like a voice calling me. It began when we left Konoha and has been getting louder ever since. It's a calm, soothing voice that would only belong to your grandpa, if you know what I mean. Go on. Can you understand what the voice says? Kakashi asked, trying to come up with a reasoning behind this. Well, it's very blurry and almost like mumbling, but I keep hearing dash. Suddenly he was interrupted by the voice in his head again. Come home, young prince. Come to your ancestors' homeland, for your questions shall all be answered in the hidden library of Yuzushio. What's wrong, Naruto? Kakashi asked, full-on worried this time. Weird. Before it was just a few words, or maybe just a word, but now I heard an actual sentence. The voice said, Come, young prince, come to your predecessor's homeland, for your questions shall be answered in the secret library of Yuzushio, or something like that anyways. Explained the blonde with what he could remember. Are you sure it's not just Q Kurama? Oi, Nin-gen. It's not me. I hear the voice too. Suddenly Kurama spoke through Naruto. Hey, shouldn't we discuss this in my mindscape? That way no one can hear us. Yes/yes. Naruto heard 2 answers at the same time, both the same. He simply grabbed Kakashi's shoulder as their conscience drifted off. Naruto's mindscape. So, Kurama, what do you think is that voice? It's definitely familiar, but I can't put a finger on who it is. I'm not sure, but it must relate to the founding of Yuzushio or destruction of it. That doesn't really help dash. Are you mocking me, human? Kurama shouted at Kakashi, who appeared unfazed, but he was about to fill his pants. No, sir. Just pointing out that it doesn't really help. If you recognize the voice, then it must be related to the founding of the village, simply because when it was destroyed, you were sealed inside Mito-sama, and then Kushina-sen, right? That is indeed true human. Although, if I could get just one clue, then I bet I could find whose voice it is. Then I guess we'll have to move towards Yuzushio as soon as possible. How does 5 a.m. sound to you, Kakashi Nizan? Not like I plan to sleep anyways. Sure, 5 a.m. is good with me. Alright, now let me get some shut-eye, Naruto said as he and Kakashi slowly disappeared from the mindscape. As soon as they appeared in the real world, Naruto fell asleep in his mattress. 3 hours later, Naruto yawned as he woke up and nodded to Kakashi, who simply went to Tazuna and woke him up, while Naruto woke Ino and Sasuke up. Yeowan, why are we this early anyways? Ino exclaimed as she was already tired. Well, I did some scouting last night, and turns out there was a bandit camp of over 50 not too far from there. I'm surprised they didn't ambush us during the night, Naruto said, lying smoothly to the three of them. Alright, anyways, how far are we dash? Ino was interrupted by a kunai barely missing, a snow rabbit, in the summer? Trap, thought Naruto and Kakashi at the same time. Duck, both of them shouted as a massive sword flew over their heads, getting stuck in the tree behind them. Well, if it isn't Kakashi of the dash. Out of the damn way, Naruto shouted, throwing a flurry of shuriken and kunai at the unidentified swordsman, who simply grabbed his sword and jumped away. TSK, tisk, those throws were good, I'll give you that, but you're nowhere near my leave. JH. He suddenly met the end of a certain blonde's boot with his chest. Fast, Zabuza thought as he was flung back, but landed gracefully. Now, Zabuza-san, why did you have to puck a fight with the strongest Jonin in Konoha, the son of wicked Ifugako Uchiha, and the son of the Red Death? That name, Zabuza thought as he gulped. He was going to have to deal with the son of the best swordsman to ever fight against him, Kushina Uzumaki. So you're Kushina's offspring, HM? Well, I hope your Kenjutsu skills match your mother's, otherwise you'll meet her soon, he said as he charged at the serious Naruto with his sword as he made a sideways slash. Got him, Zabuza thought as he saw Naruto not make a move, but did he? Clang. The mighty decapitation sword, also known as Kubikurabocho, was stopped by a regular sword no less. Bastard, that's gonna take ages to remove, Naruto said, seeing the small dent in his sword where the two made contact, before pushing him off and engaging in a serious Kenjutsu battle. Everywhere Naruto slashed, Zabuza blocked, and the same otherwise. It was a tie, and a great battle to watch, but Naruto had a disadvantage, that being his sword. Naruto's sword wasn't designed to fight one of the 7 swords of the mist, and it was barely surviving, when Naruto got an idea. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Stupid, Naruto thought, before his sword was covered by a transparent, greenish aura. Finally, you figured it out, you idiot. Kurama laughed. As Zabuza swung again, instead of Naruto blocking it and being pushed back, he didn't budge. In fact, Kubikurabocho itself was slowly beginning to get cut by the brat's sword. Realizing this, Zabuza jumped back, though a visible dent was still formed. You used wind chakra, brat. You are very skilled, I'll give you that. But now it's my turn to go serious dash. He suddenly was struck by 3 senbon in his neck, and before Kakashi went to check on what happened, a mysterious figure in a mask appeared. Thank you, but now I'll take Zabuza's body towards the hidden mist. Whoa, aren't you a hunter Nin from Kiri? Naruto suddenly stepped forward, closer to Zabuza's body, making the mysterious figure flinch and inch slightly closer to Zabuza's corpse. Yes, indeed I am. Now why did you ask? Well, I've read that Kiri hunter Nins usually decapitate their target on the spot, so either you faked his death to get away, or you're someone close to him and want to give him a proper burial. In both possibilities, it leads to the fact that you're not a hunter Nin. Before the hunter Nin could say anything though, Naruto was checking Zabuza's pulse. Weak pulse, Naruto thought. Seems like I was right in some extent, he is dead. Well, now I'll take my leave. Good day, the hunter Nin said as he disappeared in a body flicker. Is he alive? asked the Scarecrow, who couldn't even reveal his Sharingan in this battle. Yep, very weak pulse. Most likely he's cooperating with the Hunter Nin. It'll take him about a week to recover. Good. Now Tazuna-san, how far is your home? Not too far. Follow me now, said Tazuna, actually sober, probably cause he peed all the alcohol he had in his body in his pants. About 45 minutes later. To-san, said a young woman, referring to Tazuna. Hello, Tsunami. These are the shinobi that'll be protecting us while I build the bridge. Speaking of that, do you need any extra manpower? The blonde said out of the blue. Well, sure, but how will I get that? Naruto smirked before doing the classic cross-hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. He said before 1001 clones appeared in a large puff of smoke, though no one noticed the extra one, which replaced himself with Naruto in all that smoke, before Naruto started leaping away secretly. So he's already going, good luck, Naruto. I hope you find what you're seeking. The copy ninja thought, feeling the larger amount of chakra slowly get farther and farther away. So, Kurama, you think it was a good idea to ditch them like that? Naruto said out loud, no one really there to hear him, except a lone crow that was slowly following him. Well, when your girlfriend finds out, she'll probably kill you. But your question will be answered as the voice sighed dash. Just a bit more, young prince. Your questions shall be answered soon. The sudden voice interrupted Kurama. All right, who are you to interrupt me? Your questions will also be answered in Yuzushiobikure too, old friend. The voice said again, much to Kurama's shock. Only one person called him that. Could it be? I think I know who it is. Heh, you bastard. So, who is it, Kurama? You'll find out soon, brat. All right, I guess. A few hours later, forest near the Land of Waves coast. Naruto was sitting under a tree, eating a green apple as he had decided to take a break for a while. So, Kurama, you think they'll be safe if I don't make it back to Tazuna's in a week? Kid, relax. I've seen the abilities of your teammates and sensei. They more than can handle a weakling like that Zabuza guy. If you say so. Anyways, how low dash. He was interrupted by a swarm of crows that flew around him in circles before they all gathered together in front of Naruto, revealing a man with raven hair and a black robe with red clouds. 2 red eyes were glowing in the darkness of the night. And to what do I owe the pleasure, Itachi-san? Naruto politely asked, though still sporting a bored expression as he bit into his apple. However, that was just a mask. He knew he didn't stand a chance against the clan killer, so he was scouting for possible exit methods. For the first time in a long time, the stoic Uchiha broke his emotionless mask and sighed. We need to talk, but we have to make it quick. I don't have much time. Searching for any sign of dishonesty while Kurama checked for Jinjutsu, Naruto smiled. Well then, get on with it. What do you want? I am part of a criminal organization known as the Akatsuki, which comprises of 8 official members. However, I know for a fact that there are 2 other unofficial members. And why should I care? The organization comprises of S-rank shinobi only. Me, Kisame Hashigaki, the tailed beast dash. Huh. As if. Kurama shouted and laughed in Naruto's mind. Deidara the Mad Bomber, Sasori of the Red Sands, Kakuzu of Takigakure, and Haiden the Immortal of Kusagakure. Please don't break this Jinjutsu. I'll explain everything else in there. Without hesitation, Itachi used his Tsukuyomi on both appeared in a world with a red sky and a red moon. Starting off with my partner Kisame. He has huge chakra reserves and possesses the Samahata, one of the 7 swords of the mist, which has the ability to shave instead of cutting and also siphon chakra from the enemy, bringing it back to the wielder. There's Deidara the Mad Bomber. He only uses his explosive clay for his jutsu, but they are very dangerous if careless. He's very nimble and can make anything out of his clay, including birds to escape. Sasori of the Red Sands. One of if not the best puppet user in history, and also the best their ID with poisons. I've heard that he first has an outer shell which you need to destroy to get to his real body, which is also a puppet. You gotta strike his core, so basically his heart to beat him. Kakuzu of Takigakure. I don't know much about him except that he uses weird threads and can do anything with them, from extending his limbs to be used as rope. To beat him, I think you need to destroy his masks, the ones that he has on his back, and then deal a fatal blow to his heart. His masks are one for each element, so be wary. Hidden the Immortal. He's not S-rank worthy at all. Very erratic, loud-mouthed, and doesn't really have any skill, except for one thing. He cannot die. Despite what you do to him, he will regenerate. I suggest he is defeated either via malnutrition or decapitation, then hiding the body somewhere secure. Now, as for the last two, my information is very limited. All I know about the first one is that her name is Chunin and also uses paper-related jutsu. The last official member, Leader Sama. He is known as the looter of the organization and also possesses the Rinnegan. I've never seen him in action, but be wary. Alright, anything on the last two? One of them is called Zetsu. He is a plant-like being that doesn't specialize in combat, but in information gathering. The other is the masked one, Tobi, or as he prefers to be referred to as, Madara. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Madara you say? He says he's Madara, but I doubt that. Anyways, I heard he has the Mizukage, a Jinchuriki and a Jinjutsu, and also has a variety of jutsu, some even forbidden to the Uchiha clan. One of his jutsu is the ability to warp anywhere he wishes in a weird swirl movement that comes out of his mask's eye, so I'm guessing it's a Mangekyo ability. The other is to become intangible for a period of time. That is all I have for now. Tell Jiraiya-sama and Sandaime-sama I said hello, and give Kakashi my best regards. He said before the Jinjutsu was dispelled and Itachi was gone. What do you think, Kurama? Should we trust him? Well, he gave us good information and he mentioned that pervert who has the spy system. So my guess is he's working as a spy for Konoha while carrying the burden that was the destruction of his clan. Kurama spoke to Naruto mentally. You're right. Anyways, I don't want anyone to see me here, so I'm just going to leave. He said before starting to jump away, eventually making it to the shore. Land of Waves Shore. Hidden in a thick mist, the island of Yuzushio was barely visible as Naruto utilized his water style to just glide through the sea, like Tobirama's tilt in Naruto Storm 4. If you get it, you get it. Come on, just a little more. Naruto said as he was starting to feel the exhaustion of gliding through a few kilometers of sea. Naruto was panting. He had just arrived on the shores of Yuzushio, and the whole journey was extremely tiring. He fell to his knees, sweat dripping down his face. I did it, and it only took me a full day since leaving Kakashi and the others. Good job, Brat. But we have work to do. Kurama said as Naruto was hit with a burst of Kurama's chakra. His head jolted up and he immediately bursted towards the village gates, stopping just before he passed them, breathing a sigh of relief. He stepped back and threw a rock there, his eyes widening when seeing the rock get hit with a massive voltage of electricity and also get blown up to pieces. Sweet mother of shit, he muttered before cutting his thumb slightly and swiping it against the gate wall, disabling the intricate seals guarding the village as he sighed in relief. You probably have something like tuberculosis now. Kurama laughed in his mind as Naruto sighed. Love you too. Anyways, let's check this place out. He entered the village and was amazed instantly. The whirlpool at the center of the village, the houses which were in pristine condition, only a few were in ruins, the rest only had vines in them. You know, this could be a great village if someone rebuilt it. He said out loud, before a white-haired ghost appeared in front of Naruto. He was very transparent, almost fully invisible. Follow me, young prince. Let me show you what your homeland used to be. The ghost said, his voice matching with the one previously on Naruto's head. Well. If it isn't good old Akira Uzumaki, founder of Yuzushio-gakure. Kurama spoke through Naruto. Been a while, old friend. How have you been holding up? Akira asked Kurama with a smile. Decent. Can I have control of my body now? Thanks, Kurama. Naruto groaned, much to Akira's amusement as he chuckled. Anyways, follow me, young prince. He started levitating towards a large building in the village. Naruto followed him. As they entered the building, Akira started disappearing. I'm afraid I can't help you in here. You'll have to solve the puzzle by yourself. I'll see you downstairs, Akira said as he disappeared. Naruto groaned. Another puzzle, and he was out of the academy. Brad, it's simple, for you at least. Kurama pointed out as Naruto began to think. Hmm, got it. He pulled out a scroll and began writing a seal on it, one that he created. The aforementioned seal would disable any seal in the small vicinity. As he finished it, he channeled a small amount of chakra into it, and the building shook. Behind the desk in the middle of the room, a stairway was opened. Naruto punched the air in joy as he began to run downstairs. When he arrived, he lit up a torch with a lighter he always kept with him. As the torch revealed the contents of the room, Naruto's eyes widened. In the center of the room stood Akira, but that wasn't the surprising part. The center of the room was dozens of meters away from him. The room was a huge library. It contained scrolls on everything, some having Yuzushiyo's symbol, some the Senju, some the Uchiha, and some were symbols Naruto didn't understand, like some weird purple eye with rings around it. Naruto took it and placed it in his pocket, just in case. Here we are, young prince. Now, do you first want to study the contents of the library, or do you want me to show you the history of our clan? Akira asked, a grandfatherly voice and look sporting him. Please show me the past, Naruto said as he made 100 clones, all heading to study something. Very well. Akira placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and they disappeared. In a flash of white, stood Yuzushiyo thriving with life. Children were playing, adults working, old people gossiping. Everything was going swell. I don't get it. Why was such a peaceful village attacked? Naruto asked curiously and with a hint of sadness. Akira sighed. There were too many evil people in this world who only wanted the worst. It's because they feared us. Our abilities in Fuinjutsu were extraordinary, so good that it made the other nations afraid of us and band together to destroy the nation. Naruto listened intently on everything the ghost of the Uzumaki clan had to say, and to say the least, he was surprised. The boy knew that Yuzushiyo was destroyed and during a war, however it took 4 great nations to do just that. Buffed, and to think the Uchiha got massacred by a teenager with a sharp stick. The Senjuzumaki Namikaze remarked, much to Kurama's delight, as the fox bursted out laughing. This is comedy gold right here, Kurama said, in Naruto's mind, as he snickered. Anyways, how come I am the chosen one? Well, a good friend of my great-great-grandfather who's a toad always said that a child of prophecy would soon come to the world and bring peace to it, and I believe you are said child, since you not only have the right spirit and abilities, but you are the second person to unite the clans created by my great-grandfather, Ajura Otsutsuki, the first being Hashirama Senju's child. However, they were not depicted as the chosen one. Ashura, Kurama repeated perplexed. What's up, Kurama? Naruto asked but wasn't given an answer. Until Ashura Otsutsuki was the child of the Sage of 6 Paths. He is the same person to which the Uzumaki and Senju clans date back to. The Bijou replied. Wow. So, was this Ashura the only child of 6 Paths Super Gramps? Naruto asked, much to Kurama's annoyance and Akira's amusement, the latter of which letting a chuckle escape. No, brat. He also had another child, Indra Otsutsuki dash. Allow me to take it from here, Kurama. Humph. Well, to explain it shortly, the sage declared Ashura as his successor, which angered Indra and steered him to a path of darkness. The two battled. It went on, and on, and on, until both of them succumbed. Ever since, Indra and Ashura's spirits have been living on inside other descendants, a good example being Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. There have been others, but they were lost in history. Now, Ashura and Indra have been reincarnated again, inside you and your Uchiha friend respectively. Iwao Kuchiyos no Jutsu. An elk-sized Kurama appeared next to him, as Naruto softly caressed his orange fur. Just wanted my buddy here with me. Naruto smiled at Kurama, who just however had a small smile on his face. Now, shall we begin? Akira didn't wait for an answer as the room they were in disappeared and they were surrounded by whiteness. However, a few seconds later and Yuzushiogakure in its very early stages appeared. Wow, Naruto was shocked. Such a peaceful village, so serene, why would anyone attack them? This is Yuzushio back when I found it. That over there is young me. He pointed at a figure, helping with the construction. But aren't you the founder? Why would you help with something like that? It's similar to why Genin and Konoha build bridges as D-rank missions. I needed to get closer to my children, grandchildren, nephews, and nieces, and by showing that we're all equal like that, it was sure we would all be one large loving family. Eventually, more people came to the village, and we welcomed them dearly. But they didn't agree to being our equals. They considered us royals and pledged themselves to us. Essentially like your own butlers. Not exactly. They would do that, but they'd mostly work with helping the youngsters learn sealing or helping the adults with difficult seals, as most proved to be naturals at it. Those who weren't registered as shinobi or didn't have good talent in Fuinjutsu opened their local markets, hot springs, hotels, and more. Soon enough, Yuzushiyo was thriving with life. Damn, what about the downfall? He sighed. He knew the boy was going to ask about it. So in another flash of light, a man with red hair and Jonin Sunagakure clothes appeared to be fighting against the leader of the village. That is Sasori of the Red Sands. He was the commander of the Kyumo, IWA, AIM, and Suna forces that stormed the village. He fought against the leader of the village, the Sendatsu, also known as Pioneer or Guide. So that's what the leader is called. Wait a minute, Kurama. Don't you remember something about this Sasori fella when we snuck into Gigi's office and pranked him? And what about the things Itachi Uchiha said? Now that you mention it, yes. Sasori is indeed part of the Akatsuki, the organization looking to capture all Jinchuriki and or-tailed beasts. Naruto clenched his fist tightly. First he destroys my homeland. Then he betrays his village, joins a criminal organization, and now he wants to take Kurama and me? His whisker marks became thicker, his eyes turned red with slits, his canines sharpened, and his nails grew longer. However, Akira placed his hand on the boy's stomach and forcefully channeled some of his chakra to the seal, so that Naruto would calm down and also be able to meet the man again. Thanks, was Naruto's response as they looked at how Uzumaki and non-Uzumaki alike would be slaughtered by Sasori and his puppets, something that disgusted him. I think that's enough now, Akira, Kurama would say, almost threateningly to the ghost as he wrapped his nine tails around Naruto to block his view of the past. Naruto sighed thankfully and just leaned on the tails, resting for a second. Well, I guess my time here is up. I placed my chakra in the seal. It'll be activated some other time, and I'll be there to help you. Trust me. The ghost would say, slowly dispersing into nothingness. Oh well, let's go no dash. However, he was interrupted by the sound of devilish chuckling. Kuku. You've done well, Uzumaki-kun, leading me to this huge library. The figure would say, and Naruto's eyes widened. When he first began training Jiraiya, the Sannin first gave Naruto a quick rundown of shinobi history, including the legendary Sannin, which comprised of Tsunade Senju, his cousin, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, his godfather, and Orochi team. What brings you here? Pedophilia? You want to groom me? Kuku. What a sense of humor that is, Uzumaki-kun. Would be a shame if that mouth of yours was shut for once. Orochimaru opened his mouth and Kusanagi flew out. Quickly heading to grab a kunai, Naruto felt something else, so he just got it and swiped it at Orochimaru's sword. It was a Tezsin that blew out a powerful gust of wind, knocking Kusanagi upwards and into the ceiling. In no way that's the Tezsin of the last Yuzushiyo leader. Naruto smirked before rushing Orochimaru. He'd need to get the man away from the library and seal the door again first, and it was working. The Uzumaki's punches combined with the Tessen's gusts if wind were pushing Orochimaru back, until they finally made it out of the building. Naruto immediately took the scroll he left here earlier and burned it, essentially deactivating the seal and turning the defenses on again. The basement door shut, but what he didn't expect was to see Orochimaru slowly being fried. A seal that allows Uzumaki to enter, but not an intruder? Pretty cool, Naruto would smugly say, thinking he won. Inly to feel Kusanagi's cold edge against his throat, the Orochimaru on the floor turned into mud. Kukuku, you may have shut the library again, Uzumaki-kun, but I'll still have your tail, beast. No, you don't. Orochimaru was forced to let go of Naruto as three kunai appeared from seemingly nowhere. The Namikaze Uzumaki Senju, sighing in relief. Thanks, Nisan. No problem. Kakashi would appear next to Naruto. Sharingan blazing as both Konoha shinobi were preparing to fight the snake Sannin, who was somehow not being fried. I found a way to counter it. Simply don't use chakra. Kukuku. I wonder how Kakashi-san isn't being burned alive right now. Naruto smirked. When we left our little camp in Wave Country, I slapped a sealing tag on Kakashi's back, which is covered by his clothes. That tag works to nullify any seal that could affect him. TCH, brats. You've won this time, but I'll come back. Orochimaru jumped out of the building and began to flee the lost village. Anyways, I gotta go check something out. You go back to Wave. In approximately 30 minutes, I'll reactivate the barrier seal, so there's nothing to worry about Kakashi. Very well, Naruto. Just watch out. Yeah, whatever. Kakashi disappeared in a body flicker, leaving Naruto to his own devices. Sasuke and Ino would be panting on the ground as one silver-haired man stood tall over them. What's the matter, guys? Already had enough? This isn't even close to what Naruto used to do dash. Alright, we get it, Kakashi. For years ago, Sasuke and Ino's eyes bulged out of their sockets, the latter just fainting and the former clenching his fist. How can he be so far ahead of me, dash? The Uchiha prince began to think. Until hard work, not having a stick up his ass, utilizing his genes to his advantage, and ignoring everything around him, including someone who could have hurt him badly. How'd you know what I was thinking? Kakashi would sigh before picking up Ino. I'll go take Ino inside. You do whatever, but I'd advise coming inside soon. It's getting late, Sasuke. TCH, where even is that guy? I swear I'm going to kick his ass when I find him. You can't find him, Sasuke. He's somewhere unimportant to you, me, or even the Hokage right now, and you'll have to deal with it. He'll be back by the time your training ends. Sasuke would growl, but Kakashi would already be gone. After that, he'd begin to train his taijutsu on a tree. Inside. Are you sure, Kakashi-san? He's gonna get hungry out there, Tsunami would say, only for Kakashi to place his hands up slightly in a placating manner. Don't worry, he'll come inside when he'll get hungry, or break a bone, Kakashi said, almost as if it was nothing. If you say so, Tazuna's daughter would concede. By now Sasuke and Ino had found out Naruto actually wasn't there, due to one of Ino's brutal punches/bonks. However, they hadn't questioned the fact that Naruto was somewhere important, and only focused on training, which one as follows. 4 to 5:30 chakra control training. 5:30 to 6 o'clock shuriken jutsu training. 6 to 7:30 kenjutsu training with wooden swords Kakashi had bought. 7:30 to 9 o'clock strategy training with Kakashi and Shogi with each other. 9 to 11 o'clock ninjutsu training. 11 to 11:30 small break. 11:30 to 12 o'clock lunch. 12 to 13:30 stealth training. 13:30 to 1500 hours basics of poisons for Ino and trap making for Sasuke. 15 to 1700 hours elemental manipulation training. 17 to 17:15 dinner. 17:15 to 18:30 more chakra control. 18:30 to 2000 hours cooking with Tsunami. 20 to 21:30 a.m. spar against Kakashi. 21:30 to 22:30 human anatomy and biology. 22:30 to 3 o'clock sleep. 3 to 3:15 morning rituals. 3:15 to 3:30 breakfast. 3:30 to 4 o'clock warm-up. When reading it, Sasuke spit his water while Ino screeched. Flashback. How are we supposed to live with a regime like this? She screeched at Kakashi, who covered his ears before responding. Just like your boyfriend has been surviving for the past while. Now, we'll begin tomorrow, but it would be good if you guys also knew why some stuff were there. Firstly, cooking is because if you're ever alone and your supplies are limited, you'd be forced to come up with something, and secondly, biology because, well, there won't always be an Ironin, medical ninja, around, so you'd have to patch yourselves up. The rest are self-explanatory really, Kakashi concluded. Present. It was 22:40, so already past bedtime and Sasuke was still training, until he saw Kakashi walking out of the cabin. You beat, go inside, buddy. It won't do any good for you if you didn't sleep and were sloppy in a battle. Sasuke would argue back, but couldn't, So he just walked inside the shack again, when suddenly a pigeon landed on Kakashi's shoulder before turning into Naruto, who'd be sitting on his brother's shoulders. "So how's their training going?" Naruto asked. Of course it wasn't the original. He was busy exploring Yuzushio, and his findings were not bad at all. You'll find out next chapter, Ziaha. You sure they can handle it? Ino fainted right after training finished, and well, Sasuke was barely standing. That's too soft. Both of them need to be struggling for breath if they want to be helpful against Zabuza in the event I arrive late. Anyways, my exploring's going nicely. I found a few things of interest and I've read quite a few things, and I'll need to talk to Arobaka about one. It seems like something he'd know. Very well. Anyways, I'll see you soon, Naruto. See ya. Naruto's clone dispelled. Like most nights, Kakashi chose to not sleep and just stared at the night sky. Am I doing the right thing, sensei? The white-haired man said, even though he knew no one heard him. Omake. A green-haired man with 3 swords would be watching a raven-haired boy, blonde girl, and silver-haired man training. By what he felt, the latter was the teacher. Wait, where was he? I'm lost. Zoro sighed. Oh well, might as well see what this place is about. The mosshead proceeded to walk away, until he stumbled across some bandaged guy with a big sword that challenged him. He was fun, but got on my nerves. He proceeded to walk away from the bloodbath behind him. Naruto would be casually walking through the streets of Yuzushio, Tessin firmly in hand as he finally reached the whirlpool and began to look around. Oi furball, do you think there could be something inside the thing? Naruto would ask, eyes firmly on the whirlpool as the blonde pondered on what could be in there. I wouldn't take any risk dash. YOLO. Naruto interrupted Kurama and jumped in, the current dragging him around like a rag doll until it sunk him down. Report. No sighting of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki in the land of Fire Leader Sama. A raspy voice said, as a very tall silhouette was shown. Next to him stood a very familiar figure. There were indeed no signs of the Kyuubi in the land of fire. Itachi would say, his Sharingan glowing in the dark. What about the land of waves? I had an unfortunate meeting with Zabuza of the Mist and his subordinate, so Itachi is the one who did all the exploring. The Uchiha's partner said, a sharp, toothy grin on his face. There were no sights of him there either. I see. Very well. Until next time. Itachi, Kisame, Yuzushio-gakure, unknown location. Ow, was the only thing Naruto said after waking up in a dark cave. Wake up, brat. Kurama's voice came from outside. Next to Naruto stood an elk-sized Kurama, who had summoned himself forcefully by gathering some of the boy's chakra. Where even are we? Wait, don't answer that. We're in some hidden Uzumaki shrine under the whirlpool, right? Exactly. Now follow me. I did some exploring these last 6-hour dash. 6 hours. The hell are we waiting for? Naruto hopped on Kurama, who annoyedly ran forwards. Soon after, the dynamic duo arrived in another, smaller library which had books on Yuzushio's history, a large armory with all types of weapons, 3 large scrolls, and a large ice cube. The hell is this? Look inside, dumbass. Kurama retorted. Naruto did as told and peeked inside. He was shocked, utterly shocked. Ashina Uzumaki, the clan head and leader of Yuzushio during Hashirama Senju's time, stood on cryosleep right in front of the two of them. Ashina Uzumaki, dear God, we need to thaw him. Got it. He would get his sword and channel wind chakra to it, slowly cutting the immensely hard ice, until... snap. His sword would break and Naruto would have to rely on Fuinjutsu. 6 hours later. Where am I? Who are you, Kurama? How are you so small? And didn't Mito-chan seal you inside her? It's been about 50 years, Ashina. Yuzushio-gakure is no more. Mito died quite some time ago. Naruto is Mito's successor, Kushina Uzumaki's son, the grandson of Tobarama Senju and my 3rd Jinchuriki. Do you remember anything? There was a war. Konoha said they'd help us. Then I came down here with some survivors. That's about it. Wait, so if you looked like this 30 years ago, how old were you? The frail-looking old man sighed. He clearly looked old, about Hiruzen's age, but he was much older. So much so that I've lost count. He laughed sheepishly, much to Naruto's shock and Kurama's annoyance. Though I'd say about 120, so I should have a few more combat years in before I retire. Naruto gaped. He wasn't used to some people of that age alive, let alone as active shinobi. Anyways, since Yuzushiyo is no more, and not only are you strong, but also the Uzumaki Prince Dash. Akira-sen also said that. What does it mean? Akira, as in the show Dame Sendatsu? The great-great-grandson of the Rakuto Sennin? He lives. No, he was a ghost. But what does the Uzumaki Prince mean? It means you're the Uzumaki child of prophecy. Besides the great Toad Sage, there was another prophecy, the Phoenix's prophecy. Phoenix. Indeed. After the supposed death of Madara Uchiha, 3 scrolls were sent to this newly found shrine, the very first things placed here. All were ancient scrolls from the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, just like everything else here. The scrolls belong to the Ents, Phoenixes, and Cats respectively, the boss animal possessing the 100 healings and with style, inextinguishable blue flames when in Sage mode, and the ability to come back from death, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan respectively. What? Calm down, Q. I'll allow you to take the Phoenixes, even the Yamanaka to take the Ents, but the eternal Mangekyo must be locked away for eternity. Kurama raged. He definitely wasn't happy about the EMS being released to the open world again. Look, Kurama, calm down. If Sasuke sees how powerful me and Ino will become, he'll definitely seek more power and get groomed by Orochi team. In the long run, it's better to give him the cat contract. After all, it is an Uchiha heirloom. Despite Kurama's protests, Naruto stored all 3 scrolls in a smaller one, before getting all the other weapons and storing them in a large, empty storage seal. The boy knew just where he was going to keep these. However, before exiting, he came across a fully black sword, having a black handle and a black blade, with red decorations on the handle and the edge. However, it was stuck on the wall, so with Ashina's advice, Naruto channeled his chakra into it, and it slipped out, the hilt of the sword shooting out of the hole, and FOB caught by Naruto. Sometime later, outside, I can't believe Konoha abandoned us, Ashina said as the 3 finally reached the gate. Apparently, they have a thing for abandoning people. What do you mean? Itachi Uchiha, former prodigy, now an S-rank criminal. Orochimaru of the Sannin, former student of Hiruzenjiji, now an S-rank criminal. Me, son of the Yondaime Hokage. Wait, you're a criminal. What? No, I wasn't treated like a demon by the villagers because of good old Q over there, but I'm the rare case of not giving a fuck, Naruto would say, only to be slapped in the head by Ashina for using inappropriate language. Ow, anyways, can you control your chakra properly again? It's a long water walk to the land of waves where we'll meet my team of Genin and a Jonin sensei. Wait, you're a Genin? Ashina asked, shocked. Technically yes, but no, I'm Jonin level already, and with the help of Kakashi Nizan, I drove that blasted snake away. You should have heard of Orochimaru and the 3 legendary Sannin, right? Anyways, my Jonin sensei is the son of Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang, if that rings any bells. The White Fang. Boy, does he have enemies in Suna. I don't know much about him except he was an exceptional shinobi that almost single-handedly drove Tsunagakure back during the war, far as I know at least. Naruto would nod, before Ashina went back to the boy's statement. What do you mean? I can summon a phoenix if you wish. Please. Alright, Kuchiyose no Jutsu. And suddenly a beautiful large dark red eagle-like bird appeared. As I was saying, Linda, Ashina is yet to be the Ashina. The bird would use its beak to throw Ashina in the air and catch him on its back, before cheerfully jumping around, yipping in joy. The old Uzumaki laughed and petted the bird. Hey there, buddy. I missed you. How've you been? The phoenix would yip in joy again. It's been awfully quiet since the war, Ashina. Most of us lost hope and quit practicing, opting for lives of peace and boredom. I see. Well, Marco, meet the soon-to-be newest Phoenix summoner, Nadash. Naruto Uzumaki, I see. Hello, Naruto-san. We the Phoenixes have studied you for a long time, and we believe that you'll be a great summoner in the very near future. Marco would say, before all the natural business of getting a summoning contract were done. After said process was done, Kurama poofed away, and the Uzumaki duo hopped on Marco, who flew them away towards Tezuna's house. Some hours later, Naruto would be showing Ashina around and be walking towards Tezuna's house when he heard rumbling inside it and sensed two foreign, malicious presences inside. Hee hee, hush little boy, don't say a word, for with your mother across all of the island will be heard. One of the figures, a shirtless man with an eye patch, said while approaching the terrified Inari. Meanwhile, Tsunami had her own issues. Shut it, Waraji. You'll attract attention. I prefer to be silent. The other guy would smirk, before both of them lunged for Inari and Tsunami. However, they only cut through air. Perhaps you should be dealing with someone your own size. In front of the two stood Tobirama Senju. Who the hell are yo dash? Dumbass. That's the goddamned second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. That's what you get for causing so much noise. Ow, wait, what? SSSSSS dash. Screw you is what you meant to say, directed at your friend, who would hit you again and leave you vulnerable to my attack. Oh, and by the way, in case you can't tell, I'm really pissed. He'd appear behind the two mercenaries and vanish with them somewhere unknown inside the forest. Deeper inside the forest. Water style, great water drill. A drill made of water surrounded one of his kunai before two terrified screams rung out across the forest. Now that that's dealt with, I'll head back to Tsunami. Tobirama would revert back to Naruto, who casually walked towards Tsunami. Tezuna's house. Thank you so much, Naruto-san. We are forever indebted dash. Ah, you're not indebted to me, remember? It was Tobirama Senju who saved you guys, wink wink. Right, sorry. Where are the others? The curious boy asked, trying to sense for the rest. At the bridge dash. Shit. Marco, with me. Ashina-san. Protect Tsunami and Inari. Let's go. Naruto hopped on Marco before flying away as fast as he could towards the bridge. Please make it on time. Naruto would beg himself mentally. When did 1 whole week pass? Soon after, they'd make it to the bridge, only to find. You sure you don't want to bring a skilled sealer like Ashina-san? Kurama is a really dangerous being to meddle. Y-dash. Shut up, was the order by a fuming Naruto. His eyes were red with slits. Sasuke was the only thing Haku heard inside the ice dome, before a boot would smash through the igloo and into his gut, sending the rogue mist shinobi flying back and crashing against a wall. YGH. Zabuza actually got distracted by the sudden attack on Haku, which led to Kakashi landing a solid elbow on the man's gut, which was followed up by 3 quick kicks, both of them slowly getting more and more air, until Primary Lotus. Kakashi grabbed Zabuza and would begin spinning and spinning and spinning until the latter's head smashed against the bridge floor, of course right after Kakashi had jumped out of the way. Still imperfect, but it'll do, the Scarecrow Shinobi said before Zabuza shakily stood up. Meanwhile, as Haku recovered, he'd see a blonde figure shrouded in red chakra, with 3 tails swinging wildly behind him. He panicked. Wayagura. Haku choked out, the killer intent sent by Naruto enough to shiver his timbers. Now, of course, Haku couldn't really make the difference, due to only seeing Yagura once or twice, and the 3 tails were what made him believe he was talking to the Mizukage. Without a word, Naruto bursted forward with such speed that would have left Haku gaping behind his mask, if that still existed. Naruto's fist smashed the mask with extreme ease and sent Haku fly backwards and crash on the side of the bridge before the boy rushed for the raven-haired genin. Sasuke, please be okay. Naruto would channel some of the Kyuubi's chakra into the Uchiha, slowly starting to heal the boy, who coughed out. And Naruto, is that why you? Shoo, it's going to be okay, Naruto replied, starting to heal Sasuke, the tailed beast chakra forcing the needles out of his body. Ichi's going to be okay. My strikes weren't lethal, and with immediate medical attention he'll be fine dash. Shut up, Naruto's voice boomed. However, before he could do anything, a loud cackling noise was heard, and Haku disappeared. Raikiri, Kakashi would thrust forwards, however on the very last second, saw Haku. And like that, his hand went right through his chest, piercing his heart, or so everyone expected. Kakashi's wrist was gripped tightly by the one and only Uzumaki Naruto, who slapped it away, dispersing the Jonin's jutsu with such ease. His cloak was also gone, and before them stood not the 13-year-old boy full of innocence and charm, despite his cunning ways, but a battle-hardened warrior, with a gaze as petrifying as the fourth Hokage. Speaking of, wait, kid, why did you save me in Haku? Zabuza asked, shocked that an enemy would do just that, especially after her death. You're not our enemy, and I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Naruto would finish, giving Zabuza flashbacks to when he was just a rookie and the Red Death had spared him after a battle. It was weird, really, someone resembling his father so much in every aspect, yet also his mother. Wait, wouldn't that make the Yondaime your dash? Pre-Fukincisely. But here comes the real enemy. Clapping noises were heard as Gato with his goons would appear in the scene, the shorty having a vicious grin on his face, and his goons a lust for blood. Well, it seems like Zabuza the demon has gotten soft. Time to dash. Art is an explosion. A bunch of clay would fall from the sky, blowing up everyone around Gato in their own tiny explosions, the man then starting to cower as Zabuza glared daggers at him. Hey kid, I love the hair. And the weasel sends his regards, whatever that means. And the man on the white beard flew away, leaving a smirking Naruto, confused Sasuke, Ino and Mist Pair, and a shocked Kakashi behind. Now to the confused four, the weasel part made no sense. However, Kakashi knew just what it meant, so he shot Naruto a glare that said, "We'll talk later," making Naruto shrug. He's all your Zabuza-san. Naruto snickered and prepared for what was to come. Warning: next scene includes graphic content. Zabuza would slowly approach Gato, Kubikirabocho firmly in hand, and have a grin that could not only be seen outside of his mask, but could be smelled and heard. No need for this Zizabuz, GH. He was interrupted by the cleaver's side smashing into his face, breaking his jaw instantly. You talk too much, was the blank response of Zabuza before Gato's legs went flying off. AAF. It is said that this scream of pure agony was heard all across the great nations, showing just how much of a coward and wimp Gato was. The legs are the least of your worries right now. Look, Gato was horrified as a huge, angry mob had gathered, all of them holding pitchforks, sticks, and other stuff that promised a world of pain to the midget, or what was left of him. They approached Gato, furious at his doings. Before bleep, graphic content saved for my other fanfic, Redemption, a Naruto fanfic. Check it out. It's really cool. Anyways, later. I guess that's that. Naruto would shrug, heading towards the railing of the bridge. Where? When? How? What? Whoa there, calm down, Bakashi. It's simple. I met him during my little vacation to you-know-where. Apparently, he sent that blondie to help with the goons. I'd just shut up and appreciate the help, Nizan. Naruto would retort, much to Kakashi's annoyance, until... Where'd you come up with that nickname? Kakashi would ask, finally putting down his headband. What you mean the nickname Obito Uchiha gave you? Do you seriously think I am that misinformed? Or do you think I never listened to your stories? I just heard what you told me, read some stuff about my dad's team, and put two and two together. It's hella obvious. Anyways, you never got his body back. Kakashi was surprised, for lack of better word, with Naruto's attentiveness at everything. However, his question made Kakashi raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? He got hundreds of rocks fall on him. We couldn't get his body back. Even if we could, it was war, and it was common to not bury dead shinobi, opting to leave them where they were, or in a worst-case scenario the enemy would occupy the area and burn the bodies. Kinda suspicious how someone who claims to be Madara Uchiha, a man dead for God knows how long, is the leader of a group like the Akatsuki. We all know what happened to the Uchiha, and it would take either some voodoo shit or a constant chakra supply to allow someone in Madara's age to even live, let alone go on missions with his group and have the strength to lead it. Isn't it suspicious? How the leader of Akatsuki definitely has a natural Sharingan, and the only Uchiha whose bodies weren't found are Shursui and Obito Uchiha. Kakashi was definitely offended and shocked at how Naruto could just accuse his best friend of not only treason, but the murders of a large chunk of the village. Turning even more serious, Kakashi would glare at Naruto. "Listen here, brat." Turning to Kakashi, he lazily said, "Hey, I'm just saying, it's a possibility that either your chum is still alive or that Shursui Uchiha is still alive. Because, as my chum, a being made of chakra that has seen the creation of chakra and shinobi says, that bastard that controlled me 14 years ago definitely wasn't Madara. He was much weaker, and being controlled by him made me attempt to cooperate with the Yondaime. And Kurama is a censor and a half, so he can tell apart Madara from a wannabe." Kakashi was about to say something, but sighed in defeat. "Look, I can't confirm or deny your suspicions, but I believe that Obito's dead. You make a point, but something in me can't accept that he's alive. The good old cheerful Obito who wanted to be Hokage to have turned megalomaniac and lead a terrorist organization. Impossible." "Ah, unlikely, but not impossible," Naruto interjected. "What are you guys talking about?" Ino suddenly stepped forward after she and Haku healed Sasuke. "Oh, it's nothing. Just the He looked at Kakashi before both nodded to each other. "The upcoming Chunin exams. Kakashi wants us to participate, however you aren't obli dash." "Of course I will. Sasuke, me, you and Naruto are participating in the next Chunin exams whether you like it or not," she shouted at the raven-haired boy, who only nodded dumbly, secretly thanking the lords they didn't get that pink-haired banshee or something. The timid Hyuga was good too, but her timidness would be her downfall someday. Ino was the perfect kunoichi from their generation. Smart, skilled, etc., etc. "Well, anyways, I believe we should head back to Tazuna's home to rest. Zabuza, Haku, you two coming?" Kakashi would ask the two, before an annoyed Naruto growled, in annoyance. "Couldn't you have been 1 second slower?" The Uzumaki would ask, a playful growl to his voice. Kakashi laughed sheepishly and shrugged, rubbing the back of his head. "Sorry, but I guess being in your company naturally makes people faster and more decisive." Yeah, whatever. "So you two coming?" "I'm afraid we can't. Revolution rages on in Kiri, and we must return. The people need us." "It's just fancy talk for he wants to see a girl again," Haku would say before he and Ino giggled, while everyone else laughed, leaving a blushing Zabuza. Haku, it's not like that. He tried and tried to say stuff, but nothing came out of his mouth. "You're not saying words, Zabuza," Naruto quipped, and Zabuza almost lashed at him, before remembering just who saved him and Haku's lives. "Anyways, we should go. Have fun, you guys," Haku would say as he and Zabuza began to walk off, before disappearing in the mist. "We should also return. Also, I have a summoning contract with the Phoenix's sensei. I also have these." He would unseal 2 large scrolls that appeared on each of his hands. "The one on my left hand is a gift to my darling Ino Dash." She blushed as he pecked her cheek, while Kakashi fake gagged and Sasuke looked away in annoyance. "And the one on my right is a gift to my best friend Sasuke. They're both summoning scrolls. Ino, your gift is a summoning scroll for Ents, whom you might think are just mythological creatures, but they aren't. They reside in the same place as, I'll explain some other time. Long story short, they possess wood style and the 100 healings jutsu." That caught Kakashi off guard. Wood style and the 100 healings. These scrolls relied over there. Wait. Where even was Naruto? "I was in Yuzushiogakure, an island off the coast of this place, where my clan used to reside. The Uzumaki clan was actually really feared, especially for their phoenix summoning contract and immense sealing prowess, which is why it took 4 great nations teaming up on them to destroy the village, and still we have more clan members than the Uchiha clan, which was destroyed by a teenager." Sasuke growled and was ready to throw a haymaker at Naruto, but Kakashi stood between the two to ease the tension. Best friends as they were, the Uchiha clan massacre was a sensitive topic to the broody duckbutt. "Anyways, your scroll, you're gonna have to find out everything about it on your own. Now." He laid both of the scrolls on the ground and unraveled them. On Ino's one, the names: Ashura Otsutsuki, Utsuma Senju, Hashirama Senju. were most notable, while on Sasuke's scroll the most notable names were Indra Otsutsuki, Taijima Uchiha, Izuna Uchiha. How come Ino's scroll gets Hashirama Senju, and I get three nobodies? If you paid attention in class, unlike me, you'd know that Taijima was Madara Uchiha's father, while Izuna his younger brother. Meanwhile, Butsuma was Hashirama's father. I'll explain who the Otsutsuki ones are some other time. Thanks. You're welcome, darling. Screw you. Anytime. Naruto smirked at Sasuke, who just stared at him, jaw dropped. He had a girlfriend, and he's pulling these stunts. Not like he would mind, stop. Anyways, let's just go. Marco. The Phoenix flew in and greeted Team 7 one by one. Hataki-san, son of Sadash. Yeah, it's me. Anyways. Good day, Yamanaka-san, Uchiha-san, and Naruto-sama. I hope everything went well. It did. I saved everyone as always. Let's go. The big bird flew away towards Tezuna's house, after everyone prepared, with Sasuke and Ino strapping the scrolls to their backs. Not long after they were knocking on Tezuna's door, only to be greeted by Ashina. Ashina-san, are Tezuna and his family here? They're inside preparing dinner. Who? Both Ino and Sasuke said at the same time. While I was in Yuzushio, I saw Ashina Uzumaki in cryosleep, frozen in ice. He was ruler of the place during the reigns of the first and second Hokage's times, so I decided to thaw him out. Technically speaking, he's my closest loving relative as far as I know. I remember Master Jiraiya once having said something of a red-haired orphan that lived in Amigakure, but no, he's probably dead. Wait, did you say Amigakure? Ashina asked, trying to remember Uzumaki clansmen who moved there. Yeah, why? Kakashi would respond perplexed. That's where young Fuso went to provide humanitarian aid during the Second Shinobi World War. Could it be that she left an offspring around? Wait, so it's almost guaranteed that an Uzumaki resides or has resided in Amigakure? Naruto would suddenly ask, his interest piqued at this sudden revelation. I'm going to have to say yes, but you may have to talk to Jiraiya, was it? Yeah, but let's go inside. I'm starving. Naruto would seem to forget about the whole clan shenanigans due to his stomach growling like a lion. After dinner. Tezuna-san, Tsunami-san, Inari-san, great name by the way, reminds me of the god that I worship. Anyways, I'm pretty sure I can speak for everyone that it was a pleasure coming here and that I'll try to come visit you guys sometime. Sounds good? Tezuna and Tsunami nodded while smiling, while Inari was seemingly tearful. Why you're leaving so soon? What if those baddies come again? The young Uzumaki smiled, before kneeling down to Inari's height and passing him a scroll. I'm sorry you'll be able to take them on by yourself, but if you are ever in a dire situation, open the scroll and I'll be here in an instant. Got it. But save it for only immensely dire situations, because it can only be used once, and that took me years to make. Okay. Inari nodded, before dropping the scroll and rushing forward, hugging the, by now, Minato's mini-me tightly. You got it, Naruto. I'll sniff, only you use it when necessary. Naruto patted the boy's back, before breaking the hug and standing up again. I know you will. Not long after, Naruto smiled and waved at them one last time as Marco began to fly them away towards Konoha. Well, you two got along, despite you not being there. Shadow clone Zeno. I was there. Everything in relation to me, there was a shadow clone, which once dispelled gives me all memories it got. Well, that's convenient. Anyways, when do we make it to Kono Dash? We're here, Naruto would say, ordering Marco to burst forwards towards the Hokage building and land on the roof. Hokage office. It was a rather calm day in Konoha today. The sun was shining, not a single cloud in the horizon. Everything was great. Hiruzen was sitting in his office, admiring the view, mug of tea in his hand. The gods had blessed him with not much paperwork today, and the man had finished working by around 12 o'clock. However, what he didn't expect was to sense 3 Jonin-level chakra signatures and 2 Chunin level ones approaching his office via bird. Thinking they were enemies, he was about to switch to his battle here when his door was slammed open. Gigi, we're back, Naruto exclaimed cheerfully, as Hiruzen sighed in relief at the revelation of who the signatures were, before raising an eyebrow. The fifth signature was right next to Naruto, and it felt quite familiar. However, right before he turned, a voice spoke up. Good day, Hiruzen-san. My name is Ashina Uzumaki. I was good friends with your mentors, the first and second Hokage. The old man's eyes widened as he turned his chair with amazing speed to look at the white-haired man before him. Wait, what? Didn't the Uzumaki clan, including you, die out? That's what everyone, including me, thought. But no, they froze me in ice, and ever since I was in cryosleep. I don't know the details on how it worked, but it must have been some level 20 seal that kept me alive. Naruto certainly was intrigued. Level 20 seal? Weren't there only 10 levels? And wasn't Jiraiya like a level 8 at most? Wait, level 20? He asked, never hearing of such thing before. All right, you don't know much about Yuzusho. Yes, there's 20 levels of sealing, and even I was level 18 last time I checked. So imagine a level 20 sealer. Ashina stated, something that made Naruto's eyes widen. That's limitless power, Naruto said, actually scared. Imagine if a level 20 seal master switched sides and was against Yuzusho. That would have been devastating on its own, let alone threats like Sasori of the Red Sands, or even the Kazekage and Tsuchikage. And that is why Yuzusho was attacked. Ashina responded, before Hiruzen just sighed in annoyance and pinched the bridge of his nose. The one day that he finished work, so soon he had to cope with this bullshit? All right, enough. Please. Everyone dismissed. Ashina-san, we can find you a suitable home in the same building as Naruto, which is in a mostly shinobi district, so you shouldn't be bothered. You'll also need this, by the way, since Yuzusho doesn't exist. Hiruzen chucked a Konoha headband at Ashina, who caught it and looked at the thing with relative surprise, but nodding nonetheless. However, we will have to do an evaluation on what rank to place you. So I expect you to be here tomorrow at 7 a.m. sharp. Got it? I understand. And thank you, Hokage-sama. The old Uzumaki said before everyone left to rest, though not before they got their pay from Irika. Naruto woke up to the awful brightness of the morning sun going through his curtains and also to the sound of the stove being on. Morning, Naruto-san. You want some coffee? Ashina's voice reached the blonde's ears, much to his surprise at first, before the Uzumaki prince remembered just what had happened on the wave mission. Speaking of wave mission, Naruto sat up and rubbed his eyes. Sure, Ashina-san. Make it quick, though. I'm gonna need to cash out a bounty I picked up before we made it to wave. Naruto would say. He tried to stand up, but he remembered another thing that happened the day before. Right next to him laid a still sleeping Ino, who had her arms around Naruto's abdomen, keeping the almost fully bare teenager in spot. Naruto blushed. He was wearing nothing but boxers, and Ino was wearing only a bra and her underwear. Not like they did anything, God no. Inoichi had just forgotten everything locked after he and Ino had gone on a date the day before and had fallen asleep holding a bunch of tripwires, which if let go would make dozens of kunai fly everywhere but at him. A little safety measure he had taken as a lesson from Shikaku, who himself used it to sleep in on guard duty. Sure thing. Ashina gave Naruto a cup of coffee, who quickly chugged it before Ashina could even think of adding sugar or milk to it. Better, he'd whisper before he heard the noises of Ino groggily awakening. Earned, Naruto, Ino shrieked as she immediately turned crimson red, using the covers to hide her quite toned for her age body, however revealing Naruto, who was still only in his boxers and had his morning wood. That made Ino blush even more, before she just fainted. Okay, Naruto nervously said, much to a smiling Ashina's amusement. You know, I think you should take her to her parents. Ashina suggested, before Naruto sighed. Yeah, I know, but I need to get the bounties cashed out first. Naruto would respond, as silence would set in. It went on, and on, and on, until... Shadow clones. Naruto would exclaim cheerfully, fortunately not awaking Ino, and much to Ashina's mirth. Took you long enough. Naruto rolled his eyes and made 4 shadow clones, giving one of them the seal which had Gozu and Meizu's heads before laying back down and covering both himself and Ino. I think I'll sleep in today. Clone 1. Go tell the 100 that are right behind the Hokage mountain to start decreasing the hand seals for water style. Water Dragon Jutsu. Clone 2. Go to the 100 clones in the Forest of Death to tell them to hurry up with the special thing. Ashina looked at him suspiciously, but not in a bad way. What special thing? The elderly Uzumaki asked. Perhaps he could help with it? Oh, you'll see. And, Clone 4, find the pervert and tell him we're finding Granny Tsunade this week, and that I don't want to hear his shit about it. She's going to come back when she realizes who'll be there to meet her. Everyone nodded and vanished in body flickers. Fortunately, Team 7 had been giving the week off, but it didn't mean Naruto couldn't do some more training. If he stopped, maybe someone like Kiba of all people could surpass him in the future. Obscene. Blasphemy. Madness. Tsunade? You mean Mito's little granddaughter? Ashina would ask while sipping his own coffee before looking at the time. Yes. Don't you need to leave now to be on time for the evaluation thing? Yeah. See you later, Ashina said as he body flickered out. Suddenly, though, upon Ashina's exit, in a poof of smoke appeared a white-haired figure with a hitate over his left eye. Yo! Kakashi exclaimed, making Naruto groan loudly. He couldn't be bothered with any more white-haired people. What now? Naruto asked annoyed. His beauty sleep was being interrupted by everyone today. Apparently, it was Pick on Naruto Day. Meet me at the training ground in 5 minutes sharp. Wake Ino up. Sasuke's already there. See you there. Kakashi's tone suddenly switched into a serious one, which made Naruto realize that maybe the order had some weight to it, and Kakashi wouldn't be late. So upon Kakashi's disappearance via body flicker, he immediately got up and quickly got dressed. He made a clone to wake up Ino ASAP, and upon opening her eyes, she instinctively punched the living daylights out of the clone with monstrous strength that came from nowhere. Maybe finding Tsunade won't be a good idea, Naruto would think, imagining how strong Ino would be if she trained with Tsunade for a few years. Yeah, not a good idea, especially cause he'd be behind most of those punches, but YOLO. He couldn't let his dearest Ino stay behind now, could he? Sorry? Thank God that wasn't the real you, am I right? Ino nervously chuckled while rubbing the back of her head, before Naruto just shook his head. Just get ready. We have like 3 minutes to get to the training ground. Apparently, it's very important judging by Kakashi's tone. Ino grumbled due to the fact that she wouldn't have breakfast, but nonetheless complied. Training ground 7, a minute before Naruto's arrival. Oi, Kakashi. Sasuke suddenly called Kakashi, who was casually staring at his book and not reading about himself being tied up in. Before being able to respond, he flew in the sky, his nostrils being used as jet-powered engines using blood for fuel, before a foot suddenly crashed onto his back, sending him flying towards Sasuke again, before the scarecrow landed on the poor Uchiha. You know, you didn't have to kick me that hard, you brat. Kakashi responded, dusting himself off and massaging his neck a bit, mostly cause of the bruises from the rope. Anyway, I got you all here to discuss about the upcoming Chunin exams. I nominated you all for them, so it's up to you if you guys want to participate or not dash. Suddenly, the 3 flyers that were in his left hand were in each of his genin's hands, as the 3 signed them in an instant. He sighed. They grew up so fast. I guess that's that. You guys are free for the rest of the week until the exams start, so enjoy it. Ino, Sasuke dismissed. Naruto, you're staying here. We need to talk. Naruto groaned audibly as Sasuke and Ino both ran for their lives out of the training ground. What is it, Nizan? Naruto asked, having no idea what this was about. I know about Tsunade. Are you sure you can bring her back? Naruto scoffed. He was worried about that? Look, Nizan. She's my second cousin. She had to agree. Also, I'm relieving my heritage in the exam finals. I'll stop my dumb, knucklehead full orange ninja act when my turn comes. Kakashi was surprised and was about to advise against it. However, he knew how tough Naruto was. After all, the kid could hold off him and Anko, of course, when Kakashi's Sharingan was under the headband. Also, you think I could learn a lightning-style jutsu? Something in me tells me that something bad ought to happen, but I just can't tell what. Naruto asked. It was probably due to him being able to sense negative feelings via Kurama, but due to the person or people he sensed were so far away that he couldn't sense properly. Keep in mind Naruto was born a talented senser, one of the few things he took from Tobarama. I mean, sure, it would be hard to teach you in a week bu dash. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suddenly 500 clones appeared, not exhausting Naruto in the slightest. Talk about a chakra monster at such a young age. Okay, that works too, I guess. I guess we can start now. Kakashi asked, slightly annoyed that he had to work with Naruto now, but he was glad he'd be helping his Neeson. Oh, and you'll be met with a flash-wise surprise when the finals come. Naruto winked at Kakashi before disappearing. With Ashina, he was currently about to face Asuma Sarutobi as his final enemy. He was certainly rusty and wasn't sure if he'd beat the Hokage's son, but it was worth it. Asuma, on the other hand, was thinking the opposite. He knew nothing about seals, and the Chunin and Chunin were swept away like flies with only taijutsu. Poor Konohamaru was made to pose as a Chunin by his devilish grandpa, while the poor Chunin that got bodied isn't important in the story. Let's call her Hana Inazuka. Definitely an unimportant, completely unrelated to the plot shinobi, winky face. Shall we get this over with, Asuma-san? Ashina asked, suddenly summoning a large scroll and holding it under his right arm. Asuma would light a cigarette and take out his knuckle knives, channeling chakra through them and creating blue chakra elongations of the blades. Indeed, Uzumaki-san. Asuma would immediately rush forwards, attempting various slashes all over Ashina, who simply dodged them or used a simple kunai to block them. It looked like they were going on circles, however they were going on a square shape. It was all part of Ashina's plan. Eventually, the Uzumaki kicked Asuma in the gut, making him skid a few back, in the middle of a weird square that was formed by 4 tags, as Ashina jumped a few feet backwards. Weaving a few hand signs, Ashina said, Fuinjutsu, Chakura Nusumi no Shohiki. Roughly, chakra-stealing barrier. As the name suggests, a cubic barrier erupted around Asuma, and it immediately began to siphon off his chakra. Shit. Oh well, I give up. Too much of a drag to fall unconscious from chakra exhaustion. Asuma simply said. Ashina had squared up with him in taijutsu and kenjutsu, while wielding a kunai and without the usage of chakra, and had trapped him with ease. He definitely deserved elite Jonin tier, perhaps even joining the Hokage's personal guard. Alright, winner of the final match, Ashina Uzumaki. Gekko Hade, a man in his 20s that looked chronically ill due to the eye bags that could be seen from the stands and his constant coughing. I guess he does deserve elite Jonin. Okay then, Ashina Uzumaki, I hereby declare you elite Jonin of Konoha. Hiruzen stepped off the spectator stands and handed Ashina his Jonin flak jacket, which was taken, but Ashina just sealed it in a scroll, opting to wear his traditional Yuzushio clothing. Konoha was very dangerous right now, and it was about to get even worse. With Naruto. Ino-chan, I'm sorry, but I'll be gone for a few days. I need to do something personal. Well, more like find some family of mine. I'll see you first thing when I get back, okay? Naruto would wrap a hand around her waist and another behind her head before pulling her close and giving her a deep kiss on the lips. It didn't take Ino by surprise, and fortunately they were hidden from everyone because they were in a small forest just outside of Konoha near the training grounds. Ino was the first to pull out of the kiss for 2 reasons. The first one was to get air, and the second reason was to not make things go too far again. She remembered last time when a small kiss led to a whole makeout session that lasted for approximately 2 hours. Yeah, Kakashi wasn't happy when they were more late than him. To put it shortly, they got an earful that day. Giggling, Ino pushed him off with a small blush on her face. Okay, now Whiskers, go, or you'll be late. Ino would peck his cheek, which made Naruto immediately leave from the energy boost. I got a feeling, called the Bluizo Lord since my baby said goodbye dash. Kurama's melodic but deep voice rang out in Naruto's head. Lord, I don't know what I'll do. All I do is sit and sigh. Hi, oh Lord, that last long day she said goodbye. Well, Lord, I thought I would cry. For some reason, the Jinhuriki was singing along in his head. Guess he was in the mood. She'll do me, she'll do you, she's got that kind of lovin'. On to you, Naruto. Lord, I love to hear her when she calls sweet da. I swear to God, Kurama, you did that on purpose. Naruto thought with a faint blush as he finally made it to the hot springs. Oi, Arobaka, get down from there. We're leaving. Naruto would jump up and grab Jiraiya's arm, before pulling him down from the branch he was on, making Jiraiya have to flip midair to land on his feet. Ruffling Naruto's hair, completely changing the hairstyle, Jiraiya smiled, then paled. Now Naruto was a splitting image of Tobirama Senju, only with blonde hair, except the bangs that made him look like a fusion of the second and fourth Hokage. Kid, I swear if you let your hair grow long you'll be nightmare. You'd be a splitting image of your father, grandfather, and Madara Uchiha combined. I almost fainted at seeing your new hairstyle. Jiraiya pointed out, and Naruto only unsealed a mirror from one of his storage seals. I actually look a lot like Grandpa. Hold on. Naruto suddenly turned dead serious, and he couldn't help but admit, brooding made him look like a young blonde Tobirama. Anyways, let's go Gaki. Jiraiya slapped Naruto's back, which hurt quite a bit, but made the Senju Namikaze Uzumaki start walking. Upon reaching the gates, Kotetsu and Izumo didn't even ask Naruto where he was going due to the Sannin being with him. That was the good thing about being a Sannin. You could travel anywhere without needing a pass from the Hokage. Su, you got any jutsu to teach me? Besides the Rasengan, Otama Rasengan, Giant Rasengan, and Kudama Rasengan, Massive Rasengan, of course. I kinda know the first two and am working on the third, which is kinda useless because most enemies would die by an Otama Rasengan, let alone a Kudama Rasengan. Naruto would ask Jiraiya, flexing with his abilities. How do you know those jutsu already? Jiraiya would ask in surprise. Arobaka, my sensei since the day I turned 5 and was the student of the Yellow Flash. You think he wouldn't at least show it to me? I also have the Nige-tailed fox in me, which is the inspiration for the Rasengan. He gave me a few hints and I figured the rest out. I'm certainly surprised, Gaki. You've got quite the intellect. But there are a few jutsu I can teach you. Jiraiya tossed Naruto 3 scrolls containing info on 3 jutsu. Harijaizu, a jutsu where the user extends their hair around themselves, creating a shield that ought to protect them anything up to a A-rank jutsu. Harijigaku, a jutsu where the user channels chakra to their hair, shooting hair sunbon that can pierce things like boulders or metals. The third and most complicated was Ranjishigami no Jutsu, Lion's main jutsu. The user uses chakra to temporarily enhance the head's metabolism and manipulate the hair that grows longer as a result of it. There is also chakra flowing through the lengthened hair, making its hardness comparable to that of steel wire. By thickly bundling the hair, its strength is further increased, also increasing its destructive power. It was ranked as B rank, the most complicated of the 3, but the 3 were definitely useful against higher ranked jutsu. I would have taught you Swamp of the Underworld, but unfortunately you don't have Earth style. For some reason water, lightning, and wind. It makes sense. Grandpa we all know for his proficiency in water style. Something leads me to believe that lightning style had something to do with Dad's Hiraition jutsu, and wind is Mom's main attribute so. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. It made sense. The only explanation for Minato dodging the Raikage's fastest punch had to be that he had something similar to the lightning armor. What they didn't realize was that due to them running the whole time, they had already made it to Tsunade's last known location, Tenzakagai. No Itachi and Kisame part, so therefore no Sasuke getting Tsukuyami D this time. Moving on. They walked into a bar because Jiraiya had heard a voice he thought familiar when they cut the corner. What Naruto didn't reveal was that he had sensed someone with chakra almost identical to his, excluding the QB part of course. It felt soothing, but drunk. With a sigh, Naruto just entered the bar, and upon seeing Tsunade and Shizune, Gibe Tsunade by the collar, grabbed her coat, and took everything outside. All of this while Jiraiya was still outside making the turn. Iwa, who the hell are you to drag me out of a bar like that? Tsunade got up and shouted angrily at Naruto, before noticing his hair. She knew it all too well. It was identical to her great-uncle. In fact, besides the missing war paint, his sky-blue eyes that pierced her soul, his blonde hair color and his bangs, he was a splitting image of Tobirama. If you used your eyes, oh dearest cousin, you'd be able to tell who I was since my birth 13 years ago. Does the 10th of October remind you of anything? Naruto asked, spitting the emphasized words with so much venom it hurt her deeply. Naruto-kun? Suna asked, shaking like a leaf. She was told that all of her family had died 13 years ago, from Kushina, which was like a little sister to her due to the whole Shinjizumaki being cousins ordeal, and Minato, who despite being quite some years younger was her uncle, technically speaking. He was her father's first cousin, but they were always very close, creating more of a friendly relationship rather than blood relationship. She was so happy when Kushina got pregnant, but devastated when she and her whole family died in the Kyuubi attack. Precisely, Suna-chan. I'm your second cousin. If I remember correctly, all this time you've been out of Konoha gambling and drinking while the only family that remained to you was in the Konoha orphanage for 5 years, then lived alone in more of a shack than an apartment dash. He was interrupted when a pair of slender arms wrapped around him in a bone-crushing hug with Tsunade kneeling to properly reach him. She was crying? It seemed like all the alcohol was gone in an instant. Inarikun, I'm so sorry. The old man told me everyone died that day. He sent me a letter with his personal stamp and everything. Upon hearing it, Naruto's eyes widened. Why would Hiruzen push Naruto's only family away and not tell her of Naruto's well-being? Before a thought struck him, and his fist clenched tightly. Suna-chan, may you let go for a moment, please? Naruto asked, and Tsunade let go, but held a confused expression. That fucking whore Danzo. Naruto's fist clashed with the ground, creating a crater that had a radius of 20 meters, putting Tsunade's punches to shame. Safe to say the neighborhood was quite ruined. I swear to God I'll eviscerate him. Naruto promised, not threatened. Jiraiya and Shizune began to shiver as Naruto was covered in his one-tail cloak. However, Tsunade rushed to him, wrapping her arms around him again, and rubbing his hair and back soothingly. It seemed to calm him down instantly, because the chakra cloak receded almost immediately and Naruto's eyes turned from the red with slits into his sky-blue eyes. Shunarikan, it's gonna be okay. I'm sorry for not being there, but I'm here now. Naruto's eyes teared up, and he began to cry on Tsunade's shoulder. She body flickered the two away from Jiraiya and Shizune, who were watching this shocked and deeply saddened. In a forest some few hundred meters away. That bastard. You have no idea what IW went through. The slug Sannin gritted her teeth in anger and vowed to make Danzo and the citizens of Konoha pay dearly, if Naruto didn't have a plan for that already. It's okay. I'm with you now. I'll help you wherever you go, kid. Trust me on that one. Now, why do you say we go back to Jiraiya and Shizune? Naruto nodded. Few times his pride/ego/joy were shattered by his hidden feelings, but when they were, he was as softer and more fragile than, say, Taylor Swift's heart or Donald Trump's ego. A/N. It's all a joke, so please chill and don't get mad over a joke like YouTube comments or Reddit. Naruto nodded, wiping his tears, and vanished with Tsunade in what appeared to be a yellow flash, appearing next to Jiraiya, who jumped with a yip. Hold your farts in, old man. I know your muscles aren't what they used to be, but clench them tightly. I don't want to smell your farts cause you got startled. A/and it can actually happen, lol. Jiraiya bonked Naruto in annoyance, before his mouth was suddenly full of dirt and his feet were where his head once was. An angry Tsunade held her fist up and blew the smoke off. Don't touch my cousin. Tsunade growled and ruffled Naruto's shaggy hair, who at this point wouldn't change from Tobarama's hairstyle, surprising the blonde internally. Hey, so, now that you're back, can I have some moan dash? He suddenly got the memories of the clone that collected the bounties. Never mind, I'm sort of 10 million Rio rich right now. Gozu and Meizu just got cashed off and the money is secured in my house. I was gonna ask for some money because I'm getting a complete wardrobe makeover for the Chunin exams. Finally, I'll be out of this bright orange color. I like it, but the costume just screams kill me, to be honest. Everyone nodded, and they began their journey back to Konoha. For figures and a pig were casually walking through Konoha's entrance, as the civilians watched in shock at the arrivals. Tsunade-sama's back? Everyone. Tsunade-sama's back. Suddenly a swarm of civilians surrounded Tsunade, with Jiraiya and Shizune casually body flickering away, as Naruto stood still holding Tsunade's hand. Tsunade-sama, it's so good to see you in Konoha again. But may I wonder why you are holding the blonde kid's hand? The civilian had to change what she was saying at the ki released towards her by Naruto, as all other civilians began to glare at the young teen. That is none of your business. Well, You'll all find out very soon. Now leave me alone." Tsunade's voice rang out across the whole village, making the civilians scurry off like cockroaches. Not only because of her booming voice, but because of the combined ki of the two senju. "Can you go alone to the old man? I need to meet someone." It had been 5 days since Naruto left, and Ino was getting anxious and had begun to worry that he could have gotten hurt while away. But then again, he was with a Sannin, so he couldn't have gotten hurt. However, when she saw a mop of blonde hair be allowed inside the store by her mother, she jumped out of the counter and into his arms. "Thank God you're back. And you kept your promise," Ino exclaimed cheerfully as Naruto pecked her on the forehead. After all, her mother was right there. "Of course I did, Ino-chan. I never fail to keep promises, because that's my ninja way. You should know that by now," Naruto would explain, hugging her briefly, before being reminded. "Crap, Ino-chan, do you want to go shopping with me?" Naruto asked suddenly, and as Ino looked at her mother with a faint blush, she just let the two lovebirds go. "Sigh, if only you were like that, Inoichi. Hey, I used to take you out everywhere when we were young." "Did you though? Or did I?" She'd roll her eyes at Inoichi before continuing her work. Sometime later, about 6:42 p.m., in a flight of stairs, Naruto and Ino were carrying a buttload of boxes and bags heading to the Jinchuriki's house. Despite persuasion by Ino, Naruto rejected to make clones for some reason, opting for just them two to carry everything. Right now, Naruto still had his kill me clothes on, but he planned to change that very soon. He also needed to go to Hiruzen's office after this, so he had to hurry up. Quickly letting all his bags in his apartment, he body flickered with Ino in front of her shop, gave her a quick peck on the lips, and notified her that he had to go to the old man's office. It was 6:58. Hiruzen's office, exactly 7 p.m. Hiruzen was about to stand up from his chair to end another long day of work when a white blur bursted through his door, and in an instant the 4A and BU were all around him with blades to his neck. The figure wore blue armor. "Hey pipsqueaks, get those off me." The AMBU fucked off like they were my classmates as soon as the bell rang, leaving a chuckling Hiruzen and a smirking Naruto behind. "You know, you're too rough on my AMBU," Hiruzen would point out, lighting his pipe. "And thanks for bringing back Tsuna. How can I repay why? Wait, did you do something to your hair?" Naruto looked confused, but then pointed to the bangs that were gone and to his now much more different from his recent hairstyle, but not his original hair. "Oh, this. Just figured out I might as well look like someone who didn't really have any direct enemies except the Kinkaku Force who were rogues at the time of his death. If I looked like a splitting image of my dad, then I'd have that old monkey sending all his best shinobi to see me swing by the neck," Naruto would explain. Perhaps he wouldn't reveal his full heritage? "So, does that mean you're revealing only part of your heritage?" Hiruzen would ask. "Oh no, when I say it out loud I'm revealing all of it, but it's going to be for the more attentive ones. Speaking of, do you have any Hapuri-style Hitayate?" Hiruzen widened his eyes slightly, but then realized why he hadn't heard that word in such a long time. It was the same headband as Tobarama Senju's. Hold on here." Hiruzen chucked Naruto one, and as Naruto placed it, it fit the youngster perfectly, just like a glove, and Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh at the similarities. "Okay, can you go now? I'm supposed to be outside enjoying the village right now, dash." Tsunade suddenly burst in, bonking Naruto in the head and shouting at him. "There are you brat. I looked all over the village for you. Thank God your little vixen knew you were coming here, cause I was getting worried." Naruto would hold his ear from all the shouting, as Kurama attempted to hide as far deep within Naruto's mindscape as possible. The duo's ears and noses were very sensitive. "Ow, can you not shout? My ears are too sensitive. Also, what's wrong anyways? Why do you need me?" "Cause from now on, you live with me, kiddo." Naruto's eyes widened and teeted up. Slowly turning around, Tsunade noticed the special headband and couldn't help but choke on her breath. It seemed like Konoha was really getting a second water dragon. "Oh really, Tsuna-chan?" Hiruzen was surprised at the nickname, but stayed out of it. "I did the paperwork earlier. From tomorrow onwards, you'll be officially living at my place. Well, until you and your vixen want to give me nieces and nephews and move to your dad's luxurious mansion he called a simple house." Naruto smiled and chuckled lightly, before hugging his cousin as tightly as he could. While patting her back, Naruto suddenly got a train wreck of memories from 200 clones that had to dispel all at once. Carefully looking back at them all, he smiled in victory. He had achieved both his goals. The Water Dragon Jutsu had been mastered to only one-hand seal, and the special project had also been mastered. Patting her back one last time, a few kanji appeared there for a few seconds before they disappeared. Can we have Ashina, Gigi, Asuma, Konohamaru, and Arobaka for dinner tonight? I'll make clones to help you cook if we can. Hiruzen's old heart melted at this. His surrogate grandson wanted him to have dinner with what little family he had left, meaning that the kid considered the old man family as well. Of course. And no need to help me with the cooking. Shizune can help me, and the two of us are more than enough. Tsunade responded, breaking the hug and kissing his forehead. Here, have this. It's a gift from my Pop Hashijiji. Not only does it make you cuter, it also helps if you ever have any rage outbursts and accidentally let the Kyuubi's chakra loose and me, or, was it? Aren't around. Got it. Naruto blushed faintly but nodded. Then he'd go to the old Hokage and grab his hand, secretly placing the same seal on him as well. Come on, Gigi. Let's go? Why are we staying in this office any longer than we should? Naruto dragged the two out, who simply smiled and followed him. Dinner, Senju compound. With the gang. Naruto knew that he couldn't invite Ino, well because she had a family and all, but he was happy with the scene before him. A drunk Tsunade arguing with Konohamaru, Ashina, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen chatting about God knows what, and him, Shizune and Asuma talking about the oncoming Chunin exams. So, Ani, usually used older brother. Naruto thinks of Kakashi and Asuma like that. You think your team's ready for the exam? Asuma scoffed. Puffed. Shikamaru's a genius, Choji's a powerhouse, and Hinata's taijutsu has greatly improved, even her Byakugan. I could say she can rival that Niji kid. Naruto finished scribbling something in a notepad and nodded. I see. What about their teamwork? Hinata tries to keep the team together, but you know how Choji and Shika are. I see. Thanks for the inside intel, Aniki. Same as Ani, but more rude. By the way, you said something about her rivaling Niji. You're no miracle worker, Asuma. We both know that. You know what? Fine. If more members of my team make Chunin, you give me 8 million Ryo, but if the opposite happens, I give you 8 million. Sounds good. Want to shake on it? Naruto's tone was surprisingly serious, and almost as if he had already won the bet, which made Asuma kinda insecure. Actually, never mind. I'll bet against Kurenai instead. Shika is undoubtedly getting Chunin, and to be honest, her team is probably the weakest out of the rookie 9, considering the horrid chemistry between the team members. And also Sakura being Sakura. I hope Kurenai beat the fangirl out of her. I really do. Guess we'll see in 2 days. So Shizune, what do you plan to do? Well, I might join one of the medic teams for the Chunin exams, then work at the hospital with Tsunade-sama. With the old men. So it's true that the Rinnegan's secrets are all in the book Naruto took from Uzushio? Hiruzen would whisper most of the sentence so Naruto wouldn't hear. Yeah, we gathered intel on it throughout the years, and that's the most info someone will ever find on it. Anyways, I've seen these books on the shelves as of late. Ika series are they called? What ain't they about? Hiruzen's eyes widened before the Jiraiya passed a signed copy under the table. One of the released ones, not the copy Kakashi had, thank God. Perhaps it was only a one-copy thing to be given only to the inspiration of the book? Who knows, am I right? Read it when you are alone or not around women. Trust me, Saru whispered to Ashina, who nodded in confusion, but then returned to their other political council, Konoha problems-related discussion. With the drunkard and kid. You are just a F-hick-sin PRVRT of a hick brat, and why know it? A very drunk Tsunade, whose mouth could barely open from the alcohol, would tell Konohamaru, who pointed at her accusingly. It was clear from the lack of vowels in the word PRVRT. You're the one with the bazookas. If you didn't have them, I wouldn't have looked. The young Sarutobi defender himself before Tsunade's fist came crashing down on his head, making the 8-year-old's face smash against the table. Oh wow, why'd you do that? Konohamaru shouted at the Senju. 'Cause I wanted to. You can't stop me from doing what I want. Brat. Naruto looked on at everything going on with a smile. This was all he ever wanted. A family. And he had that. Perhaps it'd be much different if his biological parents were still alive, but he was still happy with how things turned out. Slightly tapping a glass with a knife to make some noises, Naruto made everyone quiet down. Everyone, first thing I want to say is, well, thank you for being here. I treat and think of you all as a family, and if it weren't for you all, my dear Ino, Tucci and I am, then I have no idea how I might have turned out. So thank you. Everyone, edit that, but nonetheless let him carry on. Secondly, I've come to a decision to reveal my heritage to those who don't know here. Konohamaru, do you promise not to tell anyone about this? Konohamaru nodded and gave Naruto a big thumbs up, making the latter smile brightly and carry on. Very well. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death of Konoha. She died when the Kyuubi was extracted from her in the Nine Tails attack by an unknown figure who also controlled Ku, the Kyuubi. Asuma and Shizun's eyes bulged out of their sockets. If Kushina was his mother, then that could only mean. Indeed, you too. My father was Minato Namikaze. He paused for a moment to hear Asuma's question. Wait, if your dad was Yondaime-sama and your mother was Kushina-sama, then how are you cousins with Tsunade-san? You didn't let me finish. My father was Minato Namikaze, Senju. Asuma, Konohamaru and Shizun's eyes literally fell out from shock. What do you mean, Senju? Shizun managed to finally ask after her shock slightly went away. You heard that right. My father is indirectly Tsunade-chan's uncle. He's first cousins with her father, making him Tobirama Senju's son. What? Didn't he die alone? If he was taken, the lucky lady would have definitely spread the news across Konoha dash. Shizun would be interrupted by the raspy voice that sat 2 seats away from her. It's because his wife wasn't from Konoha. In a meeting with the second Raikage, the two got ambushed by the Kinkaku force, a group of formerly Cloud Nin turned rogue, and almost killed both of them. However, the Raikage managed to escape before Sensei could. He was almost mortally wounded, if it wasn't for Namikaze Haruka-san who saved him in the nick of time. The three of them nodded in realization. Doesn't that make you a noble Naruto? Asuma asked, before finishing his meal. The only ones who had barely eaten were Tsuna and Konohamaru, who were arguing most of the time, especially when Tsunade caught the brat staring at her melons. I don't care. I want the village to acknowledge me for who I am, not for the sake of my legacy. Though I wonder what these suck-ups will do when I reveal my heritage to them. TCH probably try to sleep with you, Asuma said as he and Naruto chuckled. Probably. But no thanks. The rest of the dinner went on casually, with everyone casually chatting until about 11 p.m., which was when everyone left in order to go sleep. Bye everyone. Let's do this again sometime. Naruto shouted as the guests left with full stomachs and happy that they were invited in the first place. Ashina disappeared in a body flicker towards Naruto's apartment, Jiraiya towards his, and the Sarutobi trio walked to their compound. Good night, Tsunade-chan, Shizunichi, Naruto exclaimed, entering his room and changing into his pajamas, which along with everything else had been brought here by Ashina. To say his room was big would be an understatement. It looked like a room belonging to a prince. The bed was a double bed made with the finest materials that could be found probably across all of the Land of Fire, and Naruto loved it. He had 2 large wardrobes conveniently next to each other, a cupboard on each side of the bed, and even a hanging chair next to his window, which displayed the large Senju compound amazingly. The Jinchuriki sighed and plopped himself on the bed, before tucking himself in and slowly falling asleep. 2 days later, right outside the Konoha Academy, they were told that the first phase of the Chunin exams would be done on the Konoha Academy, which made sense since it was a written test. However, right outside, a kid ran accidentally into what appeared like a male cat girl from the makeup and cat ears. However, the assumed gender-fluid figure had quite the strength as the kid was lifted into the air by the collar of the t-shirt he was wearing and was about to be punched when suddenly the figure felt the cold pinch of a tri-pronged kunai in his neck. The blonde girl who was accompanying him also felt the cold pinch of a regular kunai in her neck. Let him go, came the harsh tone of our blonde hero, who was wearing a black pair of pants that reached his shins, a black t-shirt with the Uzumaki crest in the middle, and a dark blue jacket with the Senju logo in the back. He was wearing his new headband too. He bumped into me. I'm gonna teach him a lesson. And who are you to order me around anyways? The guy? Asked Naruto, who only pushed the blade closer, drawing a butt of blood. Kankuro let the poor kid down. I feel like we're not dealing with ordinary shinobi here. The Mo revealed Temari told her brother, who raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Kankuro suddenly asked, before he looked down at the kunai. Who the hell uses a kunai with 3 prongs? Kankuro pointed out loud, which made Temari even more weary. On the back he has the Senju crest, and he's using a tri-pronged kunai, signature of the Yondaime, due to his Hiration. Temari pointed out, before she was relieved of the kunai on her neck. You seem like you understand. Also, your teammate over there seems to have the same opinion as me. How's it going, Ichi? 1. Temari and Kankuro widened their eyes in shock. How did this kid know about their brother having the Ichibi in him? One tail. Kankuro, let the kid go, or I'll kill you. Gaara ordered as sand danced around him. Kankuro nodded in fear and let the kid down gently, the latter just running away in fear and relief. Naruto let go of Kankuro and shoved him forwards, just in case. You. Mother says you are a worthy opponent. I'll kill you to prove my existence. The redhead pointed at Naruto. Well. What do we have here? A blonde female in her mid-late teens walked into the scene with her team. She was about Naruto's height, who, by the way for info, is as tall as in Shippuden by now, had her long yellow hair in a ponytail, long nails, and had about C-cup breasts if Naruto remembered properly from Jiraiya's teachings. She was accompanied by 2 randos who aren't in the show and I won't be bothered to describe. Let's call them deadbeat and moron. No capitals cause they don't deserve them. However, her sensei was a very tall and well-built figure with tan skin, a goatee, yellow hair, sunglasses, a tattoo of the kanji 4 iron, fit, and on his left cheek has a tattoo of a bull's horn. They were none other than Yujito Ni and Killer Bee, the 2 Kumo Jinchuriki, and they were here for the Chunin exams. I should be saying that, since I'm the native. But look what the cat drug in, literally. Naruto smirked. And I, Hachi, good to meet you both. How are you two? God, he's so dreamy. Yujito thought after a good look at the Senju. I can feel how much you want him, but it seems like he's already taken by the vixen over there. Matatabi pointed out, as Yujito seethed her teeth. Damn it, why are all the best ones taken? She'd think in annoyance. A/N, I am terribly sorry for the next part. Yo, what is good, fool, you fool? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. It's the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, the mighty Killer Bee. The 8 tails Jinchuriki would rhyme everything he said, before earning a bonk from Yujito. Shut it, Bee. She would say annoyed. Sorry, Yujito, but you didn't have to hit me with a torpedo, ya? Naruto mentally facepalmed. These were the Kumo, Cloud, Jinchuriki? A/N, thank God that's that. Wow, so many of us all gathered together. A minty-haired girl with orange eyes entered the scene. She was Fu of Takigakure. Nanabai Jinchuriki, 7 tails. Geez, another one? Good to meet you, Nana. Naruto greeted the girl, who cheerfully greeted him back. I hope we can all become great friends, because friendship is awesome, she exclaimed cheerfully. Humph, I've never seen this many of us bundled together. Not even in wartime. A deep voice suddenly rung out. It was Han of Awagakure and his students along with Rashi of Awagakure and his students. Kankuro and Temari were shitting their pants. 7 Jinchuriki in one spot. Outrageous. Wow. So the only ones missing are Roku, 6, and San, 3? Weird for Inoki to send 2 teams out here. But I feel like we should go inside to take the exam. We're going to be late soon. It was nice meeting you, go Yawn. I hope some of your students pass to the finals so we can meet again soon. The Jinchuriki split up as Naruto and Ino met Sasuke in the front door. You two are late, the emo pointed out. Sorry, we ran into something we had to deal with. Don't worry, it's no trouble. HN. Good. Sasuke merely said as the trio walked inside. The 3 aren't fooled by the fake classroom and Sasuke doesn't spoil the secret, so moving on. Upon entering the class, they were met with glares and a buttload of Ki for a bunch of genin. But Team 7 was used to Zabuza's Ki, so they weren't bothered in the slightest. The next team to walk in was Team 8, Karinai's team. Hey guys, Sasuke Kun. She jumped on Sasuke's back, who in annoyance just let his eyebrow twitch. Where's Naruto? Don't tell me he's late. That baka. Now my dear Sasuke-kun's going to fail because Narabaka will fail to show up. Suddenly, a blonde figure with shaggy hair came around and slung his arm around Ino's waist. I'd think before I spoke, Sakura. The blonde spat the name with so much venom, it made her shiver. And Naruto, is that you? Truth be told, Sakura hadn't seen any of Team 7, mostly due to the devilish regime given to them by Kakashi, which meant they were either studying or training in the training ground, which meant the only time they weren't in the training ground they were in their homes sleeping for 4.5 hours before training again. No shit, Sherlock, Naruto retorted, shocking Sakura to great amounts. What happened to the orange? What about the immensely spiky hair you used to have? Now it's awkwardly familiar to someone I can swear I've seen before, I just can't point out. Sakura talked to no one in particular. Well, deception is a ninja's greatest tool. I've decided to let go of the deadbeat, knucklehead facade that I hid behind all my life. Naruto said. Oh, and did I mention? On his back is a katana which Naruto found as a replacement for his old one in Yuzushio. However, his other weapon lied in a storage seal in his forearm. There's no way that you've been hiding yourself for all those years. Actually, dear Sakura, it is true. I've been with him for 8 years, I should know. Ino suddenly barged in the conversation. Troublesome. I knew he was hiding something all along. Shikamaru, who just came in with his team, pointed out. Suddenly, a white-haired man walked in. He had glasses on and had his white hair tied in a ponytail. Keep it down, you guys. You don't want to be easy targets for others. Really? And who are you to tell us? Kiba asked him. I'm Kabuto Yakushi. Nice to meet you all. And I failed this exam 7 times. The man said, much to the suspicion of Naruto, though, who was busy thinking. Uffed. You must be one weak-ass Shinab dash. Kiba was cut off by Naruto, who smiled at Kabuto, but his eyes said the opposite. The glare was ice cold, and it made Kabuto shiver. Do you know anyone called Nono Yakushi by any chance? He asked sweetly, as Kabuto shivered again. Shit. She worked at the orphanage. She must have been close to this brat. And no. Never heard of her. Kabuto nervously said, but Naruto wasn't going to take his shit for a second. His fist connected with Kabuto's gut, making the lad double over and cough out blood. I'll ask you one time nicely. What did you do to her? Naruto whispered to his ear, as Kabuto stepped back in his shock. How could a kid punch that hard? However, suddenly Naruto felt a massive headache and stumbled to a desk, keeping his balance on it. Did 500 clones really have to dispel at once? Naruto thought, annoyed. He hated when clones dispelled at once. What's wrong, Naruto? Kiba asked. Nothing, just some shadow clones that I had left to train on something dispelled at once. It's a huge headache. Shadow clones are special because not only are they tangible, but when they're dispelled, the memories go to the user. Meaning I got 500 clones memories at once. The headache from it sucks. Kabuto smirked at Naruto before going to some random seat to wait for Ibiki. Everyone shut the hell up. A very tall man with a trench coat and a bandana around his clearly bald head suddenly appeared and shouted. Good. Now listen up. You, blonde brat. No fighting without my permission. Everyone else. I'm Ibiki Mori Dash. You're Ibiko Marino, proctor of the written test, and you'll now ask us to come to you to get our numbers and get seated based on those numbers. Then we get our tests, which are 9 questions, and the 10th question will take all of the last 15 minutes. The test rules are that the whole team has a single score. If anyone from said team doesn't get any question right, then that team automatically fails. If you're caught cheating, you lose 2 points. Get caught cheating 5 times, your team's a goner. Right. Ibiki groaned. Just what else has Anko told you, Pipsqueak? Just how everything else goes. Naruto blankly responded, and finally made eye contact with Ibiki. It was there that the latter raised an eyebrow. He looked familiar, but not familiar as well. Just what was this kid? Oi, Ichi, and I, Nana. Good luck wherever you guys are. He shouted before going to his seat. After getting the test, Naruto realized something. I don't know shit. Kurama, could you try setting up a link with Nibi and Nanabai? They seem willing to help me. Fine. Kurama set up the link, and now suddenly Naruto, Fu, and Yujito's minds were linked. Guys, any of you two know anything in this test? Naruto would talk via the link. Nope, came Fu's response. I know. One question which I stole from the Chunin in front of me. They're scattered all around, by the way. So maybe if you can dash. Yeah, whatever. One of my teammates is a Yamanaka, and the guy with the duck butt hair has a Sharingan. One question was all I needed, really, but I'll ask them. Naruto said, exiting the link. So, how do I communicate with Ino? Maybe Morse code. Ibiki will understand, but it'll be random coded stuff, so. Naruto began to tap the desk in Morse code, which had been taught to Sasuke and Ino by Kakashi for situations like these. So, dear, helping that elderly lady was really nice of me, right? Turns out I kept my promise to you that I would help civilians, even though I'm hated. You owe me a kiss. Ino got the message and raised an eyebrow. The words help, elderly lady, and promise had a bigger space with other words than usual. It had to be a code within a code. Help, elderly lady, promise, help, I got it. She screamed on her mind and created a mind link with Naruto and Sasuke. Guys, help. I don't know Crayoe Ape. Naruto pleaded. Okay, so the answers to each question are. 45 minutes later, Ibiki began to explain the 10th question. 10th question, blah blah. Stay and get it wrong forever, Jinin, blah blah. Leave and fail, but can register again, blah blah. After the weak ones were rooted out, 20 teams of actual Jinin remained. Naruto was leisurely rocking in his chair, making Ibiki point at him. You, why do you seem so carefree? Don't you want to not risk it and have a second chance? Ibiki asked sternly. Hey bud, you're not going to get me with your tricks. That's all I'm saying. T&I commanding officer my ass. Look, no offense, but because I risk remaining Jinin doesn't mean I can't achieve my dream, especially when it's to just be acknowledged by my village. Secondly, who are you to dictate that? You're a Tokubetsu Jonin. The only person who has a right to do that is Old Man Hiruzen. And as we all know, the Kage of a village has absolute right to promote or demote a shinobi, since they are military dictators after all. So to me, this whole thing is bullshit, but it seemed as a good way for a certain someone to catch up with his siblings. Naruto pointed to his stomach during the last sentence to make his point clear to Ibiki that there were other Jinchuriki here, and that he just wanted to meet them. Due to everyone being inspired by Naruto's speech, Ibiki smirked. Fine. In that case, you all pass. Wait, what? Kiba asked in surprise. The 10th question is bullshit. The test is bullshit. Everything here was bullshit. The test was made so everyone cheated. That's why 2 points were deducted and you didn't fail instantly. It's an information gathering exercise. What else? All right. The 10th question. Chunin need to be ready to take risks at all times, even if it costs them their careers. Get it now? Everyone nodded and responded. Before the window was broken and a banner was held up by 2 kunai. It said, the sexy and taken proctor of the second stage, Mitarashi Anko. Oh good grief. Naruto would say out loud just as Anko front flipped inside. GKI, you made it. She bursted forwards to Naruto, giving him a big and squishy hug, which made many of the boys hella jealous. Anko suffocating between Naruto said in a muffled tone, making Anko let go and chuckle nervously before she walked to the front of the class. You're 5 minutes early, Anko. Ibiki pointed out blankly, before another nervous chuckle escaped her. Slowly counting the numbers, she would say, 20 out of 156 that started? I'm impressed, Ibiki. TCH. I'd ought to be careful with your little brother figures team. They were chatting in code in Morse code. And you let them pass? Anko asked curiously, though was glad they did pass. If her Gaki didn't pass, then she'd probably kill Ibiki. 2 reasons. The first was that it was clever. The second that no one responded. Probably the Yamanaka's doing. But anyways, the stage is yours. Anko smirked. All of you, meet me in training ground 44 in 5 minutes. If you're not there by then you fail automatically. Naruto went to his team, and the 3 disappeared via body flicker before even Anko had the time to leave. Forest of Death. Naruto flared his chakra so Team 10 and the Jinchuriki could sense him. Not that he had anything against Kiba or Shino, but it was Sakura he didn't want to pass. Okay, so, Gaki, anything you want to tell me before anyone else arrives? Anko asked her brother figure, who nodded. That Kabuto feller is very suspicious. He has the same last name as the orphanage mother who has been missing for 8 years and smirked at me when I brought her up. He also smells of snakes, points out Kurama. Anko nodded as she listened to the Gaki explain. All right, I'll make sure an eye is kept on high dash. Oh, no worries, he's mine. In fact, don't even keep an eye on him. I have a score to settle. Naruto, Sasuke, and Ino stood there with the other genin as they casually heard Anko's explanation. Naruto, of course, wasn't paying any attention cause he already knew, and when a kunai zoomed for his cheek, it was caught between 2 fingers. Really, Ain? Other word for sister, you gonna throw kunai at me? Here, have it back. Naruto flicked his hand as the kunai zoomed for Anko with immense speed, only to get caught by her left hand. I got your attention, and that's what I wanted, she simply explained. So, as I said, each team gets a heaven or earth scroll, and have to have both scrolls in order to pass. You have 5 days to do so, and if your logic works in the slightest, you'd figure out that half of you only are making it. But first, everyone has to sign these. She weaved some papers. Those who sign it agree that the village you're part of isn't responsible for any deaths in the exam. Oh, and if all 3 team members aren't at the tower by the time you reach it, then you automatically fail. After a few minutes, everyone signed the papers and lined up in each gate. Our merry crew of 3 was in Gate 1, with Kabuto's team in Gate 2. 3, 2, 1, go. With a bell ringing, everyone bursted towards the forest. Naruto and his team were given an earth scroll, just like the Team Baki, Team Guy, Team Asuma, the Taki team, Team Killer Bee, Team Han, Team Rashi, Karen's team, and Arando. Okay, guys, we need to find a team with the Heaven Scroll and then book it for the tower. Sounds good, Naruto asked, and as everyone nodded, the Senju stopped and crouched. I'm a skilled sensor, so it shouldn't take long. Placing 2 fingers on the ground, he spread his senses and felt 7 chakra signatures. 3 were low Chunin level and were the hidden sound team. 2 were mid Jinin level, Kabuto's teammates, and the last 2 were low Jonin and Kage level respectively. He also sensed a ton of malice from the final 2. Kabuto, Naruto seethed his teeth before the larger chakra signature disappeared from that area. Follow me, guys, I know just where to go. Sasuke and Ino shared worried looks, however they still followed Naruto. They couldn't leave him behind after all, or split from him. He was the only sensor and a vital aspect of the team. After a few minutes, Naruto suddenly ordered the 2 to stop. He was sensing someone nearby. He showed them 2 fingers and did the mess sign before showing 1 finger and then doing a gesture for showing something large. Sasuke and Ino nodded slightly as Kabuto's team was suddenly seen running below them. On my call, 3, 2, 1 now. Naruto leaped through the tree branches and upon being right above Kabuto, unsealed his tessin and performed a large swipe, creating a gust of wind that separated the whole team from each other. With Sasuke, he dropped down and quickly engaged one of Kabuto's teammates in a taijutsu bout. Let's call him Anton Ego cause he's lanky. A/N, Ratatouille joke lol. Time to make the donuts. Sasuke smirked before performing a low sweep kick which, according to plan, made Anton jump up. In that instant, Sasuke quickly placed a hand in the ground and bent his right leg before extending it at poor Harry's gut, sending him crashing against a thick tree. Why you? Am way tougher than you thought? Let's just say a good friend of mine is great with training schedules, Sasuke said, before throwing a few shuriken, which as they went around the tree, tied Anton to it via ninja wire. Holding it in his hands, Sasuke inhaled. Katan, Kinhoshaki no Jutsu. Flamethrower Jutsu, Sasuke exclaimed as he breathed a small stream of fire on the ninja wire, which started approaching Anton ever slowly. No, 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 dash. Those were Anton's final words as he was consumed by the flame, which drastically expanded upon reaching him. He died. With Ino. Flower bomb, Ino would exclaim, throwing a bouquet at Gimli, cause he's short. The dwarf attempted to jump to the right, but the bouquet had some of Naruto's special explosive tags in it, making the thing extra volatile, which caught Gimli by surprise, therefore causing his left arm to earn some nasty third-degree burns, damaging most of the nerves in it, and causing him to curse in pain. Team 7's goal had already been achieved when Anton died, because Kabuto wasn't going through, but they wanted to have some fun. Give up. You can't beat me with an arm. I'm already high Chunin, if not low Jonin level. I'm giving you 5 seconds to run. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Guess I'll have to take you in the rough way. She performed a body flicker and appeared behind him, before kicking the back of his neck with her heel, sending him tumbling forwards into unconsciousness. 2 easy victories for Team 7. With Naruto. What the hell did you do to her? Naruto swiped his fan, sending a gust of wind so large that Kabuto could only block and receive cuts all over his body. With a smirk, the man answered, I put her down like a sick puppy, and I'll do the same to you. Kabuto suddenly created chakra scalpels in his hands and rushed for Naruto, as he attempted to cut where it hurt. Crap, 1 cut, and that's the nerve gone. Naruto thought as he jumped over one and used Kabuto's face as a platform to jump backwards from. You think you can escape from me? QB or not, you're still just a key dash. Otama Rasengan. The words came from behind Kabuto as the Naruto in front of him suddenly disappeared. Naruto drove his jutsu into Kabuto's back, which grinded roughly against his back, possibly shattering some vertebrae and sending him tumbling against a tree. He immediately appeared next to Kabuto in what seemed like a yellow flash and grabbed him by the collar before throwing him in the ground. You stupid. Punch. Fucking. Crack. Imbecile. Snap. With 3 punches, Naruto had broken Kabuto's jaw as he laid there in a bloody mess. Naruto kept on pummeling and pummeling until Sasuke eventually arrived and shoved him off before taking Kabuto's heaven scroll. Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? We can't get intel from him if he suffers brain damage from your fists. Sasuke berated the Senju in hiding, who stared at the mess wide-eyed. Aye. Sasuke would sigh and place a hand on Naruto's shoulder for comfort. It's okay. It was also my fault for ranting at you like that. Suddenly Kabuto's eyes shot open and he immediately disappeared in a body flicker the instant Ino arrived too. Shit. He got away. Sasuke would curse before Naruto smiled slightly. No worries. We'll get him another time. His smile was obviously a fake one, as Naruto's eyes began to tear up, only for Ino to immediately hug him tightly, as Sasuke eventually joined in. Don't worry, Dobe. We're here for you. Me, Ino, the third in his family, Jiraiya and Tsunade-sama, her assistant, Irika-sensei, and even the Ichiraka duo. Even if the rest of the rookies don't like you, we'll always be friends and we'll support one another no matter what. Got it? Sasuke would uncharacteristically break his pride and actually say a small speech, which seemed to lighten Naruto's mood, but it revealed just how fragile he was. The boy who the Rookie 9 and maybe even more people looked up to was also human and had emotions, just like Sasuke, who for his sake had gotten better at hiding them. Dash. Not today. Naruto suddenly shoved both of them away and bursted forwards, interrupting Orochimaru's laughter and throwing a punch that cracked the man's jaw, sending him flying back. I haven't perfected this yet, but here we go. Naruto weaved a couple of hand signs before saying, Chidori Iso, Chidori Sharp Spear. Suddenly a spear of lightning stabbed Orochimaru in the heart, only to dissolve into a mud clone. Damn it, a substitution, Naruto thought, sensing around for the snake, until Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan for similar purposes, saw a long snake neck shooting towards him. Unfortunately, no Ki sent by Pettimer meant that Sasuke was able to move, and as if he saw everything in slow motion, ducked under the jaws of the snake and used a kunai to slash its neck, severing Orochimaru's head from his body, only for it to spew anew out of its mouth. Is Orochimaru in it? He, she, or they? A/N, leave a comment. Cuckoo. It seems like I underestimated you too. What are you doing? He suddenly shouted at Naruto, who flared his chakra as much as he could. Flaring my chakra. In about 20 seconds, Kakashi Hatake, Ashina Uzumaki, Mitarashi Anko, Jiraiya, Tsunechan, Shizune-chan, and Gigi along with 8 A and BU will arrive. Damn you, QB brat. You won this time, but I'll be back. Orochimaru went into the ground and disappeared. As Naruto predicted, not even a second later, everyone arrived. What's wrong? Jiraiya was the first to ask. It smells of snakes, bastard. Hiruzen and Kakashi, whose senses of smell were much more advanced, would say in unison. Don't tell me that prick was here, Anko shouted, fuming that she couldn't get a hit on her sensei. Easy there, Anko-chan. You'll get him next time. Hokage-sama, what do we do? Kakashi would ask, before Naruto interrupted. I also sensed him talking to Kabuto earlier. I pummeled him to the ground, but he disappeared. One of his teammates is dead and the other is tied to that tree waiting to be interrogated. I'd say send him to Ibiki. Hiruzen would rub his chin in thigh before coming to a decision. We can't do anything drastic just yet, but I'll make sure all the evacuation tunnels are ready, and so are all the A and BU, Jonin, and Chunin. Now we're off. I will take him to Ibiki. Do you guys have both scrolls? Yeah, I got ours from Kabuto, so we're good to go. Sasuke would respond, before Ino handed Kabuto's teammate to an A and BU. I ignore the scorched arm. She giggled nervously and rubbed the back of her head, as Hiruzen sighed audibly. What is it with Konoha and crazy Kunoichi? Every generation has at least one, Tsunade, Kushina, Anko, and now her. Kami, help us. He'd think before the adults disappeared. Okay guys, that stalled us for too long. Let's book it for the tower. Naruto would tell his team. However, before they could leave, they were approached by Team Dosu. Can you really be that ignorant? We just dealt with a Sannin by ourselves, and our reserves are basically full. Are you sure you want to deal with us? You pipsqueaks deal with a Sannin? TCH, don't make me laugh. Sokka would say. I'm not even gonna explain what these guys look like cause they annoy me. Ugh, fine. If you wish to have things this way. Naruto extended his arm and palm, so his fingers were pointing at Zaku. Chidori Iso. An immense lightning current shot out of Naruto's palm and stabbed Zaku in the left lung, barely missing his aorta. If my hand was 1 millimeter higher, I'd have pierced the largest artery in your whole body, killing you on the spot. Are you sure you want to do T-dash? Sand tsunami. A bunch of sand suddenly came in from nowhere like a river and enveloped the three-sound shinobi in an instant. Giant sand burial. The noises as the sand compressed on them were horrifying. Naruto didn't have an idea what was worse, him to stab Zaku in the heart or that. Making some of the sand surround the bodies like coffins and leave, Gaara stepped in and took the scroll he needed. Naruto Uzumaki, make me feel alive. Dude, I don't swing that way. I'm not a backwards mechanic or creative, Naruto retorted, making Gaara seethe his teeth in anger. I'll kill you, then my existence will be proved. He shouted, only for Naruto to sigh very audibly. So much so that Gaara's siblings, who were behind a bush, heard it. You know, you can come out. Yujito, foe. Suddenly 2 teams dropped down, but the non-Jinchuriki members just stepped back a bit, making it a Jinchuriki showdown. What scroll do you 2 have? Both, said the Kunoichi at the same time. Same. So that means all of us here have the necessary scrolls. Hold on. He made a shadow clone that bursted towards the tower with more speed than any of the Genin here had. We'll wait here until my clone dispels. Trust me on this one. I can take us there instantly. I just need my clone to make it there first. Naruto would explain, to everyone's suspicion, however none bothered for a proper, detailed explanation. A few minutes later. No one wanted talk at all. Well, that's what it seemed like to the outside world. In the Jinchuriki's shared mindscape, though, it was much different. So, Kurama, you finally found a soft spot in your heart. Matatabi retorted, much to the Kyuubi's annoyance. I don't have a soft spot for him. In fact, he's lucky I granted him all this power. Kurama boasted with pride. You mean half your power? Ah! To think the biggest and strongest of us all got split in 2 with no way in hell to become one again, ah! Shikaku's voice rang out across the mindscape, only for Matatabi to sigh and Komiai to just fly up in hopes of drowning the argument's noises. Suddenly, 3 more tailed beasts came. Ayo, what's good? It's your guy, soon-to-be ally Killer B. The 8 tails, aka Gyuki, just sighed. I really haven't seen a meeting this large since back in the day, Gyuki would say, looking at most of his siblings gathered together. More like the other day. Son, the 4 tails added. Wow, so these are most of the tailed beasts, HM? Naruto would talk to no one in particular. Yep, only ones who are missing are Yagura the Mizukichi, the Jinchuriki of Isabu the 3 tails, and Utakata, the Jinchuriki of Saikan, the 6 tails. He's a missing nin from Kirigakure, Rashi would explain, before his mind went somewhere else. Aren't you guys supposed to be in the exam right now? He'd asked the Genin, who all pointed to Naruto. I have a clone heading towards the tower. He is going to make a seal that can transport all our teams there in an instant, and he's done. Let's go, guys. Bye, friends. I hope we meet again, Fu exclaimed, disappearing. See ya, everyone. Have fun, you 3, but not too much fun. Yujito smiled at the Jonin before disappearing. I'll kill you all and prove my existence, was all Gaara said before he and Shikaku also disappeared. See ya. Let's go, Kurama. Naruto and Kurama also disappeared. Outside, the Jinchuriki stopped their meditation and came back on the outside world. Is it time? Sasuke asked, and as Naruto nodded, he stood up clapping his hands. Okay, everyone. Yujito grabbed my shoulder. Yujito's teammates grab her shoulders. Gaara, you and your siblings do the same. Fu, come in front of me with your teammates so I can grab your shoulder. Ino, hold my other hand and grab Sasuke's shoulder with the other. Everyone eventually complied, even Gaara, as suddenly everyone disappeared in a yellow flash. Cuckoo. It seems like the QB brat has much more in store than I thought. And who knows how much knowledge he read in Yuzushio. A figure licked his lips hidden on a tree. At the tower. As everyone arrived, Naruto stumbled to a tree. Geez, teleporting everyone hurts, he whispered to himself, which fortunately no one heard. You okay, friend Naruto? Fu asked, quickly going up to him along with Yujito, Ino, and Sasuke. Why, yeah, just some minor exhaustion from the seal that brought everyone here. It takes a ton of chakra. Anyways, he pushed himself off the tree and went to the front gate. Opening both, Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of them. Congratulations, you 3. Pa. Wait, why is everyone here at the same time? And why only the dash? Naruto motioned to shush Kakashi before showing him a tri-pronged kunai. Kakashi's eye widened for a moment before he led his team inside. You finally made it, Bakayaro Kanayaro. Fool ya fool. Killer B explained as he fist bumped with Yujito and his teammates before walking up to Naruto. Yo, Naruto. Bump fist with me, bro. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion, but nonetheless did so before his conscience suddenly went somewhere else. Hey there, kid. I heard and sensed that you faced Orochimaru of the Sannin. Do you know anything that has transpired yet? That snake is a sly one. No, Gyuki-san. I don't know anything as of yet, but I'll keep you updated. My guess is you and B have my back, right? Me, B, Yujito, and Matatabi all have your back no matter what. Got it. Naruto nodded and bumped fists with Gyuki before getting a weird surge of chakra. What was that? Naruto exclaimed, still in the mindscape. I shared some of my chakra with you, kid. Off you go now. Shoo. Gyuki would then proceed to kick the boy out of the mindscape. Yuto? Naruto. Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts by Kakashi, who called his name. Oh, yes, sorry. Was talking to Hachi. No worries. He explained to Kakashi, and upon be giving the Konoha Jonin a thumbs up, he also nodded. Just because the kid likes you doesn't mean I approve of you yet, got it? Kakashi looked at B sternly, who actually remained serious. Don't worry, Hataki-san. I intend no harm to Naruto or Konoha. It's the snake and the Ichibi Jinchuriki who are the problem. My friend Hachibi believes they've got something planned. And he's the Kazekage's son, who'd send someone as unstable as him in a foreign village. I'd keep an eye on him. B explained to Kakashi in full seriousness as the man simply nodded. A few days later, Team 7, the Taki and the Kumo team had bonded quite a bit together, and for that reason, I'm actually naming them. Yujito's teammates were called Daichi and Sora, while Fu's teammates were called Yoshido and Daisuke. None of them were clan shinobi. Yoshido and Daichi were quite similar, being silent and observant types with good logic and common sense. So if I had to say, they'd be INTPs, while Sora and Daisuke were the opposites. Loud, charismatic, obnoxious sometimes, cocky and bold. Basically INTPs. They were all sitting together having breakfast on the final day while also waiting for the other teams or the timer to run out. Since the first day, Team 10, both IWA teams and Team Guy had arrived, with no sight of Team 8 just yet. Naruto was deep in thought and not paying attention to the conversations. So, Naruto, did you really defeat both demon brothers and help defeat Zabuza the demon of the mist? Naruto? Hello? You there? Sora would try getting his attention, but to no avail. He was concentrating. Unbeknownst to everyone in the table, Naruto has 2 fingers on his chair, sensing across most of the forest of death. Kaguya level chakra signature, but no malice. Could it be? No way. I feel like you should concentrate on your friends more. Kurama suggested as Naruto nodded mentally. You're right. Come on, Kiba, flare your damn chakra. Damn it. I can't sense any of them. They must be exhausted. Hold on. I got it. Look alive, guys. The almighty Team Kurenai is coming. Sakura bursted through the door of the tower, whose dining room/hall was in the lounge, by the way, so everyone saw the state Kiba was in. She was carrying him by keeping an arm around her shoulder. Medics! Someone! Help! He's not okay. Sakura exclaimed loudly before Naruto arrived in a flicker. What happened? I don't know. Some guy with long black hair, pale skin, and slitted yellow eyes attacked us, and he got hurt protecting me. Sakura was on the verge of tears. Clearly she had gotten closer to Kiba by now. Shoo, Sakura. He's gonna be okay. Let me take things from now on. Naruto explained and put Kiba on his shoulders before running upstairs towards the medic room. Hello? I need Shizen ASAP. Naruto exclaimed at the receptionist, who just glared at him. As if she'd ever come for a demon like you. She snarled at Naruto, who growled and radiated Ki. You will bring her to me now? Before I rip your guts out. He screamed at her, which prompted her to run towards Shizun's office as fast as she could. Lady Shizun, the Uzumaki Naruto requests your assistance immediately. She notified Shizun, who bursted outside of her office and headed for Naruto as fast as she could. Everything okay, Naruto-kun? My friend is severely injured. He needs immediate medical attention. Okay. Set him down on the floor gently. Naruto obliged and set Kiba down as gently as he could, before Shizun began to use her mystical palm technique. Slowly, any fatal wounds Kiba had were gone, but he needs to be operated. A rib has punctured a lung, and I can't do the procedure alone. Tell his team he can't carry on. Throughout all this time, Akamaru rested on Naruto's head. The boy grabbed the pup and slowly pet him. It's gonna be fine, Akamaru. If you want to accompany Kiba, go with Shizun, okay? Akamaru whined sadly at the way events occurred, but went with Shizun nonetheless. With everyone else. Sigh. I wish I had your luck, Yujito would say, looking back at what Naruto did. Heh. I'd say the same thing if he was from Kyomo, A/N. Future Naruto fanfic. Ino would respond. But you're right. I got so lucky that day. And to think the reason I bumped into him that day was because a friend kept me longer than I wanted to initially at the playground. And with that, Yujito's eyes widened. That's such an incredible coincidence. I'm happy for you, girlie. She smiled at Ino, though sad that someone as dreamy as Naruto was taken. You won't fight her over him? Matatabi asked. What? No. She's a friend. Of course I won't. And he's probably like a penguin anyways. One soulmate throughout all his life. Maybe in another universe. She went through various emotions in that conversation before Ino held her hand. Yugi-chan, I'm sure you'll find someone just like Whiskers, if not better. Trust me on this one. Okay. Yujito nodded and gave Ino a reassuring smile. Yaowan troublesome. Shikamaru, who was somehow laying in a sofa right next to them all along, muttered, getting their attention. Shika, when did you get there? Ino asked. I found my room's bed too uncomfortable, so I just decided to sleep here last night. You've been here all along? Yujito asked. She didn't even sense him. Or maybe her emotions going haywire blocked everything around her. Cough, cough. All right, everyone. Time is officially A team suddenly bursted through the door. A red-haired female was carrying both her teammates who were greatly hurt. "Are we late?" Karen suddenly asked, and immediately Naruto's attention was brought to her. "So she's the Uzumaki. I see," Naruto thought with a smirk as he was leaning on a wall. Meanwhile, Sora, Lee and Daisuke were chatting together, Sasuke, Yoshido and Daisuke talking together, Tintin, Hinata, Ino, Fu and Yujito went to help calm down Sakura. Shino was busy with his bugs, Niji was sulking and glaring at Hinata, and the Sand siblings were together. Choji and Shika were chatting together as Choji ate. "Up, everyone. I'm Gecko Hate. Follow me to the next phase of the Chunin exams." Everyone followed Gecko, a man that looked chronically ill due to his large eye bags and the constant cough, to a small arena, where the Hokage sat proudly in a small podium at the top, with Jiraiya and Tsunade at each side. The Konoha Jonin and B were on the Konoha stands waiting for their students, while the rest were on the other side. B, on the other hand, was talking to a serious Kakashian guy. Eventually, B walked up to Hiruzen and tapped his arm slightly. "HM? Yes, B-san." The Hokage was surprised a foreign shinobi wanted to talk, until he whispered, "Do I tell my brother about Orochimaru and the unstable Tsunade Jinchuriki when I get back? Even if I don't, you have the 8 tails, Yujito, and the 2 tails support." Hiruzen nodded. Did Naruto tell his fellow Jinchuriki? Perhaps. He'd have to talk to the orange ball of sunshine, turned into a very dangerous shinobi later. "I'm not sure. If you're confident that he's ought to side with us, then do as you wish." "I'm sure he will. He's not like Tu-san," B explained, and with a nod from Hiruzen, joined Han and Rashi at the foreign stands. "Welcome everyone. Due to there being too many participants this year, we'll be holding a preliminary round," Hiruzen called out, and eventually the nobles watching and simulation of war and battle for dominance without actually declaring war shenanigans before hate took the spotlight. "Okay everyone, the screen over there will show the names of the contestants for the first fight. Any of you want to forfeit before we begin?" Karen's teammates raised their hands. They were too injured to carry on, so they just forfeited. "Anyone cough else?" Taking the silence that ensued as a no, Gecko carried on. "By the way, since there is an odd number of shinobi, one of you gets a free pass into the finals." First match, one of Team Han's Genin versus Choji. The IWA shinobi was a master of deception and kenjutsu, and used those to catch Choji by surprise and perform a series of slashes all over him. Second match, Yoshido versus Sora. Yoshido won after sneaking under and behind Sora's defenses, before twisting and cracking his arm, and then dealing a swift blow behind his neck. Third match, Niji versus Hinata. The match goes similarly to canon. However, it takes Niji a bit more difficulty to beat Hinata, and he didn't fight with the intention to kill. This was all cause of Asuma being a rougher teacher than Kurenai and an assault specialist, which meant he could help her in taijutsu and ninjutsu. Fourth match, Ino versus Sakura. Oh good grief. Don't go too rough on her, Ino-chan. Ino waved him off before Naruto kissed her on the cheek. For good luck. Naruto winked at her, inciting a small blush to make its way on Ino's face. She stepped down and made her way towards the center of the arena. Just give up, Ino pig. You have no chance. Sakura smirked as Ino rolled her eyes. Can you just start the fight, Hayate-san? Hayate nodded as he raised then began to lower his arm. Hajime. Ino immediately rushed Sakura, engaging her in a taijutsu that didn't really belong to a kata, instead more of a martial arts dojo-style fighting. Immediately performing a Bruce Lee-esque skip side kick which was blocked by Sakura, however sent her back, Ino quickly performed a series of low sweep kicks, which got one of Sakura's feet, sending her off balance. It's over. Ino quickly got up and planted her chest in Sakura's gut, only for her to dispel in cherry flowers as multiple Sakuras appeared. Talk about Sasuke's worst nightmare. Jinjutsu. She thought in an instant as a tree began to sprout from behind her, grabbing her and essentially paralyzing her. However, just as Sakura was about to place a kunai to her throat, Ino bit her lip, drawing a bit of blood and getting her attention back to the fight. She ducked and performed a series of backflips, before biting her finger and weaving through some hand signs. Kuchios no Jutsu. This surprised everyone except Team 7, especially when a human-sized being made of wood appeared next to Ino. Hiruzen's eyes widened before he looked at Naruto, who cheekily grinned at him. "You called Ino-sama?" the Int asked, before seeing Sakura widen her eyes in shock. "Yes, Natsumi-san. Sync with me, please." "Gladly." Wood style, deep forest emergence. Natsumi held the snake hand seal as dozens of tree branches sprouted from the ground, covering and wrapping around Sakura's limbs tightly. "Katan Inden, flame bombs," exclaimed Ino before firing a large ball of fire towards Sakura. The wood caught fire and burnt her severely, only for Sakura to manage to perform a body flicker with one hand outside of the tree branches. "All right, I pant forfeit," Sakura said as Ino bumped fists with Natsumi. Winner of the fourth match, Yamanaka Ino, declared the possibly ill with tuberculosis Tokubetsu Jonin. Fifth match, Gaara vs. Rock Lee. Exactly like canon. Moving on. Sixth match, Shikamaru vs. Karen. The ending is just like his match against Kin, except it takes way more chakra to do it since Karen puts so much resistance. Seventh match, Naruto vs. Daisuke. "Oh, come on. Did I have to get one of the strongest here?" "Hey Daisuke, good luck," Naruto shouted, giving the Taki Jinin a thumbs up. "Oh, come on. Did I have to get one of the strongest here?" "Hey Daisuke, good luck," Naruto shouted, giving the Taki Jinin a thumbs up. Naruto would receive a kiss on the cheek from Ino and would hug her tightly. For good luck. Ino smiled at Naruto, who would peck her cheek, prompting various responses from the Konoha 12. "Thanks, sweetie, but I probably won't need it." Naruto then jumped off the railing and landed with a front flip in front of Gekko, startling the man who wasn't paying attention. "Anyways, both of you ready?" "Yep," Naruto said with a wide grin, while Daisuke just plainly nodded. "All right then. 3, 2, 1, Hajime." He immediately jumped back to allow the two warriors to fight. Immediately, Naruto jumped back, pressing on a seal in his right forearm with 2 fingers before channeling chakra to them. As with a large poof of smoke, a large scroll would appear. Making 2 shadow clones, Naruto sent them towards Daisuke in order to keep the lad busy as he proceeded to open the scroll and unseal the seal, which had the kanji for longsword. Immediately, a huge sword similar to the Kubikurabocho, but with a tip instead of the flat ending it had. Quickly sealing the scroll away, Naruto would channel chakra to his blade, holding it with both hands as a blue elongation of chakra appeared. Esta imagen no sigu nuestras podas de canonido. Para continuar la publication. Intent quitarla o subir otra. Quickly sealing the scroll away, Naruto would channel chakra to his blade, holding it with both hands as a blue elongation of chakra appeared. Daisuke gulped before pulling out his katana in determination. That's cute." Naruto smirked before bursting forward, performing a downward slash which was somehow blocked by Daisuke's katana in sheer instinct. The Taki Jinin then would attempt to push upwards, however to no avail. Naruto was applying such immense strength that put Daisuke in a losing struggle. His teammate Daichi was looking at the fight that was bound to go on the Uzumaki's favor. Stance. If he has the chakra to create a chakra blade that big, imagine how strong he is. He's probably toying with Daisuke right now, Daichi would point out, as Yujito, Sora, Yoshido, and Fun nodded sternly. Meanwhile, Killer Bee, Han and Rashi were discussing about other things, not paying much attention to the fight. "We should try to convince that old monkey to side with Konoha if anything bad happens against Suna and Otogakure. Han, perhaps we can get reparations if the war does erupt. That would boost the economy drastically," Rashi would tell Han, who still wasn't sure. "I don't know. He still hates Konoha, and especially any legacy the fourth could have left. I don't think he'd be willing." "Ahem, gentlemen, why don't you concentrate on the fight for now instead of whatever you are talking about?" Hiruzen would call out to them, seeing that the genin in the foreign stands were interested in them talking about the invasion. "Should tell that Tsuchikage what, Rashi-sensei?" one of his students asked, putting the man in a difficult situation. Just a few trade offers by Kimogakure, right, B-san?" "You got it, fool, you fool." "Yeah." He's rhyming, which means the situation's not serious. No need to ask them further. Yujito said without even looking at the IWA Genin. At the fight, seeing that the struggle was impossible to win, Daisuke jumped back, performing a few backflips to earn some distance from Naruto, who sighed. He didn't want to do this, but he had to. Better to reveal one ability than to reveal plenty and not that one. For a moment, I thought you'd win that. Heh, seems like I overestimated yo what. Suddenly, a huge bird with red feathers stood before him. These Konoha shinobi and their summons. Hello, I'm Marco, pleasure to meet you. Unfortunately, this seems like an arena and Naruto summoned me, so I'm gonna have to attack you. My apologies. Okay. Daisuke dumbly nodded as Marco inhaled a ton of air. Gimme fire, Marco. Marco nodded and spewed out a bunch of fire, as Naruto formed a similar amount of oil in his mouth and spewed it out, making the flames much more volatile. Poor Daisuke was left with nothing to do besides a way to make the attack non-fatal. He grabbed his sword and slashed forwards, creating a gust of wind that managed to weaken the attack. However, he didn't have enough chakra or mastery over Kenjutsu to keep it going, so he let the rest of the flames consume him. It wasn't pleasant, but Naruto had won fair and square. However, as the flames died down, Marco disappeared and the medics were about to get the stretcher to take away the undoubtedly unconscious, if not dead Daisuke. The impossible happened. Daisuke was standing tall and proud with his arms crossed as he was dripping blood from everywhere. He had suffered third-degree burns that with treatment could fortunately go away. It's nothing. The Genin, medics, Jonin, and even the Hokage, Jiraiya and Tsunade widened their eyes in disbelief. He was still standing. Daisuke, just surrender already. Fu called out to her friend, who shakily turned his head before giving her a wide smile. I'm not a quitter, Fu-chan, and you know it. Now, Naruto, let's end this. Daisuke would grab the sword that was on the floor now and begin walking shakily towards Naruto, who was displaying clear signs of shock and fear. He and Marco had used a jutsu that scorched most enemies, and despite using less chakra would still cause devastating wounds. Impossible, he's a tenacious one. Kurama displayed shock and excitement. Daisuke was bound to go far, that much was clear. Daisuke, just surrender already. I don't want to kill you, Dash. When I signed up for the Chunin exams, I knew that there was a possibility of death. We all did, and yet we all still signed up. I'm not giving up. If I die, then so be it. Giving up us for pussies and fakes. Daisuke shouted, before rushing at Naruto with the sudden adrenaline rush. He appeared better than he was at the beginning, and was pushing Naruto at first. Of course, at first. Maybe it was Naruto's surprise, but Daisuke actually got a good hit on Naruto with the hilt of his sword, bruising 2 ribs. Recovering from his shock, Naruto decided it was time to actually end this. He jumped back and threw his sword towards the ground, embedding it several inches deep, before taking out the katana that he had on his back. If you want a clash of blades, then a clash of blades you'll get. Kenjutsu Hijitsu, Fukina Suraisa. Hidden Kenjutsu, Ungodly Slicer. Naruto rushed for Daisuke with his unsheathed blade in one hand and hilt in the other, as Daisuke charged Naruto with his sword as well. At the stance. Watch and learn, kids. These are the finest Kenjutsu specimen you'll find in this whole exam, and probably until the day you meet a samurai. Han would say to the foreign shinobi. Everyone keep your eyes on the fight. You won't find better swordsmen across the 5 great nations besides the 7 swordsmen of the mist. A stern Kakahi told the Konoha Genin, with Guy nodding in affirmation. As someone who's been face to face with the 7 swordsmen all together, I'd say either of them could, with much difficulty, defeat one of the weaker members in a sword-only fight. Guy said, his youth persona replaced by a serious attitude that only a true, battle-hardened shinobi could have. Everyone nodded as they focused on the last attacks. In the fight. Kenjutsu, Shizukana sure. Silent death, exclaimed Daisuke as the two clashed in the middle of the arena, creating a large shockwave that sent even the Jonin off balance. As they traveled past each other, Naruto slowly sheathed his sword, and with a click both he and Daisuke got cliched and suffered deep gashes. The former in his abdomen and the latter in his right arm. Daisuke immediately flopped forwards, unconscious. Medics! Gecko shouted, and for some reason Tsunade was the first to appear, applying her mystical palm all over Daisuke, healing his gash in a few seconds and making his wounds non-fatal. However, he still needed immediate medical attention. How did she manage to handle blood when she developed hemophobia after her Dan and Nawaki's deaths? Well, she didn't. It was just the adrenaline rush she got from Naruto getting hurt drastically. She rushed for her cousin and crouched down to his height, only to see he was already healed? A/N. I know the adrenaline thing is pure bullshit, but Daisuke needed instantaneous medical attention cause I want him to live on. Don't worry, Tsune-chan. You know who provides me with great healing abilities. That was nothing compared to the limits of his abilities. Winner of the 7th match, Uzumaki Naruto. Hey Daisuke. Naruto walked up to his friend who was on a stretcher along with his katana, which had cracks, dents and chips on various spots from the previous clashes. Good fight, Naruto said, performing his side of the seal of reconciliation as Daisuke performed his. GG. He smiled before letting go and falling into unconsciousness again. Naruto headed up to the stands. First the Konoha ones to greet his friends, brother figures, Kakashi and Asuma, and kiss his girlfriend before heading to the foreign stands and walking up to his other friends. Fu, I'm sorry for that. He just wouldn't give up. Naruto hugged Fu briefly as she was on the verge of tears. It's fine, friend Naruto. You did what you had to do to win. I understand. Seeing Fu like that broke everyone. The cheerful, go-lucky girl that had previously kept everyone's mood up just with her attitude was on the brink of tears. If you want, we can go to him after your fight. Speaking of your fight, good luck. He bumped fists with Fu, who went into the platform. 8th match, Fu versus Rashi Student 1. Fu easily won her match by grabbing the opponent with her water whip jutsu and firing a water bullet at his chest, cracking 4 ribs and bruising 3 more instantly. He forfeited. 9th match, Sasuke versus Han Student 2. Sasuke used his 3 Lions barrage on the IWA Shinobi after having seen Rock Lee perform the front lotus earlier against Gaara. 10th match, Temari versus No Screen Time. Just like canon. Moving on. 11th match, Yujito versus Rashi Student 2. Yujito burnt the IWA Genin's left leg to a crisp with her mouse hairball before using her elongated claws via Matatabi's chakra to slash at the enemy's face and chest, causing several gashes. It didn't seem well for Rashi's team. If none of the Four Tails Jinchuriki's students made it, he had no reason to come, and that would be awful for Konoha during whatever Orochimaru planned. 12th match, Rashi Student 3 versus Shino. Rashi's only remaining student was Shino's worst nightmare, a close-quarter specialist. He was even able to open the first 2 gates, despite also knowing enough ninjutsu to hold his own. However, seeing that Shino was an Aburame and used bugs, the IWA Genin opened the second gate and blitzed Shino, knocking him out after a series of punches and kicks. 13th match, Daichi versus Han, Student Numero Trace. Yada, I get a free pass and get to not show my moves. Kankuro cheered happily as Daichi and Han Student entered the arena. Just surrender. You Kumo guys stand no chance against the might of IWA and the will of stone. Daichi sighed and stared blankly at the opponent. Can we just get this over with? I want to go back to my friends. The IWA Genin seethed his teeth. How can you even consider being friends with Konoha Shinobi? After all the Yondaime Hokage did to both our countries, and after what the Hyuga did to your ambassador, you choose to be friends with these Konoha pigs. Just get this over with. As Gecko lowered his arm and jumped back, Han's student rushed Daichi with all his speed. At the stance, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at the Genin. Han, Rashi, both of you come here. The Jinchuriki shared worried glances before walking up to Hiruzen. Did you lie to the newest generation about the third Great Ninja War? Hiruzen whisper-shouted at them. Sigh, I'm afraid so, Hokage-sama. Inoki felt like propaganda was the only way to not lose his reputation and keep his village together after the war, despite everyone over 18 knowing the truth. Rashi would explain, defeated. At the fight, Daichi would sigh and roll his eyes. This kid was a joke. How did his team even make it to here with him a part of it? The Kumo Genin was either dodging everything while walking backwards, or once in a while would take his hands out of his pockets and block with his forearm. His enemy was getting increasingly frustrated at this, and his attacks were becoming more rash and sloppy. With time of just leisurely walking backwards, Daichi eventually decided he had worn his opponent out enough, blocking a roundhouse kick with ease, as he then swiftly got under the IWA Shinobi's defense and elbowed him the gut, sending, let's call him Jackass backwards. Why? Why can't I touch you? Jackass would shout at Daichi, who merely placed his hands in his pockets and shrugged before making a shadow clone. Must have decent reserves. Go to the lounge area in the tower and order a glass of Aperol Spritz. No orange at the top, please. I don't like the texture of the things. Daichi ordered the clone, which complied and started casually walking away. Stance. Everyone's eyes were bulging. He just made a clone order him a beverage in the middle of the fight. He was either crazy or just actually bored. Goddamn, that was cocky of him. Your opinion on that, Kurama? Naruto thought. Burnern. Kurama simply said in Naruto's mind, who snickered. Back to the fight. Those damned Konoha shinobi are laughing at me, Jackass screamed before rushing Daichi with mid-genin speed. Alright, I've had enough now. Without taking any hands out of his pockets, Daichi raised his right foot, allowing his Cuban shoe to embed itself on the IWA Genin's gut, and in a maneuver of great flexibility raised his leg in an almost 180 degrees angle from his other foot and used the momentum from the initial move to follow through and chuck Jackass into the wall with great velocity. Guess that's that. Daichi shrugged, and as Gecko pronounced him the winner, went up to his stands, bumping fists with his friends and performing a small salute to his Konoha friends. With the foreign shinobi. Boss, here's your Aperol. The clone arrived and handed the 15-year-old Genin a glass of the specified barely alcoholic beverage with a straw and ice in it. Taking a sip, he sighed in satisfaction. See, these are the nice things I like in life. Why can't everything just be a simple glass of Aperol? Yujito patted his back in empathy before focusing on the sandame. Everyone, now that the preliminaries are concluded, all the winners will go to the box placed conveniently by my staff in the middle of the arena and draw a number, according to which we will decide your opponent. After everyone drew their numbers and showed Gecko, he swiftly drew in a whiteboard the names of the shinobi who'll be fighting in the next round. Chunin Exam Finals Matches. Match 1. Temari vs. Shikamaru. Match 2. Ino vs. Yujito. Match 3. Gaara vs. Kankuro. Match 4. Naruto vs. Niji. Match 5. Sasuke vs. Fu. Match 6. Rashi Student 3 vs. Daichi. Match 7. Han Student 1 vs. Yoshido. Hiruzen breathed a huge sigh of relief. It was almost guaranteed that the one who humiliated Jackass was going to fight one of his teammates, especially since there were only 3 alternatives. Luckily, no revenge plan was to be enacted. Due to there being 7 matches, the format will be like this for the finals up to the 1vs1 vs 1 finale. Winner of Match 1 versus winner of Match 6 versus winner of Match 7. Winner of Match 2 versus winner of Match 5. Winner of Match 4 versus winner of Match 3. And the winner of each of these will go to the final 1vs1 vs 1. Sounds good. As everyone nodded, Gecko entered a flood of coughs that lasted a few seconds before continuing. Okay then, you are all dismissed. See you in a month. Foreigners can remain in Konoha at the same hotel you've been staying in, but are also free to go to your village whenever you please, but keep in mind, you are only allowed to return at most 3 days before the Chunin exams, no sooner. Understood? Hi. Everyone apart from Gaara shouted as they dispersed, with Naruto and his new friends along with Team 7 heading off to see Daisuke. Daisuke's hospital room. The Taki shinobi was awake, however due to his injuries could only stare at the ceiling as he laid there prone. Yeah, he'd be like that for some time. Hey guys, Daisuke would say in a weak tone as everyone gathered around him. You be baka, why didn't you just surrender? Fu shouted at him, bursting into tears as she hugged her teammate tightly, to which he winced slightly, however let her embrace him and let her emotions out. Getting his hand up weakly, he would pat her head, rubbing her hair gently. It's okay, Fuchan. I signed up for that the moment I saw Naruto's name on that board. Say, I've heard of a place that makes amazing food here in Konoha. It's called Ichiraku Ramen. Want to go there after I recover? Fu would blush faintly, despite being oblivious to Daisuke asking her out, but would nod nonetheless. Sniff, sure thing. If you promise not to do something like that ever again. Fu would order him, to which he nodded. I can't guarantee that, Fuchan, but I'll do my best. Daisuke smiled at Fu, who slowly got up from him and nodded, wiping her tears. Very well. So that would mean we're staying in Konoha. Fu asked her Timatea. Yep. Daisuke would cheerfully say as Yoshido nodded with a smile on his face. Well, everyone, let's leave Daisuke to rest. If we're gonna have to split up, otherwise we can go for dinner or something. You know. I'm afraid you guys won't go out for dinner today. Humph. Why so, grumpy junkie? The Genin all sighed at the arrivals of the four Jonin. Naruto Otudo, you'll be training with me, Killer B. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. What he means is that he'll be helping you this month in order to get sharpened specific skills you're lacking. Kakashi would speak in code in order for the non-Jinchuriki that were here. What about Arobaka? Shouldn't I train with him? Naruto asked in confusion. Theoretically, Jiraiya could also help him, but thinking about it, help from a professional would be better. Oh, don't worry. They talked to me. I'll be training Ino this month. She'll need a Sanin's training judging by who her opponent is. I'll be training Sasuke logically, Kakashi would say, before Rashi and Han stepped forwards. Fu, since you have that very same particular set of skill that are lacking, I'll be training both you and my student since there's no chance the two of you can fight except in the final 1vs1. Rashi would explain as he would start thinking. Not like that final ever happened. He thought, sharing glances with all Jonin. B nodded at him before saying, Okay then, men and women. I've come to another thought. Naruto and Yujito, you'll both go incognito and come on a trip with the hip Hachibi-sama. Yeah. Everyone glanced in suspicion and confusion at the choice of students. I know for a fact that Yujito and B-sensei are Jinchuriki, and if Naruto has a specific set of skills that only B can help with, TCH. I found your secret, Naruto. Daichi smirked mentally as he glanced at Han, Rashi, and Fu. That can only mean these three are also Jinchuriki. I should be honored to be close with so many and not be alienated with two more. Then there's also the Suna Jinchuriki. Gara, was it? Ichi? Daichi. You okay? Daichi quickly shook out of his thoughts, turning to Kakashi. Yes. He glanced at Kakashi in confusion. I'm Kakashi Hitaki. I'll be training you since there's no chance you and Sasuke can fight except in the final. Kakashi gave him an eye smile. I'll be training my student, which leaves my student's opponent. Yoshido, was it? Yoshido would nod and would appear sad for a moment, before the tall, white-haired man said, I'll train him since he and Ino can only meet in the final. Jiraiya would point out as he sat quietly on the window. Okay then, that means Naruto and Yujito will train with B, Ino and Yoshido with Jiraiya-sama, Daichi and Sasuke with me, Fu and Rashi's student with Rashi, and Han's student with Han. Sounds good. After everyone nodded, they all scattered with their temporary sensei. With Naruto and Yujito, the two Jinchuriki and B stood in a training ground that no one seemed to bother taking. Okay, Naruto, show me how much of the Kyuubi's chakra you can dish out. B was actually being serious for once. Well, I can control about 3 tails, but not always. If I'm raging, then a single tail is too much to handle. B would nod in understanding, due to what Kakashi had told him, that Naruto didn't train often with the 9 tails chakra. Have you bonded with him? B would ask, and when Naruto nodded cheerfully, he took a step back in surprise. So Kurama was joking when he said they're not friends. That changes everything. Well, there is something we can do that will boost both of you two's strength greatly, but it carries a huge risk. If it doesn't work, the tailed beast can be set free and you can die. B said sternly, as Yujito's eyes widened. You're taking us to the waterfall? Yujito asked in shock, to which B nodded. I talked to Gyuki, and he said it'll be fine, since both of you have bonded with your tailed beasts. So let's go already. Killer Bee then made the shadow clone hand sign before a shadow clone all the way in the land of lightning dispelled, before all of a sudden the three of them disappeared from Konoha. Turtle Island. Thanks for reverse summoning us here, my boy. You saved us a bunch of time. Killer Bee said as the screen faded to black from them. With Ino and Yushido. Alright, you two. Firstly, I want to see how good each of you is, meaning Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He made 2 clones before saying, "You two will fight my clones separately." Sounds good. They both nodded as the screen faded from them. With Sasuke and Daichi. Okay, so I know just what Sasuke is capable of, but I need to do a proper evaluation of you, Daichi. So both of you are going to. He took out 2 bells. Do my bell test. He gave Sasuke and Daichi his traditional eye smile as the screen faded again. With Fu. Okay, so. He made a mud clone which stayed back to train Han's student before he took Fu to the side. I'm going to help you control the Seven Tails power in a better way. Sounds good. And the screen fades again. With Naruto and Yujito. Wait, before we begin, I can rework your seals, you know. I've trained with seals most of my life, and I can give both of you an 8 tetragram seal, which from what I've read doesn't make you switch with the tailed beast, but instead blend the chakra between you two in high or low quantity. My clan designed it, so the tailed beast's chakra leaks in low quantity into the Jinchuriki with time. Naruto explained simply. Well, if you can do that, then why not? Yujito asked as he nodded in agreement. 3 days before the Chunin exams. Konoha was buzzing with noise. Tourists from all over the world were scattered across bars, restaurants, and some even in gentlemen's clubs while their wives were distracted by the various shops in the village. Over at Ichiraku Ramen sat 14 people, taking all the stool spots and making Tucci have to set up tables behind the group for tourists. It appeared as if they had just regrouped from their training. Naruto looked much more mature and was a clear copy of his father and grandfather, with his grandmother and father's beautiful blue eyes that seemed to attract so many people and say so many things, yet remain caged between self-constructed walls at the same time. During his training with B, he had learned how to properly control and mask his emotions, and aside from those had become a much calmer figure, radiating a calming aura to everyone. Sasuke hadn't changed much, except the fact that he and Daichi had become good friends and had helped each other reach new heights with the common goal of protecting their loved ones from the shadows. It seemed as if Kakashi made a great decision with making Daichi train with Sasuke. The boy's intelligence and calmness always seemed to remind Kakashi of a certain weasel-masked ANBU captain that used to be in fact like a little brother to Kakashi in the ANBU, the latter being the only one who believed in the young Uchiha from the start. Oh, Itachi, if only I talked to you longer that day. If only I asked you what was wrong. Please forgive me. Kakashi thought as Naruto turned his head to his Aniki, who was sitting on his left, while Ino to his right. His chakra seems distressed, worried, depressed, but he's not showing anything. Meanwhile, the flashbacks ran through Kakashi's head and hit him like a WWE diving elbow to the throat. Flashback. Kakashi sat on the edge of Yondaime Hokage's head, staring out at the village that with time had become so alien to him. The only people he cared for that remained were Naruto, his teacher's legacy, Tenzo, Yamato, his Kohai, and Uchiha Itachi, his little brother figure. Speaking of, a swarm of crows gathered next to Kakashi before they materialized into Itachi. Hello, Kakashi-senpai. How are you holding up? Kakashi tried to smile, but it just wouldn't seem real, especially to an ANBU. Embracing the truth, Kakashi leaned on his hands and sighed. To be honest, I definitely could be better at Itachi, and please drop the suffix. I've told you that I think of you as a brother and comrade, not an inferior. He tried to change the subject in the end, however couldn't ignore the weird gut feeling he was getting. Maybe it was years of experience, but he felt like something terrible was going to happen tonight that could perhaps overshadow the Kyuubi attack. I'm sorry, Kakashi. And why is that? Itachi asked, genuinely worried for the Hitaki in his late teens who had not only showed, helped and trained him, but the man was really what Itachi could think as a brother figure. I just have a bad gut feeling. It feels like something bad ought to happen, but it's probably just paranoia. He laughed sheepishly, before taking a basket that was on his other side. You want some dango? Kakashi asked, and upon Itachi glancing at the small basket as if it was a holy artifact, chuckled audibly. Please. Itachi actually chuckled along and ate 2 skewers of dango quicker than usual, before burning the sticks to a crisp with his fire style. However, the boy still seemed troubled. Something in him just kept him from relaxing, and Kakashi understood that feeling all too well. The moment he was about to ask if something was wrong, Itachi's voice beat him to it. Kakashi, what's your opinion on sacrifice for the sake of others? Itachi would ask. This was what was troubling him. But Kakashi still seemed like it went deeper, or maybe didn't understand the word play. I'm not sure actually. Well, of course, as a Hatake clansman, to protect family or someone else close to me, I'd do anything. Despite failing to do so every time, Kakashi added in his mind, as Itachi nodded sagely. I see. Perhaps I'm just tired. Thanks for clarifying, Kakashi, and thanks for the dango. Itachi smiled at Kakashi before standing up and dispersing into crows again. A few hours later, Kakashi was casually reading his favorite book perched up on a tree when Yugao Yuzuki, a fellow ANBU of Kakashi, and clearly the woman Gekko Hate, always talked about, rushed to him frantically. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Kakashi placed his book in his pouch and dropped down, meeting Yugao's panicking eyes. Breathe in, Yugao. What's wrong? Kakashi-senpai. Itachi has slaughtered the Uchiha clan besides his brother Sasuke, she said frantically in one breath, which made Kakashi's heart sink. No, it couldn't be true. There was no way. Listening to his denying thoughts, Kakashi laughed audibly and gave Yugao a light shove with one hand. Come on, Yugao, that's not something to joke about. Now what's the problem? Seeing Yugao's face not change one bit made Kakashi widen his eye, and in a magnificent burst of speed, immediately disappeared from view. Running through the rooftops faster than most shinobi could even properly see, Kakashi wrinkled his nose at the smell of blood and death that kept getting stronger and stronger the closer he got to the Uchiha compound. Immediately stopping at the entrance, he saw an unconscious Sasuke and an Itachi who was standing on top of a tall pole. Itachi, he shouted, and upon seeing him through his blurry eyes which glowed red in the night, immediately closed them. I'm sorry, senpai. Kakashi barely managed to hear from the broken and raspy voice that belonged to Itachi, who immediately disappeared. End of flashback. Ni-san, you okay? Naruto asked, pouring some of his soothing into Kakashi's system, slightly calming his frantic chakra, and as the man wiped an unshed tear that only Naruto seemed to notice, nodded and gave him a traditional Kakashi eye smile. Yep, you know it. Naruto gave him a glance that basically said, you don't have to, nor can you, hide it from me. So spill it. It made Kakashi sigh. Why did he have to get this close only to geniuses? First his sensei, then Itachi, and now his sensei's legacy? It annoyed him greatly. Later, Kakashi would whisper. He hated, no, loathed, despised, detested, abhorred even the thought of venting to someone as young as Naruto, genius or not. But the boy's shoulder was the only one that would and could carry him through everything, and he was the only one who could even understand him in the first place, so he felt obligated to do so. Naruto nodded, before raising a glass of sake. Apparently tonight was a special, and sake was greatly discounted to any shinobi who came to Ichiraku's. However, that was an inside secret. Alright everyone, this goes to the bright, joyful and lasting peace that we will forge together as allies. As allies. The 12 all exclaimed at once and clinked their glasses together before taking the shots all at once. Well. Naruto stiffened. What have I said about alcohol? Tsunade's voice made Naruto's skin crawl. Naruto was trying to defend himself, but everyone around him betrayed him and let him handle it on his own. I've said no alcohol, without drinking games or drinking contests. Tuchi, 3 bottles of sake. Tsunade exclaimed cheerfully as she and Naruto bumped fists at trolling the rest of the group. I am Sam. Do you have 2 extra stools? Come in right up, Tuchi said related to the sake before pointing to 2 stools inside the kitchen. Tsunade-sama, can you get them? I am's busy cooking. Just lift the counter. Sure thing. If you give us the sake, of course. She grinned and went into the kitchen, grabbing the two stools and coming out, setting one by Han and B and the other by Naruto and Kakashi. Shizen, sit over there. I want to chat with Naruto. Tsunade half-ordered as her assistant nodded and awkwardly sat next to Han, who had actually taken a shot of sake and not just settled for. I'll have some green tea, Tucci-san. Shizen would ask, as Han's world suddenly brightened up. Did she ask for what he thought she did? Green tea. That's my favorite kind. Make that too, Tucci-san. He said casually, as Shizen was taken aback by the statement. Really? I love it too. The combination of the sweet, nutty, buttery, floral, oceany dash. Ni-io aired. Tsunade's voice suddenly rang out, shutting her up and forcing a faint blush to appear. I am sorry for Lady Tsunade's behaviors. She really likes sake. Han chuckled. It's quite the obvious and visible fact, he'd say, smirking behind his mask. By the way, in a similar manner to Kakashi, he was able to lower his mask, consume everything, and put his mask back on without even a single soul realizing. Daichi and Sasuke were talking about various strategies while playing shogi in the left-hand side of the bar, with the former resting his back on the wall for more comfort. The two had gotten so good at it that they would regularly give Shikamaru a run for his money, and even beat him on occasions, though Shikaku still proved to be a leap too big. Yoshido and Sora were casually talking about random topics, same as B and Yujito, while Daisuke, who had made a great and speedy recovery, was talking to Fu personally, and they were both enjoying it. Turns out their little dinner had gone quite nicely, and they promised to go out again when possible. Kakashi, Naruto, Tsunade, and Ino were all chatting about the oncoming Chunin exams. Kid, I want to tell you something, Tsunade stated, pushing all the alcohol out of herself with a medical ninjutsu, and going full serious mode, biting her lip at first for saying those words around everyone. Not like she cared if the foreign shinobi Naruto had gotten close to found out. They'd find out in 3 days anyways. From tomorrow on, you are officially the heir of the Senju clan. The silence that ensued was deafening. You could have heard a pin drop, as everyone within hearing range's eyes widened in shock, as did Naruto's. What? He asked in disbelief. That's right. Tomorrow I'll declare you as Senju clan heir to the Hokage. You are already officially under my and the Senju clan's guardianship, so tomorrow you'll be declared clan heir. Naruto's eyes widened even farther before his expression was replaced by one of uneasiness. What about Gigi and the council? Have you asked them? TCH, as if they'll do anything. Naruto then immediately steeled himself, going back into his inner walls after briefly going out, showing no emotion. Slightly raising his chin, he spoke up. Even if they do, I'm prepared for them. In fact, he stepped off the stool and threw a small sack of Ryo to Tucci. Here, for everyone. Keep the change. If it's less than the actual price, tell me tomorrow. Suna-chan, let's go wreak some havoc in the Hokage's office. Tsunade-sama, you want me to dash? No, Shizen. Stay here. You too, Ino. You're not gonna want to hear anything if things go wrong. Tsunade's tone also turned stern, and the two proudly walked along the streets of Konoha before Sasuke and Daichi continued their game as if nothing happened. I sure hope somebody picks up that phone, Sasuke suddenly said in the silence as Kakashi turned to him. The wa dash. Because I fucking called IIT. He burst into laughter, already knowing one of Naruto's secrets. With Naruto and Tsunade. Hokage's tower. Excuse me, we'd like to meet Sandame-sama. Tsunade said, wearing her usual attire as the shinobi next to her looked nothing like Naruto, except his hair and eye color, but there were plenty of blondes in the world so no one questioned it. I'm sorry, but he's busy talking to the village elders right now, dash. Even better. Follow me, Suna-chan. The stern and deeper tone of Naruto rung out, almost commanding her to follow him and not the opposite. 3 knocks were heard as Sarutobi groaned. He was talking to the elders. Didn't his secretary know that? Come in. He'd end up regretting those words, as his Senju student and an adult-looking figure who held his chin high in pride stepped into the room. He knew that chakra signature too well. It was Naruto, and to make things even worse, the ghosts of his disappointed sensei, and an even more disappointed yandere appeared behind the blonde. Naruto quickly and subtly enabled the privacy seals in the room so no one heard them. "Sensei, Koharu, Hamura, Danzo," Tsunade would say, greeting everyone. Koharu was the first to react with a scoff. "That is no way to address the governing bodies of the village, young lady," she scolded the Senju, who mentally smirked. "Score." She and Naruto thought at once, sharing glances. The male stepped back, giving a sense of Tsunade being in charge. How ring they were. "I just realized. Why does Danzo keep his chakra concealed? In a seal no less?" Naruto thought in suspicion, sensing the negative emotions from the corner of the room. "For what reason have you suddenly barged into a meeting of high importance?" Hamura asked in a not-so-welcoming tone. Ignoring the village elder, Tsunade gazed directly at Hiruzen. "From tomorrow on, I pronounce Uzumaki Senju Naruto as clan heir." Silence. Total silence. Koharu, clearly being one of the not-so-sharp ones from Tobirama's team, was the first to speak her case. "Your decision is null and void. The Jinchuriki will not be made clan heir for 2 reasons. He doesn't belong to the clan, and the fact that he is a Jinchuriki makes him belong to the village." Tsunade and Naruto didn't respond. However, what Tsunade did do was take a step back, entering Naruto's shadow. After seconds of constant silence, Koharu snapped, standing up rapidly and shouting at the two. "Is that all you two have to say? Will you just stand there like idiots in silent dash?" "I'd watch my mouth if I were you, Koharu-sama." Naruto's deep voice rang out, his arms being crossed and his chin held high. "What? Who are you to talk to me like that? Firstly, I'd advise keeping quiet in Lord Hokage's office, especially when he is sitting here with us. And secondly, when did the village elders gain the right to dictate clan matters? I thought Tobirama Senju himself, in his tenure as Hokage, wrote a law that prevented such thing from happening. Right now, Hiruzen was the only one who knew the blonde's identity, as Danzo's roots hadn't been able to locate where the Uzumaki brat was in the past month. It is indeed true, however. That very same law doesn't apply when talking about Jinchuriki boy. Danzo finally stepped out of his shadow, his cane tapping the ground with each step. "Indeed, it doesn't, Danzo-sama. However, what law does specify is that in the case of an Uzumaki being orphaned, the Senju clan, by right of marriage between Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki, has the right to make that Uzumaki child part of the Senju clan until another Uzumaki comes to bring the child to Yuzushiogakure. Now we all know how impossible that is, don't we?" Tsunade and Hiruzen were amazed at the display of political authority Naruto held with each word he said, which seemed to continuously anger Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura. Yes, it is indeed true that this law was in effect, but Yuzushiogakure was destroyed 20 years ago, as we all know, so that law is therefore nullified. Hamura would continue, smirking in victory until the blonde brat cleared his throat, meaning that it wasn't over yet. Indeed, but that law never specified that it would end with Yuzushiogakure. It specifies that until the Uzumaki clan, Senju clan, or both are fully and utterly extinct, the law is in effect. The law binds the clans together as brothers until death, so you still have no power over Tsunade-sama's decision. The Jinchuriki is a weapon that belongs only to the village, and you have no rights over him. Koharu berated the two. That was it. Naruto's chakra went haywire. So haywire that the air was becoming so moist that droplets of water sometimes formed and fell on the ground. The ground beneath Naruto's feet was about to crack, and the Jinchuriki was scared to move because he believed it would destroy the whole structure they were on. "So you finally revealed your true sides, HM? Do you have any inkling on who you're talking to?" Naruto's tone was harsh, and the occurrences made even Danzo step back in shock and slight fear. "How dare you talk in that tone to the Eld Dash? My grandfather did not help in the forming of this rotten village, whose purpose was to protect children and the next generations, only for people like you to take all the power and rule with an iron fist. Is that clear?" Koharu fell flat on her ass back in her chair as Danzo moved forward. Meanwhile, Naruto had enveloped Tsunade in his chilly chakra that reminded her of her late great-uncle, which in turn made her smirk mentally. "And who may this grandfather of yours be, boy?" Danzo asked, completely oblivious to who he was talking to and his ancestry. If you wish to know, O mighty Danzo-sama, I am Naruto Uzumaki, son of Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina and grandson of Nidaime Hokage Senju Tobirama. If you do not believe me, in fact, I do not care if you don't believe me. What I do care about is that you have always been this type of being. I refuse to call you even human for what deeds you've done. Danzo seethed his teeth in anger, but he and the elders couldn't hide the shock of the new revelation from their faces. And what are these deeds, Uzumaki Senju Naruto? Danzo asked in anger, finally losing his temper. Oh, sure thing. Let me begin with calling me a weapon right in front of me. Getting children from the orphanage and clans and taking them for your rotten organization of root in order to turn them into mindless slaves that know nothing but kill, kill, kill. Or maybe brainwashing the Hokage into believing that giving your Jinchuriki, the village's hero from birth, from keeping a tailed beast inside, and the village protector absolutely nothing. So when he comes crawling to you, he's eager to join root just for food. I am ashamed of being a Konoha shinobi and Sarutobi. Naruto completely ignored any suffix or his nickname for the old Hokage. Due to my ancestry, I am Senju in my blood, and therefore neither of you have any right to dictate if I become the clan heir or not. And another message for you. It's either them or me. Take your pick. I'll be listening after the Chunin exams. In the case of you choosing the former, consider Konoha an enemy of Yuzushiogakure. Good day. He walked past Danzo, purposely bumping into him, causing the Warhawk to pull a kunai in his anger and attempt to stab Naruto in the neck, only for the boy to easily get under his defense, grab his arm, disarm him, and take the bandage off his right eye all in a second. Well, what do we have here? Naruto twisted Danzo's arm behind his back and pushed him forward, before kicking him behind the knee, forcing the Warhawk down to both knees. Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan, and I've seen the other one and know who has it, so I know what it looks like. Suna, remove the bandage off his paralyzed arm, Naruto ordered, and as if he was the Hokage, Tsunade immediately obliged, removing the bandages and sleeve as suddenly Hashirama Senju's face appeared on the elder's right shoulder. Hiruzen was shocked. His most trusted associate, his best friend, his teammate had lied to him all along. He released waves of Ki, which made Koharu and Hamura sit down in fear. Shimura Danzo, for stealing the Kekkei Genkai of the two founding clans of Konoha, you are sentenced to execution on the spot. Do the deed, Naruto. The boy slapped a few extra chakra suppression seals on Danzo, before unsealing a blade similar to the long sword he had taken with him from Yuzushio. It was one of Hashirama's personal long swords. You heard the man. It was about time the law caught up to you. Say your last words, Danzo. Let no one weep for me, or celebrate my funeral with mourning, for I still live, as I pass to and fro through the mouths of men. Danzo would say, before his head was severed in a bloody mess. No one was facing the man, and only turned around when Naruto allowed them to, which was after he had taken Shursue's eye, severed the Hashirama DNA arm along with the Ten Sharingan, and then burnt the rest of the body by channeling 100,000 volts going at 350 amps through his body. A/N. Keep in mind 10 amps are lethal and cause severe burns. What are you going to do with these? Naruto asked, referring to the eye and the arm. Well, usually, they'd be handed off to the Uchiha clan. But Sasuke's too irresponsible, so you want me to hold on to them. Gotcha. Naruto opened a scroll which had a stasis seal in it and sealed the arm and eye, before summoning a tiny, for phoenixes, phoenix. Yes, Naruto-sama? Hey Fuka, do you mind the phoenixes hold on to this scroll for me? Tell boss it's of major importance. You got it. The phoenix got the scroll in its claws and disappeared in a poof of smoke. What was that? Koharu asked. My summon. I used the phoenix summoning contract. The two shared glances before Hamura spoke up. We demand you give the scroll to Konoha. Didn't we just discuss that? It's clan business, and the scroll belongs to me by birthright and by being the heir of the Uzumaki clan. I also have the rights to the Ent summoning contract, since I am the heir to the Senju clan. Both of you are dismissed. How dare you order us a rudash? Did I stutter? Naruto raised his voice, having not lowered his chin a single moment. And no, Naruto-sama. Sorry, Naruto-sama. The two elders scurried off like cockroaches as Naruto doubled the amount of privacy seals in the office. I don't know whether to laugh, be angry, or mourn Danzo's death. You don't have to mourn him. He didn't want to be mourned anyways. And how about we keep this a secret? Not many people even knew Danzo, so he won't be missed. Fine. Both of you. Dismissed. I may have to give this hat to him in the near future. God help whoever gets on his bad side while he's Hokage. Hiruzen thought as the two Senju were about to leave the room. Oh, and Tsunade. If you wish, after Naruto reaches Chunin, you can make him clan head and still retain your seat in the Konoha Council as Sannin and Hokage's advisor. I'll think about it. See you, sensei. And the two walked out of the office, heading towards the Senju compound. Chunin Exam Finals Arena. Finals Day. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Chunin Exam Finals. Hiruzen shouted from his stand, as the Raikage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage sat down next to him. Behind the Kage stood the guards, Darui and Shur/C, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, Jiraiya and Ashina, and two unidentified Suna shinobi. As predetermined in the previous phase, may Sabaku no Tamari and Nara Shikamaru step forth? And as two shinobi did, it was time for the exam finals to commence. The village today had been armed to the teeth, with previous root shinobi having had their tongue seals removed and being free having joined their own ANBU division comprising only of previous root shinobi. The evacuation tunnels having been fortified accordingly, and the main targets for an enemy village like the Academy, TNI, ANBU headquarters, etc. having barrier seals placed in them, requiring only a chakra source, small as it may be, to power them.